Chapter 255. Kirito was right when he thought that he had come to post-time skip. It didn't take long to get information out of the 4 Straw Hat members as long as he talked about what they linked. For Nami just talk about traveling around the world and money. Sanji opened his mouth as long as the sentence started with food or ladies or food for ladies. Others were also similar in this case mostly. With all the information he gathered, currently, he knows 2 things. One is that Straw Hats just started their journey after their 2 years of training time skip. And second is the new world. Both pieces of information irks him. First being that he now was just as clueless as any in his world about the future. This means he has to be careful, after all, One Piece is no weaker than Naruto's world. The second is a little more serious. The fact that he placed his transportation radius as close as Asuna's own teleportation location. Meaning the girl also came to the new world. For those who don't know this, they're the most dangerous sea out of all 6 seas in this world. He himself was lucky that he found land and crash-landed on a water body. Hope her luck was just as good as mine or better. Kirito prayed. Asuna is strong, the 2 years he spent with her, both of them trained together, so he knows how strong the girl is, so it would mostly be safe if she had gone to any other sea, even the first part of the Grand Line, the Paradise. But the new world is just a little too dangerous. Even for someone like him. There are characters like 4 emperors, the 7 sea lords or admirals. Hey, come on, show me some ninjutsu already. Please. Chopper hugged his left leg and asked like a child wanting candy. Sigh. Currently, he was being pestered by both Franly and Chopper to show them ninjutsu. Not only that, he also notices Kinemon giving him a strange idea. He had no idea why, but considering that he was from Wano, it's kind of understandable. Though Kirito hasn't seen One Piece to that degree, though spoilers, he knows that Luffy will end up fighting with Kaido at the end, who is in Wano, a land very close to ancient Japan. Oda surely would put some samurai and ninja to make things fun. Though now the real question is, would they also have similar powers like his, would they have chakra? Oh come on, show me some ninjutsu. I really wanted to see some. Copper said, Frankie too nodded. Come on, just leave the guy alone. Ninja, he might be, but all those things you're fantasizing about, ninjas can't do that. Sanji said as he took out a cigarette. I too have a shinobi friend, and I must say that you are wrong here, ninjas are real and they can do all those sorcerers you are thinking of. At least my friend can. Kinemon replies from the side. Fine. I will show. Kirito just rolled his eyes. Shadow clone. He just made the hand sign with an exaggerated expression. Though he really liked the thought of being able to use both hands to use ninjutsu again. After losing his left hand, he almost switched to swordsmanship, not by choice, but that was the only thing he could do. Not only that, but his famous and favorite jutsu, Hirashin, also was hard to do. So as chakra ran into his body by the formation of the hindsight, he felt something long lost suddenly coming back to him. A small smile appears on his face. Puff. With a smoke, another Kirito appears out of nowhere. WOW, both Copper shouted. Super Frankie did his usual pose. Kinemon on the side didn't look very interested in this. Kirito now wonders whether the ninja in One Piece can really use something like chakra or a technique like a shadow clone. I hope you are satisfied now. Clone smiled at Chopper and Frankie, while the real Kirito walked out of there and started planning ahead. You can talk, Cooper shouted, almost stunned. Even Kinemon was looking surprised. Yeah, my shadow clone Ken is almost an exact copy of me. Oh, I mean I am the exact copy of the original. Clone said with a smirk. While the clone was entertaining the amazed group, Kirito finally planned to move on. Moving towards the giant gate, he positions himself. If he wasn't in a hurry to find Asuna, then he wouldn't have minded talking a little more with the Straw Hats, even meeting other members. Taking a punching position, Kirito jumps high and delivers a sharp punch at the giant gate. Knowing that the gate was 6-inch thick iron, he didn't plan to hold back. Covering his hand with haki, something which Sanji noticed as he sensed the haki and snapped his head towards Kirito when others were occupied with the clone, Kirito jumped high and punched hard. With chakra infused with his punch, the punch was enough to blast the entire giant iron gate. Boom. It felt like an explosion had taken place in the room. Everyone was startled by the sudden blast. Turning their head, they show the entire giant iron gate was blasted from the hinge. That. You punched that giant gate. How? Kirito, hearing them mutter questions, just smirks. I am getting out of here, are you guys coming? Kirito asked as he was making his way out. Yes, we are going, Nami shouted while Sanji with his heart eyes and moving like a snake dancing followed her. Copper and Frankie were the same. Only poor samurai with nobody was left behind. Well, good for him, Kirito's clone was there. Kinemon, what are you planning? Do you want to come with us? Clone asked. Kinemon thought about it. He didn't want to go with the pirates for some reason. It was not hard to say that he had some bad past with pirates. But seeing that Kirito was a shinobi, Kinemon agreed. Yes, please, I would be very grateful if you take me with you. I want to find my son. Please, Kirito Dano. Help me find my son. Kinemon said that though he seemed like he wanted to bow to Kirito, not having a body meant he couldn't do that either. Don't worry, I understand how it feels to lose a dear one. I too am looking for a certain someone. She was the reason I came here in the first place. Clone said as he picked up Kinemon's head and ran after his real body. Chapter 256. Sanji was following Nami with hard eyes, but unlike usual, this time he was actually cautious of a certain blonde-haired ninja. Others didn't see Kirito blasting open that door, but he did. He felt that power. It wasn't just haki. And then that clone can act just like him. Sanji could tell that the person running ahead of them all was way stronger than they expected. Strange, because he looks quite young. Maybe even younger than their captain. Luffy is only 19 now, while Kirito himself was 17. Not to mention, Kirito, who looks exactly like Minato, look even younger than he really is. A little too young to his utter dismay, especially when it comes to the One Piece world where there are rarely handsome men, but somehow the entire sea is filled with supermodels with perfect figures and assets. And here people are not considered adults that early, unlike in Naruto world. Kirito thought about it and wanted to turn his head just to check out Nami's giggly figure. Her wearing just a bikini top wasn't helping him at all. But he controls his urges. Right now was not the time. He has to hurry up and find Asuna. People at Yuzu are not the only ones who were waiting for him to return, with their princess of course, but back in Konoha in his time, others might think that he is dead. He after all was directly teleported to Yuzu. He could only imagine what both Naruto and Ino were going through seeing him nowhere, thinking he was dead. No, I have to find her and get back to the earliest. Kirito shook his head and rushed forward. However, he wasn't running faster as others also were following him. Soon all of them arrive at another iron gate. This was even bigger. But seeing that this was the only way out. They gotta go through this. This time though Kirito didn't punch the door. He sensed people on the other side. Not knowing whether they are enemies or what, he refrains from doing anything excessive. What? Why did you stop? Punch this one just like how you did earlier. Nami arrived with Sanji and seeing Kirito standing there asked while huffing a little. I can, but there are people behind the door. I rather use something more subtle in case they are not enemies. Kirito said as he slowly raised his hand up. That was also the time when others also caught up. What are you? Sanji was about to ask after seeing Kirito lift his left hand and stare at him, but before he could complete his sentence, he saw something. Not only him but everyone narrowed their eyes as they saw a small ball forming on Kirito's hand, and it was rotating with very high intensity. Ah, my left hand is still not used to this level of chakra control, I'll need to train it later on. Kirito observed with a little disappointed face as he saw the Rasengan form, but it was not stable. Letting go of his left hand and letting the Rasengan disappear, Kirito immediately lifted his right hand, and by the time the hand was up, a powerful Rasengan with much more powerful rotation and grinding power had formed on his hand. This Rasengan was so strong that it created wind pressure and made both clothes and hair ruffle from both his own and others. What is that? There was a certain shine in others' eyes, like all of them knowing that whatever that was, it gonna be something super. They were not wrong honestly. This is Rasengan, Kirito said as he slammed the Rasengan at the lock of the iron gate. But he didn't let the Rasengan blast, rather he kept it intact and kept on grinding the door. A rash and loud grinding sound of iron cutting came as everyone saw in shock that the spinning ball was grinding through the iron gate. That was super. So cool. I have to tell Usopp and Luffy. Is that a devil fruit power? Nami asked. Sanji kept his thoughts to himself. But internally he was more and more cautious of Kirito now. But seeing that Kirito for the time being wasn't planning on doing anything against them, he refrained from acting against the man. Just keep observing him. That is what he planned to do here. Kirito though didn't wait for them all, he quickly entered the door only to find kids. Why there are kids here? Others also soon noticed the unusual painting on the wall and giant kids playing around the large room. It turns out that the kids are being held here so they can get treatment for some kind of disease. Kirito, unlike others, quickly started gathering information when most of the kids were attracted by both Copper and Frankie. For some reason this kid liked them the most. So he grabbed a little kid, as most of them were giants here, and asked him as much as possible before the tears threatening to spill from her eyes finally poured out. Am I the only one who thinks that sounds sus as hell? Kirito's bullshit tingle was tingling hard. So you are telling me that you guys are brought here suddenly by someone, you can't leave here at our own will and not even your parents talk about this before you came here. Am I correct here? Kirito asked another girl as the last one was almost about to cry. He talked to a giant girl with a cute looking face. She shouldn't be more than 6 or 7 years old but she was 5 times the size of Kirito. Yes, replied the girl, now a little self-conscious, maybe thinking that she said something wrong there. Yeah, that doesn't sound right not matter how you look at this. Nami folded her hands at her attractive figure and said. Has anyone seen my son, his name is Momonosuke. Suddenly shouted Kinemon as he was being held by the clone's hand. His shouting started to scare the kids. Great. First, they play with Frankie and Chopper, considering them as robot and stuffed toys and now when we finally are getting some answers, he has to open his mouth. Kirito rolled his eyes and was about to go after the children, but just then he sensed people coming towards them. Heads up, we got company, Kirito announced and just seconds later the door of the room once again slammed open as multiple people wearing some kind of space suits with gas tanks at their backs came barging in. Chapter 257. Kirito was planning to not go to the violent route if he didn't have to. He does have much information about this world right now to pick fights left and right but seeing that they pulled up their guns on them, he had no other option but to get ready to fight. Run, they are here, suddenly came the shout of Chopper and to the utter irritation of Kirito, others actually ran away instead of fighting. 1 minute please don't run, if we're going to get out of here then please take us with you, please. Said one of the kids with a giant figure and blonde hair. Kirito wasn't surprised that something like that came out of his mouth, he was suspicious of them being here in the first place, but seeing the kids also running behind them, it was now clear that something shady was going on here. But now comes the real problem, he just didn't have the time to worry about others, when his own ass was in fire. If he were to entangle himself with these kids right now then it's most likely he will be dragged into their mess and end up spending more time which he could have used to find Asuna. Kirito looked back to see children running behind him, not exactly looking like that they were running away from the people with guns and strange scuba diving suits but more like they were worried that he and the straw hats would leave them behind. Please big brother take us with you, this man here won't let us out of here. Said another child running away. And to this, Kirito just wanted to why they are using the guild trap only on him, don't they see that there are more people, like a beautiful big sister there? But to his utter dismay, all their puppy dog Ijutsu were directed at him. He tried to resist as much as possible but no matter how he tried, he couldn't take another step ahead, the same was the case with Nami as she too stopped running, maybe the giant girl she was talking to earlier also got to her. Sigh, there is no way out of this, is there? Kirito had a helpless smile. Kids do you want to see a magic trick, he asked, though it was just a customary gesture as he wasn't planning on showing any magic and just needed their attention. This time he didn't need any hand sign and he was already too adaptable with this he created a shadow clone. Puff. With a puff of smoke, another Kirito appears, an exact copy of Kirito making kids gasp in surprise and then drawing many cheers at his performance. You like it, good then let's do this for now, you all follow this clone here and I in that time will handle this bad man. Once I return I will show you all more magic, what you say? Kirito said with a grin. Kids immediately agree and follow the clone who is following the members of Straw Hats. Kirito did not notice but he got a smile from Nami when she noticed that Kirito stayed back to help them. She too wanted to but could not set her mind to it. But after Kirito decided to help the kids she too internally confirmed what she wanted to do and stay back. Seeing Nami stopping, Sanji at once asked for her reason, Nami what are you doing, come on. No, I have to help the kids, I just can't leave them alone like this, Nami said with a little determination reflecting on her eyes. I appreciate your sentiments but I will advise to get going, my main body can handle them. It's better not to separate in this kind of place, the clone said with an assured tone, after all, there was really no need for everyone to waste their time here, now that he has planned to help those kids then he should just help them then it's inevitable that he will lose some time here. Are you aware that you can handle that many people? Nami asked with a little worried tone, maybe because Kirito decided to help out the kids, she had a little belief in Kirito and didn't want to see him in harm. Don't worry, I got this Kirito said with his trademark charming smile as he looked back at the people coming for them, his mind quickly decided to take them down without killing them, though he has not problem killing others, he was a ninja after all, he has killed more people than the days he has lived to this point but there are children here. Not to mention there is a possibility that he and others are wrong, what if the children are really ill and these people are trying to help them, the possibility is slim but still exists, he'd rather not kill good people who are trying to help this kid. With that said, Kirito's main body rushed at those people with amazing speed, almost close to vanishing to the point that only Sanji, who was looking at his main body from the beginning, saw him. This was the body flicker technique, a very common technique in the ninja world which to some degree resembles Zoro from the Marine 6 style. Sanji himself can achieve speed similar to that which Kirito shown just but not so effortlessly. He has to be really serious for him go all out like that, but here Kirito did it like it was nothing for him, which in fact was not wrong, as almost all the ninja can use this kind of speed thanks to Sunshin. But Kirito didn't know what Sanji was thinking about right now. His only goal for the time being was to take care of these people wearing strange clothes. In the blink of an eye, Kirito appears near those people and starts with his onslaught. Rasengan, with a little thought on his part, a powerful Rasengan was formed on Kirito's right hand. He wanted to use his left hand, using this chance to train his left hand, but seeing that he would be wasting a lot of time, he decided against it and only focused on quickly taking those guys down with high precision. Those others didn't expect that a ninja suddenly will attack them. Rather than directly targeting them with his Rasengan, he targeted the ground as he didn't want it to kill them. Rasengan surely would kill them if hit them directly. Unlike earlier, this time Kirito let the Rasengan blast as it's come in contact with ground. A blast took place, make all the people to take a step back. Those who were close to the blast were blasted. The blast won't kill them, but it will surely hurt a lot. It's been a long time since I used punches to beat the enemy, but I can't do that with this people here, otherwise it's most likely that some of them will die. I rather not have that if possible. After getting a little space to work with as they were repelled back with that last attack, Kirito formed hand signs and got ready to deliver another non-lethal attack. Though he just realized just how few of them he has those in his arsenal. Wind style, great wind break though. Kirito said. And as he was done, a torrent of pressurized air left his mouth which blew all the men in strange suits. Whoa, that was so cool. That's super. Ninja. To Kirito's utter irritation, though kids left with his clones, those straw hats who can be worse than kids were still there. Speaking out my jutsu name is not my style, but I carry her on today after getting a chance to use those jutsu again. Kirito blushed a little watching Chopper imitating him as he took a lot of air in him and release it after forming the same hand signs as Kirito did. Well, he at least tried. He is still a reindeer after all, an animal who doesn't have hands. Chapter 258. It wasn't hard to suppress those people with scuba suits. Kirito was able to neutralize them without outright killing them pretty easily, though they surely would be visiting the hospital after they woke up. Well, this is one piece where bones and teeth recover by just drinking milk, so knows. You are really a ninja. That was so cool. Hey, please teach me. Can I too become a ninja? Chopper practically glued himself to Kirito's pants, and even after trying to shake him, Kirito couldn't shake him off. Well, if you train hard then yeah, though if you are thinking that you will do ninjutsu like I show you right now, then you will be disappointed. Those things need chakra to use. People have to be born with chakra to use it. Kirito, with his face shaking in his predicament, explains to the Chopper, who looks like a kicked puppy upon knowing that his dreams were crashed before they could form. Chakra, what is that? Is that rotating ball of energy you used back then chakra? Sanji asked with a curious gaze. Yeah, chakra is the combination of spiritual and physical energy of a shinobi. It's very similar to Haki in a way, but still different. In fact, you can consider it a combination of both a devil fruit and Haki. While you have to be someone who is born with it, if you have it as you have to be born with it, then you can make things become possible for you. Just like this. Kirito said as he flicked from his place, vanishing. Whoa, where'd he go? I am here. Kirito's voice came as others lifted their heads only to see Kirito standing upside on the ceiling, which was pretty high by the way. Sanji, Chopper, Kinemon and Frankie were stunned by Kirito standing upside down like that or being able to jump that high. Kirito let down, coming back down, and then said, if one is born with chakra, then just like any Haki user they can train in it, and just like how different devil fruits provide different powers, one can also mold their chakra to do various different things. For example this. Kirito said as he turned into Nami. Sanji immediately had hearts in his eyes while others were stunned. Nami not being there just helped him as he was able to prove his point. She left with his clone earlier with the kids. Alright, enough time wasted. We need to get out of here ASAP. Follow. Kirito cut their fun short though as he turned back before the obvious indecent request came from Sanji. And with that being said, he ran after Nami and the children. Soon Kirito and others catch up with the main group of children and Nami and head towards the exit, only to come face to face with some marines and one of the warlords of the sea. Kirito didn't give much attention to the robot dance Frankie and the kids were doing. His attention was on the marines and the man wearing the white hat and had a long katana-style sword in his hand. Trafalgar Law. Smoker. Tashiji. Why these people are here? Kirito's eyes twitch. He didn't plan to entangle with them or the straw hats more than he had to. He even recognized them thanks to the straw hats identifying them for him. Wait a minute, I might use this situation to my advantage. Kirito suddenly got a plan after seeing Smoker and another Marine, who for some reason looks more like bandits than actual Marine soldiers for some reason. Change of plans, go that way. We can't go out of this exit. Sanji immediately shouted as he drove all the kids with other Straw Hat pirates and ran off for another exit. So you lied, there are more people here after all, Tasagi asked. Yes, it seems so, but that's a surprise for even me, Law said with just as confused face as others. Kirito at this time was hiding his traces. Before taking any action towards anyone he needed information. He long put his markers on those children and the members of Straw Hat Pirates so if not anything he can just return back to them anytime. For the time being though he decided to separate from them. Soon Law did something, and Kirito felt a sharp spatial fluctuation around him. He didn't like this one bit. He also noticed that Law somehow became aware of his presence. No doubt that this was his devil's fruit. Not taking chances, Kirito activated his observation haki to the point he saw what's gonna happen in future. Even his eyes widen. He can switch others' bodies and even cut them, take out their hearts. Dude, that OP, Kirito was stunned and immediately launched his Hiration to get out of the dome Law created with his devil fruit powers. Law at this time who switches bodies of many people suddenly frowns. This was the first time he noticed someone evading his OP fruit ability like this. The man outright disappears. Special powers are a speciality of both Door fruit and OP fruit. Knowing that there is a person here who can negate his abilities, Law becomes cautious. But for the time being, the man was gone so he decided to handle the Marine first. Chapter 259. Kirito, due to not having any other seal nearby besides the Straw Hats and the kids, who were still under a range of Law's attack, has to teleport himself all the back to the same lake which he first crashed into. He was expecting water, coldness and warmness due to the strange position of the lake being between both the ice and fire sides of the island, but what he came to face was rather demi-humans, or at least that was what he thought that they were called. They did have the upper body of the human but their lower body was of a horse. There was a term for them in fantasy, centaur was it? Kirito pondered, but that was only for a few seconds as he then noticed that they were actually firing someone. Correction, they were firing on a group of people who were trying to cross the lake. Only upon observing those people that Kirito realized that they were none other than the rest of the Straw Hat members with the infamous Money D. Luffy with them. Technically he is the Naruto of this world. But Kirito, the moment compared both Naruto and Luffy, immediately shook his head. No, that is not right, though it looks like they are similar, which there are a lot, from their idiotic behavior to how they act and their given plot armor. But on the fundamental level they are very different. Naruto is supposed to be that worthless loser who nobody cares about and everyone looks down on, but he never gives up, he works hard and overcomes all the hurdles in life and achieves his dream. I am not saying that Luffy didn't face hardship, of course, he did. The story of One Piece just tells everyone that he is the one. Luffy from the very beginning is shown to be the guy who will be the pirate king. That is why many guys like me always could relate to Naruto more rather than Luffy. But with that said, I might be not the right person to say this as the said boy is my twin brother and I never completed One Piece. Damn you O'Day. Kirito just hooked his head and only looked at the Straw Hat pirates to dodge the bullets and cannon fired by the centaurs until they finally hit their ship and they almost drowned. Ah. Almost forgot that devil fruits users are weak in water. Kirito muttered to himself as he saw Luffy almost drowning, and if not for his crew, he would have been a goner. But after that, they all were almost freezing. Guess this is the time when I give them some helping hand, huh? Kirito muses about the funny reactions people of this world have, or maybe that is how they look all the time. Thinking this, Kirito got ready and went ahead to help out the Straw Hats. With a dash he first directly appears near the centaur and punches them. He again doesn't want to kill them as they have no business with him and he only wants to get some attention from the Straw Hats and nothing more, no need to kill. So rather than punching them with his chakra-infused punches or using armament haki, Kirito just went with old-school taijutsu. Besides, they're a leader who is just as big as those kids from earlier, if not bigger. Handling others with just normal taijutsu was possible, as long as he could just target their pressure points. Only for Kirito to realize that many of the pressure points he knew about the human body didn't work with these centaurs. Making him blush as all his sneak attacks, which he was sure would once shoot most of the weaker members of this demi-human team, didn't work at all. Will you believe me if I say that I did that with the intent of getting you all attention and they weren't actually attacks, Kirito said with a little embarrassed smile on his face. He underestimated them. Only hearing this they turned their heads towards Kirito with confused faces, almost like they notice Kirito's presence only after he announces it with his own mouth. What attack? They asked, making a dark line appear in on Kirito's face. Alright, now I have a reason to kill. Kirito pursed his lips and got ready. Even if he doesn't kill them, he's sure gonna teach them that they shouldn't underestimate a shinobi. Kirito didn't bother to say anything after that and attacked once again, but now he wasn't holding back. Though no armament haki was used, he wasn't holding back on chakra-infused punch. Boom. One punch was enough to completely crush one of the centaurs, throwing the poor fellow into the lake. This finally attracted the attention of their leader, who gave Kirito a deadly glare. He was a huge fellow with a long brownish beard with 3 side ties on them. His upper body was just like most humans but way bigger, while his lower body, well, it's not exactly was of a horse, it's actually pretty hard to even determine what that was. Though he had 4 legs, Kirito was certain. Wearing a red top with pirate style hat, he was looking menacing when he lifted the giant cutlass in his hand and swung it towards Kirito. Kirito though saw the attack coming from miles away. Due to size, the guy himself wasn't that fast. Kirito easily dodged the attack by initiating a masterfully done body flicker and appears right in front of the giant demi-human's face. Kirito forms a punch, this time even adding a little bit of haki to the mix, and punches the leader hard on the face. Smash, Kirito said it, not sure why but he did. However, no one cared about what kind of fantasy Kirito was living in his mind as they saw the giant demi-human leader blasted from his place. Due to his size, he wasn't sent flying or anything, but the attack was powerful enough to knock down that huge guy with one punch. Now that was an attack, Kirito said with a smirk while also pondering why the fuck he is so petty. Seeing their leader dealt with so easily, other centaurs or demi-humans gawk with their mouth open. I will not attack you as long as you behave, Kirito said, going back to his serious self. From the side eye, he also notices the straw hats coming his way. They finally came ashore from that freezing water. But the moment they came there, the first thing they said left Kirito dumbfounded. Hand over your clothes. Almost all of them sounded. Making Kirito remind them that they are the main cast of the show. Their personality will be like that. Sigh, well, as long as I get to know them. Being the son of destiny or all that bull crap. Luffy should have some knowledge or connection with something which wouldn't have happened in this world. Though I'm just assuming things I first-hand experienced, that fate is a thing. Meeting coming here out of this entire world where Luffy and his crew were can't be just any coincidence. Chapter 260. Yo, thank you for helping us there, Luffy said with his usual mischievous smile on his face. On his side was Nico Robin, complete mommy material by the way, and Zoro with his one eye closed. Kirito immediately got curious about that as he didn't saw the post-time skip One Piece, but he knew about Zoro losing an eye from spoilers and pictures. Now he just wanted to open that eye wide to see what that man is hiding. Could it be a Sharingan? God, there are so many theories out there that say that Zoro is hiding a Sharingan in there. 1 minute, I have a pair of Sharingan with me here. Can't I just give him one? A Zoro with a Sharingan. Kirito ponders in a slip of a second an image Zoro removing an eye patch from his lost eyes just to show a red Sharingan spinning in there, Kakashi style. I have to say that would be dope. Kirito smirked but then suppressed his musing and turned his head to the last member of the crew he was yet to meet, Usopp. Well, there is supposed to be one more here, that skeleton guy, not sure where he is. Don't worry about it. You must be the Straw Hat Luffy, isn't it? I just met the rest of your crew few minutes ago. They are currently running away from Trafalgar Law and the Marines. Kirito said as he pointed at the direction where the factory was where the children was captured. Due to his seal on them he could sense them from afar. Luffy at this looked confused, most likely he didn't recognize Trafalgar Law's name. Marine and who? You will know when you meet him. Come on, we better get going. Law and that Marines are still fighting. Kirito said as he noticed other members of the Straw Hat crew were done stealing warm clothes from those centaurs. Okay. Luffy being his usual happy-go-lucky self accepted easily. Wait a minute, who are you and how you know other members of the crew? Thankfully there was someone with more gray matter inside them to at least question the stranger asking them to follow him. I am Namikaze Kirito. A shinobi of the Konoha. Kirito said with pride on his face. Honestly, there are not many times in his career as a shinobi that he can announce his origins like this to others. Shinobi is secretive and all. Others knowing as little as possible about yourself and your mission is better. I shinobi. Suddenly both Luffy's and Usopp's eyes shine, much similar to what Kirito saw in both Frankie and Chopper. Whoa, you are telling me that you are a ninja. Show me, show me. Show me your ninjutsu. Luffy immediately started to jump around like a monkey while the light on his eyes turned into Car's headlight. Kirito even hallucinated that stars coming out of those imaginary lights in his eyes. Weird. Luffy wasn't alone either, Usopp too was the same and to some degree, just like how Kirito noticed Sanji before. Zoro also looked interested though he remained far too calm for anyone else to notice. Robin might be the only one who didn't care much, though she does look interested in seeing ninjutsu. Kirito could say that with her pleasant smile on her face. Fine fine. I will show you ninjutsu. Kirito just rolled his eyes, he realized that he is practically dealing with a different-looking Naruto in his world. Just fulfill the curiosity for them to calm down so that a more productive world can take place. Shadow clone jutsu, Kirito said, usually he don't even make hand sigh, let alone say the name of his technique like come kids, yeah only kids ninjas do that cause they find it cool, but here he did it just for them. In front of the 4 straw hat pirates, Kirito was engulfed in a puff of smoke which quickly disappeared as well and soon they saw the magic trick they were waiting for. There were 5 Kiritos were standing there. Each looks exactly like the original. To the point that even someone like Zoro lost track of which one was the original. He secretly even uses his observation haki but to no avail. There was nothing. Even with observation haki, it was hard to find the real one. Though Zoro's was never the best with observation haki in the first place, he is more of an armament guy. You like it, this is my shadow clone jutsu. Each of my clones can think for themselves, act on their own and even interact with others like they are me. Kirito smiles upon seeing yet again the gawking faces of the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. They were surprised to see Kirito being able to make clones of himself for real, but at best they thought that it would be a trick at best. But now they saw him in another light. What with those faces, if you are surprised by just that then what about this? Kirito smirked, thinking showing off a little bit wouldn't be that bad. So he transforms every clone of his, except himself, into one of the Straw Hats. Once again there was smoke and when it went out, all the members of Straw Hat's eyes widened with disbelief clearly on their faces. Because they saw themselves. Luffy, Robin, Zoro and Usopp standing right beside Kirito, in front of the originals. That's me, Usopp said as a clear fearful tone was on his voice. Ah, I remember that he was a scary cat. Kirito mused. This, how did you do that? Zoro finally opened his mouth. It's ninjutsu. Earlier I show you shadow clones and now my clones use transformation jutsu. This jutsu let me turn into anyone I like. Like this. Kirito said as himself once again into Nami. Whoa, Nami, Luffy shouted, till now he was too much excited and surprised to say anything but upon seeing Nami suddenly appear, he shouted. Nope it's me. Kirito said with a smile as he turned back to his normal self. Whoa that's so cool. Luffy once again acted like a curious baby and demanded to show him more jutsu. Even making the same hand signs as Kirito and acting like a ninja. Usopp too was mostly the same. Okay enough fun. I am not here to show magic tricks to you. Come on now. Kirito uses the same tone he usually does with his brother. And please do that while you are exactly. Robin finally opened her mouth. Yup if there is one person who has any brains in this group then it's her. Chapter 261. And please do that while you are here exactly. Robin finally opened her mouth. Long story, if you are interested then keep up, Kirito said as he sent a smirk towards Robin as he turned around and moved toward where both Law and Smoker were fighting. Seeing no other way, the Straw Hats just follow Kirito. After all, they too have to go in that direction. By the time all of them reached the factory, Kirito fully explained to them why he was here. Of course it was an highly modified explanation, things like time travel bullshit wasn't there. Kirito only stick to the base story of how he was looking for a girl with red hair. And though they didn't seem much convinced by just him saying this but for the time being they just roll with that explanation. Ichiwai, Traffy. Luffy immediately perk up upon seeing Trafalgar Law. Kirito noticed that the Marines were nowhere to be seen. Though did see all the mess Law left behind. Marine's ship was turned into a piece of modern art, it was all jumbled up and much of it was unrecognizable. Kirito upon seeing this just pursed his lips, thinking he power itself is not very destructive in nature but he have to agree on the fact that the powers of One Piece world is strange, especially devil fruits. Law didn't focus much on Luffy, rather his attention was on Kirito. He could sense it, Kirito was the person who left his range of devil fruit power with a space-time power. Needless to say Law was quite cautious of him. Kirito too was the same. He knows how troublesome people with space-time powers could be, no one knows more than him. He can mostly fight with anyone here, and chances are that it's gonna be a straightforward fight, something he can use in his favor as he has hacks like KCM or Hiration, etc. But when fighting with people like Law, even he is cautious. Kirito didn't care about after that, Luffy did what he did best, annoy others, this time his target was Law. Even better. Kirito just looked around, only to find what he was looking for, there was lying in the snow the body of Smoker. Kirito at this was a little conflicted, Oda is not like Akutami who kills off characters left and right. Creator of Jujutsu Kaisen if you are too lazy to Google. Smoker as much as he could remember was a good guy, so him being dead by the hands of Law didn't just felt right with Kirito. Only when Kirito spread his sense that he realized that he wasn't dead. Kirito thought that he came here fast enough, but guess he was late. Before he was planning on using the Marines network to find Asuna in return for helping them against law, but there was no marker from where he left. He usually left behind a marker or a Hiraition kunai, but this he forgot upon seeing Law's spatial ability and the fact that he had to get out of there quickly. He could even come here faster to help Smoker if he didn't entangle with Straw Hats, but now there was no way. I could say that Smoker will most likely lose. The guy is losing left and right since the beginning of the series, but this fast. Wait, what did you do? Suddenly came the shout of a woman. Kirito knew this girl, it was Tashigi. She quickly ran towards the fallen Smoker, though he was not dead, but even Kirito found it peculiar that there was a hole in Smoker's body where his heart was supposed to be. He saw this when Tashigi turned around him. Enraged, she ran towards Law. Kirito knew how this gonna go. Though he is sure that Law shouldn't kill her. If he wanted to kill, then he wouldn't spare Smoker either. And that was the case. Hey Traffy, before we go. I have something to ask you. Luffy, seeing that Law wasn't planning on killing the Marines, didn't make any unnecessary moves. After thanking Law for helping him after the Summit War, he directly went to the things he wanted to ask. Get around the factory, behind it you will find what you are looking for. Law though already seems to know what Luffy was about to say. Well, have a better idea. Kirito just rolled his eyes at this. He only came here with the Straw Hats because both of their destinations were the same and he didn't have any markers ready. But he now has markers ready for where the rest of the Straw Hats are. He could sense them around at the back of the factory. So, not wanting to waste more time than he already had, Kirito just made shadow clones and those clones grabbed onto the Straw Hats. Not in a threatening way, but the sudden action did make them tense, everyone except Luffy of course. And the next second all of them vanish. Law, who was seeing this, was taken aback. Sure enough, that guy have the same powers as Ope no Mi. Law's suspicion about Kirito's power was right. Why didn't you do this sooner? Nami, who was right now was in Frankie's body, shouted. Let's call her Frammy. The reason she was angry was because Kinemon was holding back on his powers. He long could have used his powers, or devil fruit to be exact, to conjure warm clothes for others. All the members of Straw Hats and even the kids were almost at the freezing point by now, and that guy didn't open his mouth about his powers until now. Why, Same asked. Because he didn't want Nami's body, which was almost half naked, precisely her bazookas, to be covered. Of course, Sanji, who was by the blessing of some unknown entity, swapped bodies with Nami, couldn't agree more, even though he too was freezing and enjoying those erected rings because of all this cold. Let's call him Nanji. But unfortunately nothing lasts for long, especially good times. Kinemon, after seeing the kids in bad condition, finally gives in and conjures clothes for everyone. This led to the earlier shouting of Nami, now Frammy. Other people who swapped bodies were Copper in Sanji's body and Frankie in Chopper's body. That was when suddenly, like a flash, multiple people arrived in front of them. They were none other than rest of the Straw Hats pirate minus Brook, who was still someone, and plus Kirito and many of his clones who pop away the moment they teleported others. Whoa, I don't feel so good. Usopp said, covering his mouth. Yes, I use that line. What the hell? Rest of the Straw Hats jump in fridge at this. 1 second there was nothing in front of them, and the next all of them were standing in front. Like they appear out of thin air. Chapter 262. The Straw Hats were confused, excited, and astonished at the same time. Kirito can't blame them, Hiraition is awesome. Even without any other Justu, if a person has this technique, he or she could wreak havoc to the enemy. How did you do that? Usopp asked astonishment. Do it again, do it again. Luffy laughed as he grabbed Kirito from the shoulder and shouted, almost pleading. On the contrary, both Zoro and Robin kept on looking at Kirito, suddenly much more cautious of him. And for good reason, a man who can appear anywhere out of nowhere is dangerous. From sneak attack to outright teleporting someone with devil fruit power at the depth of sea, what is not possible for him? Okay, don't look at me like that. I know you all have many questions. For the time being, I will only say that it's one of my ninjutsu techniques. Allow me to teleport. Further explanation has to wait until I have a little more belief in you. Kirito said nonchalantly. This make everyone shut up. Though Luffy was still just as happy and giggly as usual. So ninja can do this kind of thing as well? Nami asked while puffing on his cigarette. 1 minute, since when Nami start to smoke? Kirito pondered but didn't care that much in the end to ask. Well, as I said earlier, not all ninja can do that. A person has to be born with chakra. Only after someone can manipulate chakra to a certain degree that a shinobi or kunoichi for that matter can use many of the ninjutsu I use. Of course, the teleportation technique is a little a speciality of mine, so others can use it. However, the principle on how I can teleport remains the same, chakra. Fascinating, Robin from behind said. May I ask what else you can do or what this chakra is? Robin asked, showing further curiosity. Anything new intrigued this girl. Well, woman wouldn't be the right word considering that she is 30 right now. Sure, but as I said, neither right now I have time nor the needed trust on you guys. I am looking for someone, a girl with red hair. She is a kunoichi. We were separated when left our homeland. I believe that she came here or around somewhere here in the new world around 2 years ago. Rings any bell? Kirito diverted the talk to his favor and asked what he wanted to know the most right now. A red-hair kunoichi, Nami suddenly whispered as her eyes became like hearts. Nope, no idea, Luffy replies, picking on his nose. No one I am aware of. Kinemon said. And followed by many people saying the same thing again and again, that they don't know. Sigh. Okay, I appreciate the help anyway. So can any of you tell me where I can get information about her? I was earlier planning on getting the help of Marine, but that law beat them up real good. Kirito asked with a frown. Sorry, but no idea. Information is not our strong suit. Frankie replied with helpless expression. Though just like Nami, he too wasn't acting like himself. It was only later that Kirito realized that all four of them have swap bodies. I see. Kirito nodded, dejected. If you are searching someone, then you should ask someone with good information network around. Kinemon suddenly replied. Oh, do you know someone like that? Kirito knew that what are the usual way to gather information, it's just that the gathering of information start on the grassroots level, asking normal people. The problem is, there ain't no people here. This island is barren as it gets. And oh, I am unaware of this world just as you are. Kinemon just shook his head. You need to find an information broker. That where you can get some info. Suddenly Frankie said, remember that there is no Frankie but Nami in Frankie's body, Frammy as we name her him. Whatever. Well, surely there are better islands for that sort of things, right? Any place in mind? Kirito asked with a questioning tone. What you are looking for is in Dressrosa. Suddenly a voice came, this person was Trafalgar Law. He came after Kirito after he teleported with other Straw Hats. He just suddenly realized that there is a powerful player present in front of him. Currently, he was looking for people who can help him to go against the likes of Doflamingo or Four Emperors. Hey Traffy. Luffy cheered up seeing his buddy. Well, only he thinks like that. Dressrosa, Kirito only focus on the important bits. Where is this place? Kirito asked with finally a goal setting in. After all, he really had zero knowledge about the new world. If only it was the paradise, then he could do something about it. It's the next island on my route. Frammy said, the map fully memories in her brain at this point. I see, then I have to leave for that place. The problem is, Kirito pursed his lips. You don't know where it is and you don't have the navigation skills most likely. Law just rubs salt on the wound. Sigh. Kirito just slumps, he usually is never this helpless. He mostly has a plan in mind most of the time. Future information has a big hand in that. But here, he is kind of dependent on his luck. Don't worry, you can come there in our boat. Luffy immediately opened his big mouth, before Usopp could stop him. And Kirito internally was waiting for this. Actually, this is the reason I am here. Before Kirito took the opportunity in front of him, Law spoke. I actually wanted to talk with Straw Hat here, but upon seeing you, I also want to bring you in this conversation, Law said as he got close to Kirito. Huh? Kirito raised one of his eyebrows. Knowing that whatever coming to his way will be trouble. How does he know? Because Luffy is involved. Before that though, I want to ask you something. The Law still continues. What? Kirito asked with reluctance, he knew that he would say anyways even if he didn't ask. Tell me, are you strong? Law came face to face with Kirito and asked. Kirito knew that it's gonna be something like this. Yeah, pretty much. Me and my brother are the strongest shinobi of our village. Kirito just decided to lowball his power. No point attracting attention more than needed. However, Law didn't seem satisfied with that answer. And suddenly Kirito had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 263. However, Law didn't seem satisfied with that answer. And suddenly Kirito had a bad feeling about this. Then fight me, let's see how strong you are, ninja. Law said and Kirito sighed. He saw this coming his ways from miles away. It's clear that Law is asking for this cause he needed his help, because he knew that although he is competitive but he ain't a person who picks fights without any reasons. Well, if you want to then be it, Kirito accepted after acting like he pondered a little. In a world like this, especially a shonen anime kind of world, personal strength is the most important. And a place like One Piece is the biggest example of that truth. This world is lawless, one's power is the only determining factor between one surviving or dying. Kirito knew that if he wanted somewhat equal saying among the strong, then he also has to show they is among them. He too is strong. Now if he had gotten transfigurated in this world without any powers, then he would have been fuck, but that was when he was to be an ordinary person. Unfortunately for the people of this world, that Kirito is not an ordinary person, he is a shinobi, and not just any shinobi. He is one of the best. Others were surprised when Law suddenly challenged Kirito for a fight, but no one said anything. Law made it clear that this was not really a fight to the death but rather a spar. He wanted to see how strong was Kirito. Whenever you are ready, Law said as he made a little distance from Kirito and stood in front of him with his long katana in his hand. Kirito really wanted to test out his own swordsmanship techniques, but the lack of a good sword was an issue. Fine, Kirito replied as he formed a hand sign, and then took a huge amount of air into his mouth. This intrigued everyone present there, especially the children who were strategically placed behind the adults to protect them. Children knew that Kirito could do magic, and now that they were finally warm again thanks to Kinemon's devil's fruits used and summoned warm clothes for them, they shifted their entire attention to the fight. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. I am using, as in Kirito is thinking and not shouting the name of the jutsu out loud, just pointing out to others. Suddenly fire came out of Kirito's mouth, lighting the area around him on fire, though due to the cold weather and snow around the place, the attack lost much of its power, but still it was fascinating. Especially for Luffy, after all Ace had the fire fruit before he died, so after seeing that Kirito can use fire like this, somewhat made him suspect that Kirito has eaten that fruit. Which of course was not the case. Others too were fascinated, especially children. They even acted like Kirito, as in forming the same hand sign like him and blowing air from their mouth, imitating Kirito. Law though didn't worry too much, although surprised at how Kirito was able to use fire. Law had no idea about chakra at this point, he wasn't there when Kirito explained it, the fire itself was quite weak. After all, Fireball is still a C-rank jutsu in Konoha. Powerful yes, but for people here who have much more resilient bodies. It was nothing. Taking out his long sword, he easily cut open the fireball coming at him. Then he swung his sword again to send a sword energy towards Kirito. Now Kirito could easily block the attack, but he sensed that Law has used devil fruit energy in that slash. He first thought of testing out his haki, but upon other thoughts he just executed a replacement with a snowman which Chopper made before. This further stunned others, giving Kirito enough time to close the gap between both him and Law. Law on the other hand though was a little surprised, but he wasn't too much surprised. Kirito has already been shown many different kinds of powers. The powers were too diverse to say that he has eaten a devil's fruit. Maybe multiple fruit, but he doubts that. Seeing Kirito getting closer to him, he swung his sword again at Kirito. This time he coated his sword with armament haki rather than his fruit power. Kirito noticed that and created a Rasengan. Law saw the spinning ball but for the time being, didn't show any reaction. Just before both the fist and sword were about to connect, Law suddenly disappeared. Appearing right behind Kirito, ready to swing his sword. There was a smirk on his face. But he didn't notice that Kirito too was smiling. Law failed to notice a strange kunai was thrown in the air by Kirito just as he swung his sword earlier. The moment the attack was about to connect, Kirito too disappeared from his place. Appear right behind Law. Rasengan. There wasn't enough time for Law to dodge. Though his fruit was a little better at manipulating space, Kirito was known for his speed. Boom. Kirito hit Law right in the black spot. He didn't grind the Rasengan onto him much though, that would seriously injure him. Rather Kirito let the Rasengan blast right after the contact, sending Law spring out from the area and slamming him at the wall. What, that small ball can do that too? Sanji, who was in Nami's body, who saw Rasengan before, was stunned with a wide eye. Soo Ko, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie and pretty much all the kids had stars on their faces. Kirito just smiled at them. But he knew that the fight was still going. And soon he was proved right when Law stood up and came back. His coat was torn and his hair looked messy with snow on his face. But he was smiling. Sure it is, the bodies of the people of One Piece world is not natural. While the ninja world has endless amounts of hacks and they excel at strategic fights, One Piece world is gifted with unnatural physics and biology which make anyone envy. Not to mention this resilience, Kirito smiles with a little helpless smile. Knowing that normal Rasengan won't gonna cut it if he really wants to beat someone like Law. You can also teleport. May I ask how? Did you also eat a devil fruit? Law asked with curiosity. No, thought he explanation is a little trying, I just gave all of them the same explanation. So maybe some other time, but no. I have no devil fruit powers. Kirito just stick to the point and reply. Interesting. Fine, then guess both of us can stop playing and show our real power. Law asked as he got ready for round 2. Serious, huh? I don't think that a good idea. Kirito smiled thinking about this. It's not usual that he gets serious. He was when fighting against someone like Madara or Kaguya. But for Law. Nah, there was no need. Your turn, go first. Kirito just shrugged and said. Chapter 264. Now was Law's turn to attack, and Kirito just waited for him to act. His observation haki was always actively sensing anything that guy threw at him. That was an advantage Kirito seems to have. Not many people can see in the future using observation haki. Kirito himself might be not as good as Katakuri when it comes to this future sight, but he is strong. Especially when facing against someone like Law. Law is strong, no doubt about it, but currently Law is nothing compared to Kirito, who has fought with the likes of Madara, Uchiha and Kaguya the Moon Goddess. Law soon charged right ahead with his long katana in his hands. Kirito observed the glowing blade with a little intrigued. He could feel the power of the devil fruit put into that sword. He didn't want to come in contact with that sword if possible. Mainly because he is not sure whether his haki will block that sword. At least his observation is screaming at him to avoid the blade rather than to clash with it, and his years of honed instincts were doing the same. Kirito timed his action right, and when the sword was close to him, he activated his hyperspeed. Mainly he simulates his speed with lightning chakra running throughout his body. This was the same kind of technique which Sasuke learned in the Chunin exams, but here Kirito was way better. Originally this technique was an incomplete technique in Minato's research book. He didn't have time to complete the technique. Kirito took his mantle from there when he learned about the technique and mastered it fully. Usually, he unconsciously uses his technique to increase his speed in dangerous fights. That is why he is so fast even when using Hiraishin not so often. Kirito dodged the blade by a hair's length, but that was intended. Hyperspeed with observation haki always gives liberty to pull off this kind of move. As Kirito ducked, he formed a punch aiming for Law's abdomen. And with lightning-fast reflexes, he delivers a sharp punch towards Law. Though Law was still able to block the punch, so it wasn't a direct hit, but that too was fine. Even with using armament haki on his sword to block the punch, Law couldn't hold on to his ground for much when the chakra-infused punch coated with haki landed on his blade. Boom. His hand almost bent to an unnatural angle as he has to let go of the sword, otherwise it would really bend to the point he suffers an injury. The sword was thrown aside while Law himself had to take a few steps back to stabilize himself. Even after using armament haki, Law's stunned look quickly started to turn into a disbelieving one. He slowly looks at his hand. It was bruised even after using armament haki. A sharp pain was in his hand. It was now difficult to even move his hand, let alone take his weapon against it and continue fighting. Though he himself wasn't sure that even Kirito was amazed at how Law was even standing after that move. Chakra-infused punches are very powerful, not just anyone can take them, and here was Law. Sigh, this world is much more weirder than I am ready for. Kirito just sighed internally and then let his fighting stand go. The fight was over, even Law knew that. Of course, he could continue fighting, but that was not the reason he was here. He just wanted to know how strong is Kirito. You are strong, Law said without much hesitation. Though he by no means is saying that he himself is weak. Thanks, but now let's focus on what you wanted to talk about. I have my own problems to worry about, so if I don't see how this proposition of yours helps me, I might rather not get involved. Kirito was direct. He has almost zero knowledge of post-time skip One Piece. He does know a little thanks to all the spoilers. Maybe they are not that bad. Context really matters when saying something. Kirito still only had a few things clear in his head, like Luffy will somehow end up fighting the likes of Big Mom, Kaido and Doflamingo. So he rather just not get involved as long as all this trouble doesn't lead him towards Asuna. I see. What do you want exactly? Law asked with narrowed eyes, still kind of hiding the injury on his hand. He can most likely heal it later on. He is a doctor after all, but right now he shouldn't show any kind of weakness. I am looking for a person, a girl to be exact. Red hair, violet eyes and a temper to boot it all up. Nae Muzumaki Asuma. She is a Konoish from where I am. We got lost and now I'm trying to track her down. Kirito calmed himself and explained everything. Though he is not sure how Law is supposed to help him find the girl, but it's worth a chance. I see, if information is what you are looking for, then Dressrosa is indeed a place where you can find some clues. But if you really want to track her down, then you rather go to the person who has the second biggest information network in the New World. Law said with contemplation on his face. Oh, and who is this person and why go for second? Kirito asked with curiosity. Though he knew why the second. Second, because the first is always the world government. And those sons of bitches rather put him and Asuna in labs to learn the mystery of chakra than tell him where the girl is. Because the first one is the world government. If they were the Marines then you still had a chance, but the world government, let's just say they are too high and mighty to deal with the likes of us. The second would be Big Mom. She has an extensive network over the new world. If there is one person who can help you find the girl you want then it's her. Law said, though in his mind he was pondering how he could tie Kirito to their boat. Kirito is strong, no doubt about it. So as long as he can show that they can help him with this girl he was looking for, he mostly will help them. I see, fine, then starts with what you wanted to talk about. Kirito nodded. Now he at least had a lead, so even if the conversation doesn't work out here with both Luffy and Law, he can just get out, find a navigator for himself and find Big Mom. Though he doesn't want to, it's dangerous dealing with an Emperor of the Sea, but he has no other choice. This was the first time he learned that Big Mom has a good information network though. Straw Hat, come with us, Law shouted upon seeing Luffy making a snowman with the kids. Leading both Kirito and Luffy to a far place. Of course, someone from Straw Hats joined in as they didn't believe Luffy when it came to this sort of official thing. Chapter 265. So you are planning on taking down an emperor? Kirito asked with a little raised eye. After listening to Law's idea, Kirito wasn't sure whether it was good luck that he met Law and Straw Hats or it was a trap set up for him by that being who sent him here. For a second he didn't reply anything, just kept on thinking. He knew that while the first half of the Grand Line was under the Marines' control, the second half was under the control of the four emperors. Considering that Blackbeard most likely has taken the place of Whitebeard, it should still be four, right? Who are you after? Kirito asked. It very much depends on whom Law is targeting here. If it's Blackbeard then it's most likely going to be easier than to beat the likes of Big Mom, Kaido, or Shanks. Kaido, Law said as both Kirito and Luffy heard this and continued. Well, actually that contemplating worrying was done by Nami on behalf of Luffy. She came to look over the conversation, because Luffy is well, Luffy. Okay, I'm in, Luffy said with a wide smile on his face. Heh, what, Luffy, think before you are talking. This is Kaido we are talking about. Nami shouted, and currently, she was in Frankie's body so it looked even more bizarre. He, Luffy just laughed. Kirito did not even bother to observe them anymore. His mind currently was racing. After pondering a little the magic words then escaped from his mouth. What's in it for me? What do you want? Law asked. Just need to find this girl I am looking for. As long as you can help me find her location. I'm in. Kirito replied with a dignified tone. He too actually wanted to fight with Kaido a little. Getting strong opponents is hard to find. There are many in One Piece but he really wants to fight the strongest. Kaido is such an opponent. After all, everyone wants to know whether that dragon is stronger or a nine-tailed fox. Only that much, Law asked with a little confused look appear on his face like he was asking why that girl is so important that you are ready to fight even an Emperor of the Sea. Only that much. Kirito nodded. Fine, we will help you find her. Asuna was it? As long as the alliance holds up or even after when we beat Kaido and take control over Wano. We will help you find the Asuna you are looking for. Law replies with a serious tone and by the end even looks at Luffy to see whether he agrees. Sure. We will help you find her. Luffy was still nonchalant. Sign, fine. If it has come to this then let's go with that, when we are leaving for Wano. I am sure that Cake Island also falls in the same route. You won't mind if I give Big Mom a visit? Kirito asked while forming a plan for the trip. It was clear that his trip would be extended. His earlier plans to come here, teleport to Asuna, grab her and then back to their time wasn't gonna work. If only his Horatian tag he places on the girl worked. But somehow it's not working, most likely because of this entire space-dimensional travel. No problem, but we can't leave here right now. I still have something to do. Law said but nothing further explanation. I see, need any help? If an extra hand can accelerate whatever you are doing then do tell. Kirito said, emphasizing that he don't want to waste more time there. Law earlier wanted to just handle his problems on his own and then leave for the Dressrosa, but after he heard the eagerness in Kirito's words, he too pondered the situation. He was indeed alone and couldn't do everything on his own. So. I actually do have something which you can do. After the talk with Law, Kirito decided to leave the Straw Hats for some time. He just wanted to know what really Law is after at this point. He is after a man called Caesar Clown. Though unlike what Kirito first thought, he wanted to capture this man alive and not kill him. There are currently 2 people on the island who will act as his bodyguard. One is Monet, a girl with green hair and wings instead of hands. And a man named Virgo, on the surface, is a Marlene but in reality, he works for Doflamingo. Caesar himself is a man who eats gas fruit, meaning catching him would be hard. But that has nothing to do with Kirito. Law asks him to take care of Virgo and if possible then Monet too. Though Virgo still remains the main target. And that is what he plans to do. After the talk with Law, Kirito just said this. Give me an hour. I'll have his head. And this was the reality of being a ninja. A ruthless killer. They are assassins most of the time. Although a shinobi or kunoichi can choose a mission according to their choice most of the time. It's not always the case. Kirito himself has to kill many times. Leaving Law and Straw Hats with the kids, Kirito found a clearing. He stood in one place for a second before starting to reach out for the natural energy of this world. To his surprise, the natural energy of this world was even better than his own world. But it was just that much more volatile. Because he was dealing with this natural energy here for the first time, he didn't directly go ahead and absorb it but rather slowly analyze the energy before entering into the Sage mode. The Sage mode with this new natural energy was also a little different. Instead of orange pigmentation appearing around his eyes, it was black pigments. But besides that everything else was similar. Kirito felt that his own chakra was somewhat rejecting this new natural energy at first, but as he gave more time, he started to adapt to the power. Once he was in Sage mode, he spread his senses to find most of the people on the island. There was no one besides a few animals on the fire side of the island. On the snow side though there are more than 160 people at this time. Now along with them, he has to find one Virgo. Sensing chakra surely won't work but he realized that with new energy in him, his haki was even more powerful for some reason. So he planned to try to sense haki itself. He already knows all the possible people here who could use haki on this small island. So removing them it wasn't hard for Kirito to pinpoint a person with strong haki. Found him. Chapter 266. Kirito with Sage mode on was quickly able to find pretty much everyone's location on the island. After doing some basic filtering it wasn't hard to find where Virgo was. Are you Virgo? Kirito asked as soon as he saw a man with a white suit, black glass and funky facial hair. It helps that there ain't many people on the island who can use haki in the first place so sorting out the haki users with the help of his sensing wasn't hard. Yes, who are you again? Virgo replied and asked with a nonchalant tone like he didn't even care at all. I see, well I am here to kill you. Kirito too was nonchalant. This was a daily everyday thing for him. Which in a way it was, just not the killing part. Ninjas do more things than just killing. Kirito rushed at Virgo with fast speed and without haki or any other power, engaged with him in hand-to-hand combat. Virgo saw this with again no particular expression on his face, he intercepted Kirito's incoming kick with his hand, blocking it while also checking out how powerful Kirito was. Kirito did use a little bit of chakra to infuse strength there because that was the only way that he could cope with the people here in the One Piece world. So what Virgo experienced was not like a normal person but rather a top low-level cadet of a squad in the Marine. Strange but nothing special. He makes a fist and punches at Kirito's head, ready to knock him out with just one punch. Only for Kirito to masterfully evade the punch, twist his body and Virgo's extended hand at the same movement to make him a little off balance. You are strong, but you lack fighting style. Raw powerful is useless if your attacks don't connect. Kirito said with a smirk as he took out kunai and tried to stab Virgo with it. Only for kunai to be blocked as a sound of iron clashing came. Before Kirito did anything after his attack was nullified with what he can only say was the armament haki of the opponent. Virgo swung his arm, which was completely covered with haki at this point, hitting Kirito square on the chest. Sending him flying backwards. But once again the sound of iron clashing came, indicating that Virgo's hand also collided with Kirito's armament haki. Boom. Kirito hit the wall with a bang, almost destroying the wall as Kirito's body was covered with haki. Protecting him from the attack. Less than a second and Kirito was back on his legs, completely harmless. That was way too easy than I anticipated. You guys here sure are strong but do lack brains and tact. Kirito smirked as he raised his as he was holding something. That was the only time when he got any kind of reason out of Virgo, although he couldn't see Virgo's eyes widening thanks to those glasses he was wearing. His facial features did tell him that he did that. When did you? Virgo asked as he hurriedly looked in his clothes, only to realize that what he was searching for was missing. Of course that something was in Kirito's hands. Law's heart. He told me that you have it. I had two objectives. One to kill you and second to get this. Kirito said, and magically, to Virgo's confusion, the beating heart in Kirito's hand vanished with a puff of smoke as Kirito closed his fist. Who are you? The law sends you right. Do you understand who you are going against here? Virgo asked with a serious expression on his face now. He was taken aback at how Kirito was able to steal that heart from him or make it vanish from thin air, but there are many devil fruits which can do that, so he didn't care that much. Right now what was more important for him was to take back Law's heart and kill Kirito here. He took out his white coat, only to showcase a very well-developed muscular body underneath, which started to get covered with a full-body armament haki. This was the first time Kirito was looking at a full-body armament implication, and he has to say that this looked pretty dope. But Kirito still had his hand up in which he was holding the heart previously, as his closed fist opened up, wild chakra started to appear on his hand. Virgo, who was moving towards Kirito, also stopped as he saw a ball forming on Kirito's hand. A ball spinning wildly and consists of wind. Kirito just smirked. It has been a while. He rushes towards Virgo with extreme speed while also throwing a kunai towards him. Seeing the kunai coming, Virgo didn't care at all. That kunai can't do anything to him, but that ball of rotating wing was dangerous. Virgo though had no idea what that thing was supposed to be, but he knew that it was dangerous. So dangerous that even his own armament haki can't save him. He rather avoids it. Unfortunately for poor Virgo, the real thing which he should have avoided was that kunai. Swoop. As soon as the kunai reached Virgo, who didn't even care if it came in contact with his body, Kirito appeared there like some like of ghost, completely out of thin air. Virgo's observation haki was the bare minimum at best, but at that time even that was screaming at him to run. Once again, unfortunately for him, he was just like thousands of those people who were just too slow to avoid Kirito's attack. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Kirito mutters as he drills that powerful rotating ball of blades made out of winds at Virgo's body. Chapter 267. Dealing with Virgo was easier than he thought, just had to use a powerful attack like Raisin Shuriken and he was out for the count. People here really don't know how to fight tactfully. All muscles and punches. Kirito just sighed. He knew that the person he just beat so easily was because of him using Flying Thunder God. But still, he felt that people here are lacking when it comes to combat IQ compared to the ninja world. But that had nothing to do with him. As he saw Virgo finally die, he left to find another one of his targets. Named Monet. The problem was that, unlike Virgo with a clear haki signature, Monet had none. Meaning he had to search for that bird woman with green hair on the entire island. He didn't want to do that. And her inclusion was just an addition to the mission at best. He already completed the two main objectives of his mission, so it should be fine if he doesn't go after that girl anyways. But still, he created one clone to search for her just in case. Who knows, maybe he can find her. As Virgo was dead and Kirito obtained Law's heart, he went out to find the Straw Hats again. That was the plan. As he stepped out of the facility, he saw a giant purple mountain on the other side of the island, the side which was set on fire. Now what? I am positive that that wasn't there earlier. Kirito curses under his breath. On first look he could tell that thing was trouble brewing. He quickly intends to deal with the last person on the list and leave this island. Actually, Monet wasn't the person he wanted to go after. It was Caesar Clown himself. It wasn't in the plan as Law never discussed that. But since when did he become Law's or Luffy's underling? He didn't take orders from the likes of Tsunade, so who the fuck are they? He knew that Law needed that clown for something, so killing was off limits, but he surely planned to beat him to a pulp and complete whatever Law was taking so much time doing as soon as possible. So they can finally leave this freaking island. He had a good plan brewing in his head by now. He will push those kids on the Marines. They are supposed to be the good guys, right? So they will take care of them. And Kirito himself know that Smoker is a good guy, so he will take care of them. With Caesar's capture and the issue of those kids solved, they can leave this island as soon as possible. But now seeing that purple mountain, Kirito had a bad feeling. Just like Monet, Kirito can't sense Caesar, well more like can't tell him apart from other people without haki on the island. If only people of this world had chakra. Just like chakra, individual haki also have a distinct signature, finding them or remembering them with that is easy. But those who don't have haki, it's an absolute nightmare to locate them. Kirito made a note that he gonna put his seal in anyone he doesn't have haki to locate them easily from now on. But this was inevitable and is gonna create a lot of problems for him to locate anyone from now on. He just had to use his ninja training to locate others in an old-fashioned way sometimes. So having nothing else to do, Kirito decided to see what was that big purple mountain was. Again, thanks to the fact that he already had a temporary seal at the center of the island, he was easily able to teleport himself there, only to come across a strange nasty smell. Poison. Kirito with just one smell could say that whatever that mountain thing was, it was made out of poisonous substance. He too was a medic nin in some sense and had knowledge about poison and other things. But what baffled him the most was the fact that that mountain thing was shooting small parts of himself from the fire side to the ice side. Serious. What is wrong with this world? Nothing makes sense here. Kirito was sure that this had something to do with the devil fruit power, he just wasn't sure what. Upon seeing that those small balls that thing was shooting across to the other side of the island were a smaller version of itself. This almost feels like it can't cross the small pound, which was into the middle of the island, by itself and thus was shooting smaller parts of itself across. Knowing that the thing was poisonous in nature, Kirito didn't want it to come to the ice side of the island, he'd rather not have those kids come close to that thing. So he quickly took out a kunai with an explosion tag attached to it and threw it toward the smaller smile-like creatures which were making their way towards him. But before even those explosion tags got connected, his observation haki reacted, making his eyes wide as he quickly made distances from those slimes. Next second. Boom. An explosion which surely almost everyone on the island had heard resounded. What the hell, those fuckers are explosive in nature. Kirito cursed. Chapter 268. Kirito, after making some distance from the dangerous slime, started to ponder. Now knowing that the slime is explosive in nature and poisonous, he was extremely unwilling to let that giant slime cross over the small lake. But there is a problem, he doesn't have any way to completely destroy it without making it explode. I knew, this was gonna be more trouble than it looked. Kirito mutters with frustration. It was obvious that it would be disastrous if he let those things cross the lake and go after the other people on the ice side of the lake. So he quickly started to come up with a solution, a way to make that thing disappear without making it explode. There might be a way, using wind style to push that thing away from the island, and then use something powerful to make it explode. Make a Bijidama or my atomic tag, one should suffice. Kirito quickly formed a plan and got ready. But then he wonders again if it is even possible to do that. It shouldn't technically. No matter how powerful a wind attack he uses, there is no way that he can make that entire thing push far enough to make the explosion fall out of range. His lips pursed, mind trying to find more ways to unconsciously dodge the attacks that came at him from the smaller slimes, a piece of cake for him. Alright, change of plan, I'd rather erect a barrier between both the ice and fire side of the island and then make things explode. Kirito got ready and then formed a hand seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Kirito said as multiple clones appeared out of a puff of smoke. You guys know what to do, go be quick, Kirito shouted as all of his clones nodded and ran off. Kirito himself find a safe and quiet place before taking out a scroll and retrieving sealing materials from it. He planned to make his Uzumaki special atomic explosive tag. While Kirito was doing his thing, Law and Luffy with a few others were on a mission of their own. They went directly after Caesar, because Kirito helped to take Law's heart from Virgo and deliver it with a clone to him. Luffy and Law immediately went after Caesar. Luffy being Luffy, idiot and uncaring to the core as long as it's not something completely obvious or connected to his crew members, did not care much. Law was different though. When Kirito said that he would take care of Virgo in an hour, Law was snorted internally, but now seeing his heart in his hand, he truly understood how strong Kirito really was. They were about to go after Caesar now, but their luck, Caesar came out from his hiding at that time by himself. He appeared where the rest of the Straw Hats were fighting with the other underlings of Caesar in their strange space suits. That was when Caesar appeared and started to cause chaos there. Shiroro Caesar was a man covered with pink gas, like he was wearing a coat made of gas and with violet long hairs and pale skin. Really looked like a clown. Hey you, are you the master those children were talking about? Luffy was the first one to arrive there and asked. Before leaving the rest of the Straw Hats, those kids started to act differently, attacking things around them and asking for candy of all things. Thanks to Chopper they realized that this master who gave them candy was actually drugging them. In fact, the strange grown in size of these kids was also a side effect of this candy. Luffy though didn't make it obvious on his face, but he was angry. Sure. You must be the Straw Hat. You are the one who took my children. Do you have any idea what you did? Caesar said though he wasn't sounding that he was mad, he still had a smile on his face. There was no more talking as Luffy started fighting with Caesar. Of course, Law arrived but didn't enter the fight. Both he and Luffy were a member of the worst generation. They have their own pride. Little did they know that things were not gonna go their way. Only because there was one cheat-like ability that Caesar possessed. Removing a certain gas from the surroundings. Gas like oxygen. 20 minutes later, 2 members of the worst generation and other members of Straw Hat's pirate were lying inside a cage, tied by sea stone handcuffs. Sure. I told you it's futile. You should have just left this island when you had the chance. Caesar said as he saw Luffy, Law, Robin, Tashigi, Smoker and Frankie inside the case, all tied up. "Let us go," Luffy shouted. Others couldn't do anything but sigh at this. They were captured and the handcuffs they had on were sea stones. "Don't bother, Straw Hat. There is no way that you can get out of there." Caesar laughed again. "Monet, where is Virgo? He should be here. He has Law's heart. I can't wait to punish this guy for double-crossing me." Caesar asked the beautiful bird girl sitting beside her with a smile on her cute face. "He was looking for those kids. But then I lost connection with him. Don't worry, he should be back soon," Monet said with a calm tone. Law, after hearing this, smiled from the side. There was a gleam on his face. But he kept his mouth shut. He knew that they still had a chance. If they are not killed directly, then Kirito will come looking for them. Considering how much that guy was eager to get out of this island. Just when he was about to say something so that he could get more time for them, the earth trembled. Then what followed was an ear-shattering sound of an explosion which even stunned someone like Luffy. The entire building shook, making everyone panic. Chapter 269. The entire island shook and the tremble left everyone stunned. But that wasn't enough, as the earth-shattering sound of the explosion which followed was even more frightening. Those who were inside only heard the sound, but only those who were outside to see the explosion with their own eyes could experience this horrible explosion. It was like an atomic bomb exploding in the neighborhood, making everyone gobsmacked and look at the explosion with wide eyes. It looked like a sun suddenly appeared in front of them, like the birth of a new sun. Many people who were outside had no idea how they were even standing there alive after seeing that wall of fire on the other side of the island. But some could tell, there was an invisible barrier which stopped that explosion from reaching them. Kirito stood just a little away from the giant barrier, using his nine-tailed chakra alongside his clones to keep up the barrier. The explosion was much stronger than he anticipated. It wasn't hard to put that atomic seal inside that giant slime, but keeping this barrier up was much harder. With gritting his teeth, he kept up the barrier so that the explosion didn't reach the ice side of the island. The Uzumaki barrier technique which Kirito learned was not exactly meant to stop this kind of large-scale attacks. He learns that firsthand when he fought with REINCARNATION last time. He back then ran out of all of his chakra, which cost him dearly that day. But thanks to the nine-tailed chakra, this was much better. Kirito clone which he found, Monet, was having a hard time locating her. It was much harder than he expected to find that bird woman. No haki or chakra to track her and no footprint either, she just flies around. While looking around the place, Kirito stumbles upon a garbage dump, or at least that is what he thought this place was. Tons of broken stuff and garbage everywhere. Sighing, the clone can't help but want to stop this pointless mission given to him by the main and just disappear with a puff of smoke. But before doing that, he has to look around a little to show for himself that at least he tried. Just when he was about to get out of his dump, he heard a voice. "Something or someone is here," clone muttered as he heard the sound of ruffling. He tenses up, looking around with his observation haki for anyone. Operation Haki is actually never about long-distance sensing, this was mostly used when combat. Chakra sensing is more adaptable for locating others from a long distance. So here he can easily sense anyone around him. Clone quickly traced down a small figure around in the shadow. This was a snake-like figure. "Come out, I know that you are here," Clone said with a stern tone. "Who are you?" came a childlike voice, making the clone stunned for a second. His earlier tense muscle relaxes a little. That sound was exactly like a kid. He didn't want to hurt the kid, but with his observation haki, he was sure that this person had the body of a snake, not a human. But again, this world has Zoan-type devil fruits. It's totally possible for that child to eat that fruit after all. "I am Namikaze Kirito. A shinobi," Clone said as he pinpointed where the sound came from. "A ninja, are you from Wano?" The child's voice trembles, the clone can't say why, but the name Wano came up, so it has to be something with that place. Maybe the child is from there. "No, I am not. I am from Konoha. However, I did meet a samurai just a few hours ago. His name was Kinemon. He was looking for his son, Momonosuke. Are you him?" Clone suddenly remembered this little bit of information and asked. The possibility of that happening was extremely high. "You know Kinemon?" This time the sound was a little more cheerful as the figure in the snake came out of the shadow. Clone saw a pink snake or a pink miniature Eastern dragon. Or at least that is what he believed and what he saw. "Yes, though only for a few minutes at best, but you can say that we are friends. So I'll take that you are Momonosuke?" Clone asked. "Yes. I see, well, I was looking for someone else entirely, but now that I have found you, then I should take you to Kinemon. We are leaving this island soon. I rather not delay more if possible." "Why you are here?" I will take it that you are stuck here. Clone asked as he observed the surrounding area. There was no escape from here besides flying or climbing from that wall. He can do that easily, but Momonosuke can't. How you know? Momonosuke asked surprised. It's not hard to figure that out if we just observe the area. I am a shinobi after all. Clone said with a smile. So can you turn back? I presume that you had eaten a Zoan-type devil fruit. Do you know how to turn back? Kirito asked with a raise of his eyebrows. Devil fruit, what's that? Can I turn back into a human again? The pink dragon asked with confusion. Sigh, troublesome, Kirito just sighed internally. Then he heard a sound of stomach rumbling coming from Momonosuke. The kid was in denial that he was hungry. Kirito just took out a scroll and laid it on the ground. Here, eat something, you will need it when we get out of here, Kirito said as he placed his hand on the open scroll, and with a puff of smoke came out many different types of food from that scroll. Chapter 270. After the explosion, everyone ran out to see what was going on outside, only to see the fire side of the island covered with black smoke. It took some time for that smoke from the explosion to clear out, only for others to see that the entire other side of the island was gone. They didn't know what exactly they should be more amazed about. The explosion, the fact that the entire one side of the island is gone now, or that they all are alive to see this in the first place. Caesar and Monet too ran out to see what was going on. Both could fly, so doing what wasn't hard. Of course, Luffy, Law and others just had to stay inside the case. Yo, I wasn't expecting you all to end up here this quickly, Kirito said with a little smile on his face. Once he took care of that giant slime and the after effect of the explosion caused by him. He teleported directed to both Luffy and Law's direction. Wanting to ask whether are they done with that clown, only to see them caged in. Kirito, Luffy said, and Law too looked with a little embarrassment on his face. Quick, remove us from this case. We have to capture Caesar. Luffy shouted. Kirito didn't directly do that though, he looked around, finding Robin, Frankie, Tashiki and Smoker also there. Who are you? You don't have a bounty on you. Smoker asked. He was still on Tashiki's body and had her huge boobs partially explode as he didn't button up her shirt. Namikaze Kirito, yes, I don't have a bounty. Not a pirate, I am a ninja. Kirito reply. Kirito tried really hard not to look up, it was getting a failing effort. So he quickly just moved his body and ripped apart the case and then removed those sea stone handcuffs from them. Also made sure that he stored them while no one was watching, just in case he ever needed them later on. Took care of Virgo. Can't find that Monet girl though. I assume you get your heart back? Kirito asked. Though he knew his clone did as he got their memories. But he still asked nonetheless. Yeah, Laws just nodded. He knew that Kirito could make clones of himself. He didn't ask any further about how he didn't know about the heart when he himself delivered it. Good, then tell me, where is that Caesar? You guys are wasting too much time capturing him, Kirito said as he got ready to move out. 1 minute, you are not supposed to kill him. Law reminded. I know. I will capture him alive. Kirito with a roll on his side. No, I will be the one who will fight Caesar, Luffy shouted. You had a chance, didn't you? You obviously failed. Kirito said as he started to head out. Oh, that's not fair. He cheated. I will kick his ass this time. Shouted Luffy, but Kirito didn't care. Kirito found both Monet and Caesar flying high up in the air. Looking at the site of the explosion. Kirito immediately got as close to them as possible and then closed his eyes. He was wondering how Luffy and Law with Conqueror's Haki could fail to capture two people with no Haki at all. Suddenly his closed eyes opened up, and powerful Conqueror's Haki broke out, rushing at both flying enemies. Kirito's Haki directly hit both Monet and Caesar head-on. While Monet directly collapsed from the sky as her eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Caesar surprisingly holds up his own. Though he too fell from the sky. He just didn't fall unconscious. Kirito just created one clone to catch the bird girl. He is hesitant to kill anyone until it is not completely important, as he is not sure which character might be important in the later part of the story. That doesn't mean that he will not kill. Virgo is a good example, but he rather not until it's completely important. Caesar jolted up and wanted to shout at Kirito, only to find that the man was gone. Ha! Clang! He heard a sound and felt power leaving his body quickly. What did you? Sea stone handcuffs. I can use Haki, but why bother when I have something this useful? Now I promise that I won't kill you and capture you alive. But that doesn't mean that I won't kick your ass. I heard that you are experimenting on kids. Kirito's eyes suddenly took a cold glare. He was mad from the very beginning, from the start, when he heard that he was experimenting with kids. Fortunately for Caesar, the Kiritos still don't know the information his clone got from Momonosuke that those kids will die due to Caesar's drugging them. Only because that clone was still with Momonosuke that Kirito was unaware of this fact. Otherwise, Kirito might really have killed Caesar. Chapter 271. The Straw Hats, Trafalgar Law, and Kirito stood together, overseeing the transfer of the giant children into the custody of the Marines. Especially Kirito, as he felt directly responsible for those kids now. Smoker and Tashigi were busy ensuring the kids' safe transportation of the hazardous island. "We promise," Tashigi said, her voice firm and filled with compassion, "we'll take good care of these children and return them to their families once they're fully healed," she said, looking at Nami. Luffy grinned, showing his faith in the Marines. "Thanks, Smoker. Let's fight the next time we meet, hee hee hee." As the kids were being led away, their faces filled with a mixture of hope and sadness, Smoker approached Kirito. The Marine Vice Admiral had been eyeing him with suspicion ever since their encounter. "You're not a pirate," Smoker stated bluntly, his cigar emitting a thin trail of smoke. "So, what's your story? Why are you mixed up with these guys?" Kirito met Smoker's gaze steadily. "I'm looking for someone. Her name is Asuna, a Kunoichi. We got separated and now I need to find her and bring her back home." Smoker's eyes narrowed as he assessed Kirito. "So, you're saying you're not here to cause trouble?" Kirito nodded. "That's right. I don't want any problems, I just need to find Asuna." Smoker considered this for a moment before speaking again. "All right. I won't place a bounty on your head for now. But hear this, if you do anything that attracts Marine attention, I'll come after you myself." Kirito nodded, grateful for Smoker's understanding. "Thank you. I'll make sure to stay out of trouble." As the conversation ended, a joyful reunion was taking place nearby. Kinemon was embracing his son Momonosuke, who had just been turned back into his human form thanks to Kirito's clone. Tears streamed down their faces as they held each other tightly. "Father!" Momonosuke cried, his small arms wrapped around Kinemon's neck. Kinemon's voice was thick with emotion. "It's all right now, my son. We're together again." Kirito watched the reunion, feeling a warm sense of satisfaction. At least there is someone who found their long lost. With the children safely under Marine protection and Kinemon and Momonosuke reunited, it was time for the Straw Hats, Law, and Kirito to depart. They gathered near their ships, the Thousand Sunny preparing to set sail for Dressrosa. "Everyone ready?" Luffy called out, his enthusiasm infectious as always. Nami checked the log pose, ensuring their course was set. "Ready." Kirito, upon seeing it was finally the time to leave this island, just smiled. After all, this was the only way for him to go find Asuna. Finally, there was a small smile on his face upon seeing he was getting closer to finding her. Not to mention seeing all those happy children in the Marine boat. As they prepared to leave, the residents of Punk Hazard and the Marines gathered to see them off. The children, now in safe hands, waved goodbye, their eyes filled with hope and gratitude. "Good luck." Tashigi called out, her hand raised in farewell. Smoker, though still wary, gave a nod of acknowledgement. "Stay out of trouble," he warned, directing his gaze at Kirito. Luffy, never one to be formal, grinned and waved back enthusiastically. "See you guys." The ship set sail, cutting through the icy waters of Punk Hazard. The wind filled the sails of the Thousand Sunny and moved swiftly alongside it. The journey to Dressrosa had begun. Kirito stood at the bow of the Sunny, watching the island fade into the distance. He was somewhat excited to learn more about this world. In fact, if not for Asuna, then he wouldn't hurry this much and take his time to enjoy this world. With the Straw Hats and Law by his side, he felt like he was a kid again, watching One Piece for the first time. This feeling was just like when he found he was in a Naruto world for the first time. The alliance between pirates and Kirito was shady at best. This never happens in the first half of One Piece. Pre-time skip was simple, but right now Kirito had a feeling that a bigger story is somehow forming, totally unknown to him. He doesn't know why Kinemon and Momonosuke are here, but he knows that they are from Wano, the same place where Kaido is. The enemy they are about to face, and the same one which Luffy defeated in the anime. He was just ain't sure what role they play. But for the time being, he just has to play his part. There is no way he can find Asuna without their help, and to get their help he has to go along with them at their pace and help them out as well. The journey to Dressrosa was just beginning, and the challenges ahead would test their strength and resolve. Kirito was confident that only someone like an emperor would be a problem for him at this point. And yet he wanted to fight all of them. Chapter 272. "So what is your story? How come you ended up getting stuck on that island and lost your son here?" Kirito asked Kinemon. He pretty much knew the background story of all the Straw Hat pirates. Even Law's story he did know, to the point he can say that he is a good guy. But this pair of both father and son were the only two people who he didn't know much. Allow me to formally introduce myself and my son here. I am a samurai from the land of Wano. And of course, this is my son, Mononoke. We left Wano together with a few friends of ours. We were 5 but along the way, we were separated. While Momonosuke and I were stuck here on this island. Our other companions are still out there, waiting for our reunion and went back to Wano. So that we can save it. Kinemon said. Momonosuke looked serious at this. I see. Kirito nodded. He didn't ask further, there was no need. Say Sir Kirito. You are a shinobi yourself, are you not? I never have heard about the land of fire or Konoha. Where does this place lie? Kinemon asked with curiosity, though Kirito felt like the guy was trying to change the subject here. Well, it's a hidden village. The location is a secret. I can't tell you about that, sorry. Kirito replied without any hesitation. I see, then I shall ask you no further on this matter. Kinemon reply. Thanks for understanding. Kirito was about to continue talking, gathering as much information as possible from them, but that's when a sound came. Kirito, you promise that you will show me more ninjutsu. Came the childlike voice of one Tony Chopper. Yes, what do you want to see, Chopper? Kirito replied with an internal sigh. This little fellow was just like those kids from Konoha. Always asking and demanding him to show them a ninjutsu. Oh, me too. Luffy suddenly appears out of nowhere. Okay. Hey, Momonosuke, come here, I will show you something good. Kirito shouted, calling the last kid in the boat before starting the show. I have seen ninjutsu before. I am well aware of all sorts of ninjutsu that exist. Momonosuke said with a little boasting tone. No, Momonosuke, Sir Kirito's ninjutsu is not like Reizo. You should watch him closely, he had many magical means which are beyond even for Reizo. Kinemon said with a serious tone, making Momonosuke stunned for a second before he agreed and ran to see what Kirito was about to show. But Kirito wasn't expecting that this would cause a little commotion in the boat when almost everyone present in the boat would gather up there to see Kirito's ninjutsu. Alright, Kirito began, a small smile on his face. I'm going to show you some of the ninjutsu from my home, Kirito said, seeing that this was turning into a show one way or another, he decided to play the host and entertain them all. This ship is a pretty boring place anyway. The first jutsu Kirito demonstrated was the shadow clone technique. In an instant, multiple identical copies of him appeared on the deck. The Straw Hats and others watched in with stars in their eyes as the clones moved and acted independently. They all had seen this before, but still, this was just surprising how broken this jutsu was. Wow, that's incredible! Exclaimed Luffy, his eyes wide with excitement. Can you teach me that? Kirito chuckled. I explained to you before that you can't do it, you need chakra for that. Next, Kirito performed the Hiraishin, the Flying Thunder God technique. He vanished from one spot and reappeared several feet away. The sudden movement left everyone stunned. That's like instant teleportation. Nami said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. How do you do that? It's a bit complicated, I will tell you later if you really want a boring explanation, Kirito explained, but it involves special markings that I can teleport to. I have used this on some of you before, so you guys should know how it feels, Kirito said with a smile. This, besides only Luffy, others like Robin, Zoro and Usopp looked like they were eating something sour, and Kirito knew why. Teleporting with Hiraishin for the first time doesn't feel pretty. For his next trick, Kirito used the transformation jutsu, changing his appearance into that of different crew members one by one. He turned into Zoro, then Sanji, and even Nami, causing gasps of surprise and amazement. That's freaky, hey can you turn into this, Sanji muttered, seeing his own image mirrored perfectly in Kirito's transformation, and then from somewhere took out a book, but before he could hand it over to Kirito, Nami punched him away. However, Kirito did see a hint of an attractive woman in the cover of the book. Kirito then showcased a basic yet impressive fireball jutsu, conjuring a large ball of flames that shot into the sky. The fiery display illuminated the deck, and everyone felt the heat. That's some serious firepower, Law observed, nodding appreciatively. Is fire the only thing you can make? No, I can use wind, fire and lightning. What I am seeing you here is what is safe enough to use on board. Eager to show more, Kirito formed a Rasengan in his hand, a spinning sphere of concentrated chakra. The swirling blue energy drew everyone's attention, and Kirito smashed it against a nearby training dummy, obliterating it instantly. That's amazing! Usopp exclaimed, his jaw dropping. I've never seen anything like that. Kinemon and Momonosuke watched with keen interest, recognizing the similarity to Reizo's abilities and techniques. But what Kirito showed was clearly the real deal. Your skills are truly remarkable, Kinemon said, bowing slightly. I am honored to witness such power. Robin, always analytical, asked, do these techniques come from training this chakra of yours? Yes, chakra is just energy which can be molded into many forms: fire, water, clones. All you show is achieve is done through molding this chakra to achieve. Kirito replied. It takes a lot of practice to master them though, especially the space jutsu I show you. Frankie was particularly impressed by the versatility of the jutsus. Man, with skills like that, you can do super entrance in a battle. He said, thinking about whether he can put that power in his own creations or even better, in him. There was just one more person who was looking at this show, though he wasn't that happy. This was none other than Caesar Clown. He was all tied up and beaten to the pulp. Kirito gave him even more beating after he learned about what he did to those kids. He honestly just wanted to be done with this man, but he refrained from doing that. Law for some reason needed the man. Later he also understood that this guy worked for not one but two emperors of the sea. Making Kirito look at him again with a suspicious look, wondering whether even possible. I mean, looking at this guy, it doesn't look like it. Chapter 273. So, what's the plan? Kirito asked as he read the newspaper in his hand. He was really grateful that the language was the same in both the ninja and pirate worlds. The front page of the newspaper states how one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a Shishibuki, Heavenly Yiksha Don Quixote Doflamingo, has given up on his status. Kirito learned later from Law that he was the one who made a deal with Doflamingo. In return of him giving up on his status of 7 warlords of the sea, Law would return Caesar Clown back to Doflamingo. This made Kirito ponder what exactly Law was after. He just wanted to remove Doflamingo from the position of the 7 warlord of the sea. That doesn't make any sense. But Kirito didn't care too much about it. That was Law's business, nothing to do with him. I will return Caesar back to Doflamingo. While I do that, it's on you all to find those smile factories and destroy them, Law replied as he was also glaring at Luffy, who wasn't listening to his plan at all. I see. Here then, take this, Kirito said as he took out 3 kunai and gave it to the 3 groups which are forming. Luffy's group consists of Zoro, Sanji, Kinemon, Frankie and others who will search for information about those factories. Law's group, consisting of Robin and Usopp, will accompany him until they give Caesar to Doflamingo while also searching the island's other side. Lastly, Nami's group will remain in the Sunny. Ah, thanks. If I am not wrong, then this allows you to teleport anywhere you like. Right? Nami asked with curiosity. Yes, if any one of you guys needs me, just throw that on a wall or at the ground. I will come. Kirito said with a nod. What do you mean you will come? Are you not coming with us right now? Usopp asked, as originally Kirito was supposed to go with them. No, I need to hunt for some information of my own, Kirito said as he saw the upcoming island. Are you sure that you want to go alone there? Brook asked with his usual laughter. Yes, I am a ninja. Gathering information is what I do for a living. That and killing people. Kirito said with a smile as he suddenly jumped down the ship. Why did he jump? Others immediately came to the edge of the ship to see what Kirito was doing, only to find that Kirito was standing on top of the water. What? He can even walk on water. What else he can't do at this point? Zoro and others saw this with disbelief. There were stars on Luffy's and Chopper's eyes. So cool. I will go ahead, scout the area and start gathering information. Meet you there. Kirito shouted back before doing a shinobi run towards Dressrosa. Dressrosa was a beautiful place. All Kirito could see were beautiful women and toys everywhere. Well, there were men as well, but he tactfully ignored them. Let's see, where should I start from? Maybe a tavern, that's where we usually get people with loose mouths. Kirito and started to move inside the place. As he passed, he also noticed that there were many people who were giving him a strange look. Well, ninja-style clothes are suspicious. Kirito pursed his lips as he quickly found a clothes stop and got in. He was planning on getting something for himself there, only for him to run into someone. Thud. This person was tall, even taller than him somehow. A woman, to be specific. An attractive woman wearing a white dress with red polka dots. Black hair and beautiful eyes with a slight shade of gold in them. Sorry, I didn't see you there before Kirito even completed his sentence and acted like he was not ogling her assets. That woman grabbed him by the hands and dragged him out of the shop. Oi, wait, what are you doing? Kirito asked, but there was no response. Kirito could have easily stopped her, but upon seeing the woman giving glances at the side of the shop, Kirito didn't do that. It was clear that the woman was running away from those people who just walked past the shop. And again was coming here. Please hold me in a romantic embrace. Suddenly the woman stopped pulling him as she faced her, her massive breast pressing against Kirito's hard chest as her arm warped around his neck, almost covering her entire figure, which was in fact a little taller than Kirito, in his outline. Trying to find but at the same time completely sticking to him like a koala. Well, I should bring Jiraiya here the next time I come here. Kirito thought as a small smile crept up to his face and a not-so-small mountain started to erect from. Chapter 274. Kirito just went along with the beautiful woman until she stopped herself. He looked at the woman. She was young but still Kirito couldn't call her a girl. She by no means looked like she was a old hag but not like a girl either. Just like Robin. Robin looks mature, unlike pre-time skip Nami. Though now Nami looked way too mature, she still had that girlish charm. This woman was like Robin. The charm of a mature woman. After dragging him for another few minutes, she finally stopped. They finally lost the people trailing her. Leaving his hand, just said a quick thank you in a strange interesting accent and then ran off. Kirito's eyes twitch a little, at least a little. Hi, hello, my name is would be nice. The woman ran out and entered a small alley between two buildings only to hear this. Hello, I am Kirito Namikaze. Ah, she gasped, clearly surprised. You but you were. She almost stutters. Was back there. Yes. But don't worry about something like that. Anyways. I am Kirito Namikaze. It's common sense to tell your name back when someone introduces to you, especially when that person just helps you avoid those goons you're trying to run away from. Kirito asked with a grin. Ah. Yes, I'm sorry. I am Viola. Viola wasn't having a good day, running away from those goons. She was running out of time. And then she met him. A blonde man, more like a boy when her own age is considered. Though she herself is not that old. Only 29, even younger than Robin by 1 year. The boy was handsome with two bangs and strange clothes. He calls it ninja clothing. At first, she thought that he was from Wano country, but that wasn't the case. Whatever it was though, Kirito was helping her hide herself and that was beneficial for her, so she play along. Kirito and Viola found a quiet spot in a small alley, away from the prying eyes of the goons that had been chasing her. They sat down, and Viola handed him a bottle of water she had grabbed from a nearby stand. Thanks, Kirito said, taking a sip, though that was acting. What kind of ninja would take anything to drink or eat from a complete stranger? So, what's going on here? Why were those guys after you? Kirito asked, but that was just to start the conversation. His frank tone made that clear that the question was just out of curiosity. She doesn't have to answer. Viola sighed, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Those men are working for Don Quixote da Flamingo, the one who controls Dressrosa. They were after me because I tried to gather information against him. He's got this island under his thumb, and anyone who opposes him is in danger. She said, though there was much more that she omitted. And of course, Kirito was taking everything she was saying with a grain of salt. Are you here for the fighting contest? Many outsiders have arrived here for that. Viola asked, as she saw many foreigners coming to Dressrosa to participate in the fighting contest. Kirito was confused, but he just nodded to play along. Yes, but there was more as well. I also to find someone, to be more exact. I also came here to get information on someone. Maybe some broker here can give me something useful. Kirito said as he sighed. Tell me more about Dressrosa. What's happening here? And what's with all those animated toys? I mean seriously, why and how? Viola leaned back, looking weary. Dressrosa is a beautiful place, but it's got a dark secret. You are not from here, are you? You should go away while you have time. I am not aware of all the information myself, but those toys exist because someone in the Doflamingo group has a devil fruit which can make them, though I don't know anything more. Kirito's eyes narrowed. I see. Well, devil fruit or not, it's pretty suspicious that any fruit can give intelligence and emotion to an inanimate object. It usually should cost something. But whatever, nothing to do with me. Tell me more about Doflamingo. Viola looked down, her face filled with sorrow. He's a tyrant. He makes those toys work tirelessly while he maintains control over everyone through fear and manipulation. Many families are torn apart without even realizing it because they can't remember their loved ones who've been turned into toys. Kirito purses his lips. It almost felt like Viola knew more than she was showing, but Kirito didn't ask. There will be time for that. I see. Anyways. I am not planning on staying here for long either. I am not done with registering myself for the tournament yet. But before I need to find someplace where I can get some information. Say, you don't happen to know anything about it, do you? Viola hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I think I can help. Follow me. They moved through the narrow streets of Dressrosa, avoiding the goons and making their way to a secluded area. Viola led Kirito to a small, run-down building. This place should be it, she said, pushing open the door. Kirito stepped inside, but as soon as he did, he realized something was wrong. The room was filled with thugs, all looking at him with malicious grins. Viola stepped back, her expression conflicted. She said, her voice different than before. Sorry darling, but you shouldn't trust people who easily. Especially girls here in Dressrosa. Kirito just wanted to roll his eyes. He saw a trap coming from miles away. Just he fact how trusting and helping this woman was being. It was inevitable. He just go along just to get to the darker side of the society here. That is where he can really get the information he wants. The thugs lunged at Kirito, but he was ready. He moved with lightning speed, wasn't even planning on using ninjutsu here, he just used taijutsu. One punch here, one kick there, and overall he effortlessly took care of more than 12 thugs in under 1 minute. Viola watched in awe as Kirito fought with unparalleled skill. Despite the ambush, he remained calm and focused, taking down the thugs one by one. Viola seeing this pursed her lips. Knowing those thugs can't handle Kirito, she decided to use her own devil fruit. Tears suddenly appear on those beautiful eyes of her, turning into giant whales made of glass. Launching at Kirito. Kirito saw the attack with amusement. That was one of the most peculiar attacks he has ever seen. And he saw Naruto turning his fart into an attack. Chapter 275. Alright, this is the time when you start talking, beautiful woman, unless you want to be like them, Kirito said as he pointed at all these thugs whose asses he just kicked. And it's needless to say that Viola's attack with her devil fruit was completely useless against Kirito. With just little skillful moments of footwork on this part, he dodges that whale looking like attacked by Viola. Oh, so you think that I am beautiful, Viola asked as she slowly pushed her chest towards Kirito, trying to seduce him. Yes, very beautiful, exactly the kind of woman I hate, as they use their beauty to seduce innocent boys like me. Kirito replied with a smile as he slowly took out a kunai to scare her. Seeing the woman gulp, a smile appears on Kirito's face. So will you talk? I am honestly not mad that you ambushed me, happens with me a lot. So as long as you will help me out, I will let you go. Just need information. It's clear that you have more information about Doflamingo, those toys, and I believe that you can also help me find information about the person I am searching for. Kirito said with a smile. Viola at this point was frowning. She knew that there is no way that she can beat Kirito, and even running away would not work for her. Sighing, she just gave up to her fate and decided to talk about everything. Okay, she began. First, I should tell you who I really am. My full name is Viola, and I'm the princess of Dressrosa. Kirito's eyes widened in surprise. A princess? I didn't expect that. I was expecting something more impressive than just a random beauty of Dressrosa, but damn. Viola nodded. Yes. My family has ruled this kingdom for generations. But everything changed when Doflamingo took over. He forced my father, King Riku, off the throne and took control. Using the king's own hands to kill the people of Dressrosa by controlling him with his fruit. He's been ruling Dressrosa with fear and manipulation ever since. She said with a grin on her face. Kirito listened intently. This was an everlasting story formation in one piece. Kirito never liked this setting. It's like it's been crafted for the protagonist to come and solve. Not to mention this people who are suffering. However, he also understands that it is not always for the protagonist. He never liked it, that why he prefers Naruto's settling more. Naruto by no means can solve everything, and the problems are not created so he can go and solve them. At the same time, he just can't disagree that he enjoys the fights and interesting things Oda did by doing that. So he is also not suitable to comment on that. Viola continued, her voice trembling slightly. The toys you see all around the city, they're actually people. Doflamingo's subordinate, Sugar, has the power to transform people into toys. Once someone is turned into a toy, everyone forgets about them. Families, friends, everyone just forgets they ever existed. Kirito frowned. Well shit. This was the exact thing which he was nervous about, devil fruits which are just too tricky to counter. He has no idea who is Sugar, he doesn't know how that power works. What if the person standing next to him when he go out in the city again is Sugar? How the hell he gonna dodge something he can't even see coming? Even meteoroids are fine, he has a way of handling them, but if he turn into a toy by, let's say, eating something like candy, maybe by getting touched by someone or by getting seen by someone, how the hell he's supposed to dodge that? Especially when he doesn't even know who is that person. She has a devil fruit ability, Viola continued. She can turn anyone into a toy. And as long as she remains conscious, the transformation is permanent. Though I don't know how her powers work exactly. So, all these people have been suffering in silence, completely erased from their loved ones' memories. Kirito asked with a little down voice. He is a sentimental person, but his own childhood wasn't that good, and this made him have a high sense of justice. Yes, Viola confirmed, her eyes filled with pain. It's Doflamingo's way of maintaining control. Anyone who opposes him or gets in his way is turned into a toy. It's how he keeps the population in line. And what about you? Kirito asked. How have you been surviving all this? Viola sighed. Hiding most of the time, but only recently they have found out about my identity. I've been using my devil fruit power, the Gyro no Mi, which allows me to see through everything and everyone. It's helped me stay one step ahead of Doflamingo's men. But it's also made me a target. That's why those goons were chasing me earlier. Kirito nodded, now finally getting a picture of what was going on here. You've been incredibly brave to keep fighting under these circumstances, Kirito said, not sure why he encouraged her, but it was something about her face which just let him comment that. I had no choice, Viola said, her voice resolute. I couldn't just stand by and let Doflamingo destroy my home and my people. I joined the resistance to help bring him down. Kirito leaned forward, his expression serious. What exactly is Doflamingo doing here? Besides turning people into toys, I mean. Viola's expression darkened. He's using Dressrosa as a base for his criminal activities. He's involved in the underground trade of weapons and artificial devil fruits called smiles. Though I have no idea how, and neither I am 100% sure about that, that is just something I heard. Kirito's eyes narrowed. So this is the 7 Warlord of the Sea, pretty neat position, Kirito said with a sarcastic tone. Yes, Viola said. That's why please help me. I see you are strong, the people of Dressrosa are suffering, and many lost families as none of their own can recognize when they saw those toys. Underneath the cheerful city you see, there are tears and blood of those who don't even have their eyes anymore to cry nor blood left behind to bleed. Please help, maybe with you we can bring him down. Her entire body trembles while tears trail down her face. Kirito saw this and just closed his eyes. Damn, she really talks good, and that guilt trap me in my hero thing. One day I'm gonna die like this, but what the hell. Sure, kicking the ass of a warlord, count me in. Kirito smiled. Chapter 276. Hearing that Kirito agreed to help him and the people of Dressrosa, Viola was stunned. She asked, she begged, she even cried before, but none agreed. Not even the Marines. And yet there was this boy who agreed. Even Viola didn't know how strong was Doflamingo, but she was sure that Kirito, who could beat all those thugs so effortlessly, could definitely increase their chances of winning against Doflamingo. Truly, you will help us? Viola asked, shaking a little. Yeah, I will help you out, so stop your guilt trap already. Honestly, besides getting information about this one person I was searching for, I also wanted to get rid of Doflamingo if possible. So you don't have to ask again. Kirito replied. Though he was lying a little here, he really wanted to get rid of Doflamingo. Both Kaido and Doflamingo were the reason why Caesar ended up making those kids their test subjects. Out of all the things he hates the most are those who hurt kids. His and Naruto's childhood wasn't that good. So his heart just goes out to those kids at first glance. But helping them was just a temporary thing at best. This will continue to happen as long as both Kaido and Doflamingo are not taken care of. But his direct goal of finding Asuna had nothing to do with dealing with Doflamingo, so he just let it go. Leave the things to the protagonist, right? Well, no longer. And it shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to handle that heavenly Yaksha. Right? He might be a warlord or whatever, he is going down. Kirito smiled as he extended his hand towards Viola to shake her hand, sealing the deal with her. Seeing the extended hand, Viola stiffens a little before rubbing her tear-stained cheeks to wipe them out. And then took Kirito's hand gently. Though I won't help for free. Kirito suddenly tightened his hand, with a devilish smile on his face. Viola's gentle smile stiffened. As I mentioned multiple times already, I am looking for someone. Once Doflamingo is dealt with and all the toys are turned back into their original selves, I want the kingdom of Dressrosa to help me find the person I am looking for. Do you agree, princess? Kirito asked with a serious tone. Viola, who was ready to hear any kind of unreasonable demand, was a little shocked and a little stunned after hearing this. Her previous frown turned into a bright smile as she giggled a little when seeing the boy's face so serious when asking for something so small. This person should be really important for you to find him like this? Viola asked. Yup, you can say that. Kirito smiled back with a smirk and removed his hand, which he still found holding onto Viola's soft beautiful hand like a leech. Anyways, do you agree or not? Kirito, back to his serious tone, asked. Agree, as long as the people of Dressrosa can be liberated from the clutches of Doflamingo, I and the kingdom of Dressrosa will use its all resources to help you out, Viola replied without any restraint. Nodding, Kirito smiled and then again became serious. That was what he wanted to do. Now comes the question of how he gonna do that. So tell me about Doflamingo, his group of troublemakers, and lastly this sugar person. I need all the information before I take action. Before facing Doflamingo, I should first take out those underlings who can cause trouble later on. And at the same time, I also have to free all people as well. The only way to do that is to get to Sugar and either force her to lift her powers or kill her. Kirito asked. Yes, but I too don't have much information about this. But I will help you out as much as possible. Viola replied, though she was thinking that Kirito was planning on gathering people to start a rebellion. She would be gobsmacked that Kirito was planning on taking all of them out by himself. With extensive talk with Viola, Kirito understood that her knowledge was very limited. So he leaves her after giving her a Hiration tag while also secretly marking her with his seal as well. His target was of course to gather more information about Doflamingo's underlings. After but much work he soon learned most of the famous names around the place. Like Baby 5, a beautiful woman with the powers to turn body parts into weapons. Let's get her. Mach Weiss, a big burly man with blonde. And he can change his weight. Senor Pink, a man-child who is surprisingly attracting all hot chicks. How? Kirito has no idea. I'm gonna gut this bastard first. Dellinger, technically a trap. Lao Ji, is that a Chinese reference, ODA? Anyway, he is a grandpa who can do kung fu. Gladius, no information found. Treble, Doflamingo's right-hand man. He has a devil fruit, but Kirito couldn't find anything about that. Diamante is the manager of Dressrosa's Corrida Coliseum, but again Kirito didn't find anything about his powers. Pika, this one Kirito knew himself as Zoro cutting this bastard into half was trending back then. Devil Fruit Stone. Didn't find anything about Sugar, and I am sure that there are more members as well. Man, I should have introduced Monet before handing her to the Marines. But whatever, I don't think that there will many more powerful members besides this anyway. Kirito as he walks through the bustling streets of Dressrosa. Not sure exactly where he was going. But that when he saw a small bag moving on its own, and in the bag was very familiar sword. Chapter 277. Got you, Zoro shouted as he finally caught the running bag. But only upon closer look, he saw that his sword, Shusui, wasn't there anymore. What, where did it go? Shouted Zoro as he looked around. What happened, where the sword could go? Flashback. As the Straw Hat Pirates arrived on Dressrosa, each member set off with their own mission in mind. Zoro wandered through the bustling streets, taking in the vibrant atmosphere. As he strolled, he noticed a blind man moving with surprising grace. There was something about the man's presence that caught Zoro's attention, but he couldn't quite place it. Later that day, Zoro found himself in a lively tavern. The sounds of laughter, clinking glasses, and the shuffle of cards filled the air. He settled into a corner, observing the crowd. To his surprise, the blind man he had noticed earlier was seated at a gambling table, surrounded by shady-looking thugs. Luffy had also spotted the scene. He watched as the blind man placed his bets, only for the thugs to cheat him. Luffy, being Luffy, approached the table. Hey, old man, you won. Luffy exclaimed, pointing at the dice. The thugs glared at him, but Luffy stood his ground. The blind man smiled. Oh. Did I really win, young man? Before the situation could escalate, the thugs decided to teach Luffy a lesson. As they lunged at him, the blind man calmly rose from his seat. With a simple tap of his cane, an incredible force of gravity crushed the thugs to the ground, pinning them helplessly. The entire tavern fell silent, and Zoro's eyes widened after seeing the same old man here that he saw earlier. This blind man was no ordinary person, he was a devil fruit user and a strong one at that. The thugs lay immobilized, groaning in pain as the blind man turned to Luffy. Thank you for your help. Luffy grinned. No problem, old man. I'm Luffy. Ah, nice name. But let's not go into who I am. That might be better for everyone. Fujitora said as he went out of the tavern. Zoro, intrigued by Fujitora's power, watched from his corner. He had a feeling this encounter was far from over. That was when Zoro noticed it. Someone stole my sword, Zoro explained, already moving towards the door. Kinemon too shouted as Shusui was an important treasure of Wano. He too went after Zoro, and Sanji also had to go as both could get lost. The trio dashed out of the tavern, following the peculiar sight of a running bag. As they pursued it through the crowded streets. And that was when they lost the strange running bag with Shusui for a few seconds. It was a hassle, but Zoro finally caught the bag. But flashback end. To his astonishment, a tiny figure emerged from the bag. It was Wicca, a dwarf. She looked up at them with wide eyes, clutching the stolen bag. Stupid, stupid, I am so stupid. I tripped and twisted my ankle, Wicca cried. Who fucking care? Where is my sword? Zoro shouted, not caring about anything else. Isn't this Zoro's sword? How come it's here? Kirito looks at the sword in his hand with a strange look and question. He can't say for sure as he saw that sword close, but how many swords out there are painted black in this world? Only Mihawk's Yoru and Ryuma's Shusui. He took the sword from that strange bag which was running away on its own when he saw it looking familiar. He wasn't sure what was going on, but that felt like the right action back then. But now he is wondering what he should do. Should he find Zoro and return this? But that will take too much time. God only knows at which universe that green-haired swordsman would be at by now. Well, for the time being I will just hold it, and while at it, I might actually get a use out of it. Once I meet Zoro again, that's when I will give this back to him. Kirito smirked as he slowly took out the sword from its sheath, only to see a black blade coming out. This one is even better than the griffin I had before. One Piece world really does have some of the best swords out there. Can't find this kind of sword in the Naruto world. Even those 7 mist swords are not that great. I better look for a sword like this while I am here. I am clearly lacking one right now. Kirito sighed as he started to move. His goal right now was to find Sugar's location. He was gathering information left and right now, but he got nothing. It's almost like not even a single person in the city knew about her, let alone how she looked or her location. At this point, he could only go and find one of the underlings of Doflamingo and beat the shit out of them to get the information. Sigh, it's never easy, is it? Kirito just sighed and was ready to resume gathering information, but that was when he felt a chakra flare. A Hiratian tag. Kirito perked up and immediately teleported where the signature came from. Chapter 278. Law reaches the predestined place in Dressrosa with Caesar in tow. He was prepared for the meeting with Doflamingo, but not for the betrayal that awaited him. Well, not really, he fully expected to get attacked by Doflamingo, but what surprise was what happened next. As he approached the rendezvous point, Doflamingo was seen, alone as agreed. Doflamingo! Law shouted, glaring at the warlord. I'm here to hand over Caesar as promised. That was the deal. Doflamingo smirked. You really think you can outsmart me, Law? With a flick of his wrist, Doflamingo unleashed his strings, aiming straight for Law. Law quickly activated his room ability, slicing through the air with his sword to dodge the strings. But before he could react, a massive force of gravity pinned him to the ground. Fujitora stepped into view, his blind eyes focused on Law. I came here to look after what you are up to, not to help you fight others, Fujitora said calmly. Of course, he was talking to Doflamingo. And you, Law. You are no longer a Shishibuki anymore. You are going to impel down, stay still, and it won't be painful. Law gritted his teeth, struggling to move under the intense pressure. You're helping him though. Even after everything he's done. What kind of marine are you? He's still a warlord, Fujitora replied. Until the world government decides otherwise, I have to uphold the law. Law was stunned at this, not understanding the situation only until his mind clicked. Doflamingo tricked him. Then Law fought against the combined might of Fujitora and Doflamingo, but he was outmatched. Fujitora's gravity abilities were overwhelming. With a wave of his hand, Fujitora summoned a massive meteor from outer space, aiming it directly at Law. Law's eyes widened in shock. He barely managed to create a room and teleport away, avoiding the deadly impact. The meteor crashed into the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Is that all you've got, Law? Doflamingo taunted, his strings whipping through the air. You should have known better than to challenge me. Exhausted and cornered, Law knew he couldn't keep this up. On the side, Fujitora once again draws his sword, sending a huge energy towards the sky. And soon once again a giant meteor comes hurtling down at Law and others. Law panicked now, he could course use his room ability, but for how long? It's either he runs away right now or dies, cause he can't break down the two of them together. And that too is a question whether he can run away. Gritting his teeth, he quickly thinks of a way to handle both Fujitora and Doflamingo. And that's when suddenly he remembered the kunai which Kirito gave him. Throw this at the ground when you are in trouble, Kirito said back then. Law just hope this works. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a special kunai, Kirito's Hiratian kunai. With no other choice, he threw it to the ground, hoping Kirito would come to his aid. Kirito appears instantly, not knowing why exactly the law called for him. "What's the problem?" Kirito asked with a nonchalant attitude as he appeared out of nowhere, still with Shisui in his hand. "Be quick, I was planning a few dozen assassinations," Kirito said, but didn't wait for an answer as his senses tingled, telling him he shouldn't have come here. Looking up, he saw a freaking meteor heading right towards them. "Fuck!" Kirito almost shouted as he instantly entered into Sage mode and held the sword with both hands, ready to draw the sword. "Great Water Divider," Kirito shouted as he drew the sword. Shisui's black blade was already covered with Kirito's armament haki, which itself was enhanced with Sage mode. A powerful sword energy rushes at the sky. The power of the sword was strong, enough that it even made Kirito raise his eyes for a second. The sword in his hand really did deserve his fame. Boom. Not only did the sword energy cut the meteor in half but also crushed it into many smaller rocks, saving both Kirito and Law. This all happened just under a few seconds after Kirito's getting there. Both Fujitora and Doflamingo were stunned a little, but only for a little. Kirito appears there out of nowhere. And that swordsmanship was no longer ordinary. Being able to cut a meteor like that. "You never said you are a swordsman as well." Law though wasn't a fanatic when it came to swordsmanship, but he himself was a swordsman and was interested in other swordsmen, especially powerful ones like both Zoro and Kirito. "Yeah, though I don't have a good sword right now to use it all the time." "This one's Zoro's." "Probably. And what the hell? Who calls others like this at that time? Can't you call me when I have at least a few seconds to assist with the situation?" Kirito said and complained at the end. "Not the time, Namikaze. Get ready, that marine is strong. I can't handle both him and Doflamingo together." Law clicks this tongue and turns his and Kirito's attention back to the fight. "Okay, but you owe me one for this. Say which one you want to fight." "I will take the other one," Kirito said as he also got ready. He had Shisui on his hand while in Sage mode. And though he wasn't using haki anymore. But both Doflamingo and Fujitora were cautious of him. It's not just anybody who can cut open a meteor like how Kirito did after all. "You handle that marine. I will face Doflamingo," Law said as he rushed at Doflamingo with his own sword. "Sure, why fight an admiral when you can choose a pirate?" Kirito sighs and he too turns at Fujitora. He actually himself wasn't planning on fighting Doflamingo. He rather not until he took care of his underlings. But now that he had a chance, he was pondering whether he should just kill the bastard. He actually would have, but the marine in front of him won't let him. And Kirito felt it. This person was strong. Chapter 279. Law ran inside the forest, Doflamingo right behind his trial. Kirito was standing in front of Fujitora, blocking his way. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Kirito asked as get out of his Sage mode and he saw the uniform that Fujitora was wearing. This particular uniform is only worn by both admirals and vice admirals of the Navy. He didn't have much knowledge about the post-time skip One Piece, but he did know that after the war in Marineford, Kuzan left Marine and the Mad Dog Akainu became Fleet Admiral. He also learned about Fujitora through spoilers and fan fiction. But what he wasn't sure about was how he exactly looked. "I am Isho, though you can call me Admiral Fujitora," Fujitora replied as he was ready to fight. Kirito on the side was lucky that Fujitora was blind. He didn't see his face nor did Law call him by his name. He doubts that the quiet Namikaze, which Law said while they were battering, was caught by Fujitora. "And who are you? It is only natural that you to give me your name as well," Fujitora asked. "Ah yes, I am just a little ninja looking for his girlfriend. Currently, I am working with those pirates, but I firmly want you to know that I am not a pirate and don't intend to be one anytime soon. I fully intend to just help out until they return the favor and help me find the girl I am looking for. Nothing more and nothing less. I don't want a bounty on my head if possible. So, I'm sorry, but I'd rather not tell an admiral my name." Kirito shrugged and of course, Fujitora was tracking all of his moves with his haki. "I see, but I can't let that happen. You are helping those pirates. The reason doesn't matter. I have to arrest you here and now," Fujitora said as he got ready to fight. "Ah well, it's not like we both didn't see this coming." Kirito shrugged as he too got ready. Fujitora was the first one to attack as he increased the gravity on Kirito. But to his surprise, the Kirito in front of him vanished. Even his haki was confused at this time. No. He didn't vanish, he changed his place with a wooden log. A normal shunshin, but a very useful technique if mastered to the extreme. Fire style. Fireball. Kirito waves hand signs and brews a giant fireball towards Fujitora. Fujitora saw the fire coming and was confused. He thought that Kirito had space power because of how much he had observed him. So the first attack was unexpected. But this level of attack was nothing for Fujitora. He just manipulated the gravity and dodged the attack. Kirito didn't want to kill Fujitora. As much as he has learned from the little spoilers he knew about him, Fujitora was genuinely a good guy. So he'd rather not harm him if absolutely needed. Water divider. Kirito sends a sword energy towards Fujitora. Again Fujitora was easily able to dodge it. That was rather underwhelming. Where is the power you show when you divide that meteor earlier? Fujitora asked in confusion. You see I am not exactly trying to fight you here. Just hold you back. No need to use attacks which might hurt you. Honestly, I rather not have my bounty increase, in case you guys learn who I really am in future, just because I could harm an admiral. Kirito shrugged as he got ready again and ran towards Fujitora. Shusui in hand, he sends multiple sword energy towards Fujitora while Fujitora himself takes out his sword and clashes with Kirito. But only upon a single contact, Kirito was pushed back. Fair enough. The physical power of people in One Piece world is insane. Especially when that person has an admiral title attached to his name. Kirito infuses his chakra into his muscles, going to use his chakra to infuse strength from now on. While this was happening, both Robin and Usopp found themselves in an underground place, surrounded by many miniature people around them. They capture them. Actually, they went together with Law to hand over Caesar but ended up getting caught in a fight later on, only to be later captured, but little people call themselves dwarves. This later caused them to understand who was this person and what their plan was regarding Doflamingo. Apparently, they too wanted to bring Doflamingo down. And surprisingly they also knew where Sugar was. Their plan was exactly like what Kirito thought before. Kirito planned to take care of Doflamingo's underlings, especially Sugar, before fighting him. And those small people were planning on doing the same. So, when Usopp pretended as a descendant of Mont Blanc Noland, those small people who happened to have a history with Mont Blanc Noland ended up believing Usopp and released both him and Robin. Only later on does he realize that they wanted his help to defeat Doflamingo's underlings and knock out Sugar so all the people of Dressrosa who are trapped in a toy form can turn back. The situation with Luffy was also interesting as he was currently disguised as Lucy, to participate in the tournament to win back his brother's Ace's Fire Fruit. Chapter 280. Both Kirito and Fujitora were holding back. Kirito didn't even enter into Sage mode or use Haki and just used his swordsmanship to fight with Fujitora, though a little reason was that he didn't want to show many of his ninjutsu to Fujitora if possible. Fujitora was holding back because he just didn't want to help Doflamingo. It doesn't matter whether he catch Law today or not, but he wanted Doflamingo gone. He himself can't do that. The Marines and world government will know it sooner or later, so fighting with Kirito here was better. He can only hope that Law can take care of Doflamingo. Kirito was also thinking along the same line. Not that Law can beat Doflamingo. He is not sure if some plot armor bullshit will take place here, but if not, then normally the current Law is not that strong that he can beat Doflamingo alone. The thing he was thinking just in the line of Fujitora was that the Marine and world government would know everything. They have an extensive information network. There is a possibility that some of the CP members are even here. And that is why he immediately transforms into someone else. It doesn't matter anyway as Fujitora can't see one way or another. Due to Kirito being here, the fight between both Law and Doflamingo's fight ended up lasting longer than Kirito desired. I have to say that I am getting a little bored. Say Marine-san. Will you go after Law if I were to get out of there now? I really have other work to do besides acting like fighting with you. I am sure that you two are fed up by now and have much more important things to do. Kirito asked. At least the conversation seemed a little more interesting than acting like they were fighting. Fujitora didn't immediately answer. It seems like he too was pondering what to do. Ultimately he sighs and puts his sword back into his sheath. He too was annoyed by this point. He tried actually beating up Kirito as well to just get rid of him, but none of his attacks hit. He always dodges it. So there was nothing he could do. If only Fujitora knew that Kirito's observation Haki, which he had since he was only 5 or 6 years old, was the most developed Haki in his arsenal. Even seeing the future to some degree is possible for him. Nothing is unseen by him when fighting. It's just that he can't keep this up usually alongside his other powers like Sage Mode and KCM. The concentration required is way too much for him. He is getting better but still wasn't there yet. But here he is not using anything else. So it's easy for him to keep this up for a long time. But it's inevitable that he has to learn this. Fine, I will not pursue Trafalgar Law for the time being. But that doesn't mean that I will not arrest him. Fujitora reply. He honestly was conflicted about whether he should go after Law, Straw Hat, or even Kirito in front of him. Agree, it's not like I am his nanny or anything. Go after him any other time and I won't bother you. Kirito replied with a smile. Intent to talk more with Fujitora with the intent to get some info out of him, he was about to talk but that's when he sensed movement on Law's and Doflamingo's side. Where the hell is this guy suddenly going? Kirito sensed Doflamingo moving towards the east. Expanding his senses, he found that Doflamingo was moving towards Sunny. Fuck. Kirito curse. Sorry Admiral-san. But Daffy is not playing by the rules. I gotta go now. Nice talking with you. Kirito shouted as he immediately vanished from his place. Law was stunned when Doflamingo suddenly ran off towards the upcoming Sunny. He at first didn't understand Doflamingo's intention but then his eyes widened. Gritting his teeth he ran after Doflamingo. He knew that there was not even a single person right now in Sunny who could defend the ship against Doflamingo. But Law too was helpless. During the fight, he wasted too much energy to again use his devil fruit. So the only thing he could do right now was to run after Doflamingo. Doflamingo on the other hand attached his strings to the clouds itself and used them to fly around in the air. That was pretty dumb, have no idea how that works but whatever. Nami, Brook, Chopper and Momonosuke who just beat a member of the Danzo group saw something coming towards them with fast speed. Only when that person came near that they realized that this person was none other than the Heavenly Yakusha, one of the 7 warlords of the sea himself, Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. Ah, why he is coming here. Nami, Chopper shouted animatedly, tears appearing in their eyes while they themselves worried. The only one capable of fighting Doflamingo on the ship currently was Brook. But that doesn't mean Brook was an opponent for Doflamingo. He was the obvious choice because currently, he was the strongest in Sunny while most of the ship's heavy hitters were not there. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, even Law and Kirito. Anyone could have been a better match for Doflamingo. Ha ha ha, I knew that Straw Hat would come. There is no way that he will resist the urge to get his brother's devil fruit. But neither of you is going back alive. Doflamingo shouted with a maniac smile on his face. A shiver went through Nami. She frantically looks around to find a way to beat Doflamingo. She knew about her own power, it wasn't enough to beat a warlord of the sea. Especially one of the strongest ones. She was also aware of the power level of people currently in the boat. Both Chopper and Brook might be stronger than her usual but even they are no match to Doflamingo. Her mind raced fast as she noticed Doflamingo ready to attack. That was when suddenly her mind clicked and she took out a 3-pronged kunai given to her by Kirito. Please work, work. Kirito. Nami shouted pleadingly as she threw the kunai not at the ground but rather towards Doflamingo instead in excitement. Of course, the kunai won't send any kind of chakra flare to Kirito if it's not being dug into an object. And there was no way that it hit Doflamingo. So of course Kirito's won't get any signal from the kunai. Fortunately for the members of Straw Hat, Kirito teleported to this kunai himself when Nami threw it towards Doflamingo. Chapter 281. Kirito found himself teleporting in the air, right in front of Doflamingo himself, who was in the middle of attacking. Fuck, not again. Kirito cursed as his eyes narrowed and locked into those deadly silky smooth threats coming out of Doflamingo's fingertips. Letting go of the kunai which he teleported, internally cursing about the kunai being thrown towards Doflamingo and not the ground, like how he instructed all of them, Kirito quickly grabbed the hilt of Shisui placed at his waist and slashed. Unsheath. The moment that blade came out, a dark blue light was lingering at the edge of the sword. Kirito didn't even have time to enter into sage mode here so he couldn't gather enough power. And yet the roaring dark blue tore apart the stings sent by Doflamingo but at the same time, he went directly toward Doflamingo. Doflamingo's haki trembled as he got alerted. He quickly forms more strings to defend himself and form a shield out of those things. Even added haki to strengthen them. Kirito's body flickers right next to Nami. Nami and others who were ready for anything saw Kirito suddenly appear out of nowhere and cut off Doflamingo's attack with such style. Their eyes lit up, Chopper and Momonosuke even had stars in their eyes. So, cool. They shouted out together. Yo ho 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 ho, that was too close to comfort. Brook laughed in his usual way and said. Kirito-kun, I am so glad that you are here. Nami almost attached herself to Kirito, but not in an attractive way, she had tears and snorts running down her face. Though that was mostly covered by her half-naked form. Honestly, she was wearing a bikini which did wonders for her boobs as they giggle around and press against Kirito, and the short hot pants she was wearing fully exposed her long smooth legs and butt. But Kirito didn't care about that right now. Hey, hey. I told you to throw the kunai at the ground or a wall. Not at an enemy. Only when that kunai gets dug into a surface that it send out a signal so that I learn you need me. You are lucky that I came here myself, otherwise you all, including Sunny, would have been doomed. Kirito said with clear irritation on his face as he grabbed Nami by her face and pushed her back. She is attractive, yes, but he still prefers Ino and Asuna more. Nami on the other hand, when seeing Kirito pushing herself away like this, was not sure how to react. She suddenly felt Kirito insulted her womanly charm. A twitch appeared on her face, but again when seeing Doflamingo flying in the air, she just kept her complaint inside her, only to express it later to this damn shinobi, and ran back. You again, Doflamingo shouted as a vein started to pop on his forehead. You are you again? Kirito smirked. Twitch. Doflamingo didn't bother to talk with Kirito or return the insult. He raises his hand again, ready to send another powerful attack towards Sunny. Kirito by this time have already entered into the Sage mode. Power was coursing inside him as he coated Shursui with Haki. Kirito swung his sword with the full power of armament Haki, which in itself was enhanced by the Sage mode. Boom. The power gap was visible right off the bat. Kirito's attack this time tore all those strings even after they were coated with Doflamingo's Haki and went directly towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that his Haki-coated strings were cut so easily. Kirito was not only good at swordsmanship, but both his chakra and Haki were also very powerful. That is when included with a Sage mode buff and a top-grade weapon like Shursui, Kirito was a deadly force to be reckoned with. Even without KCM. Kirito is extremely powerful. Doflamingo was forced to push back, sending him quite far. And surprisingly, even before Doflamingo could even try to stop and retreat back, someone else appears right in front of him. With flaming legs, and a handsome black suit. This person was none other than Sanji. He flew in the air and caught Doflamingo off guard, right after Kirito's attack. Doflamingo was somewhat able to dodge Kirito's sword attack, but the flaming kick from Sanji was too much for him. Boom. This time he was sent flying back, making enough distance for the event Sunny to get out of there. Sanji, others called out. Kirito at the deck of Sunny just showed thumbs up at Sanji. How come you are here? Kirito asked as Sanji came down to the deck. A beautiful woman showed me that you guys are in trouble, Sanji said, though there was a heart sigh in his eyes. Kirito didn't bother to ask further, but he might have an idea who this person would be. Thinking about this, Kirito just nodded internally but suddenly snapped his eyes at his back when he felt a familiar Haki. It was Law. What happened? I thought you would take care of him. Kirito grumbles, still grumpy at how both Nami and Law summon him at the most troublesome time. He saw Sunny coming. Switch his target from me to the ship. Law said. Kirito then didn't know how to follow the matter anymore. It wasn't worth it. So what? Kirito, knowing that their plan to deliver Caesar to Doflamingo was to fail and Doflamingo would actively go after the members of Straw Hats, was about to ask this, but then he saw a shadow appearing out of nowhere. He was not the only one. Everyone was that shadow. A ship. Everyone shouted as they saw a shrunken ship floating and coming towards Sunny. Ah, shit. Kirito just grumbled. Chapter 282. Both Sanji and Law tense upon seeing a ship floating right above them. It was almost twice as big as Sunny. Other members of Straw Hats were also stunned and shocked. TCH, this is getting irritating. Kirito on the side mutters as he once again enters into Sage mode. Thanks to his system he can do that almost immediately. But this time he didn't draw out Shursui from his waist. Rather a Rasengan started to build in his hand. But this was not just any Rasengan. A strong wind suddenly broke out from where Kirito was standing. This attracted others' attention. Even Law, who was planning on teleporting that big ship, looked at Kirito with curiosity. Only to see that in Kirito's hand, there was a big ball of highly powerful rotating ball of chakra. Well, for them it was a small typhoon. Nami's hair ruffled as her eyes widened a little in amazement at the powerful wind. It wasn't just a spinning ball of wind though, it was creating this very dangerous grinding voice that even people without any observation Haki would know that they better avoid this attack. Kirito just smirk. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Kirito said as he twisted his body a little before sending, the highly dangerous ball of wind, which almost looked like creating blades out of wind and even affecting the sail of Sunny due to wind, at the giant ship floating in the air. Zoop. Within seconds the dangerous attack reached the hull of the ship, and unlike how others expected, there wasn't any explosion or the ship was pushed back thanks to all that wind. Rather that ball expanded, becoming a massive dome of twisting and grinding wind. Completely engulfing the ship. People on the ship and the upcoming Doflamingo saw this with wide mouths. There was a sense of powerlessness in front of this attack in their eyes. By the time that dome was gone, the ship was completely turned into dust. All that fine particles of wood fell on the sea with a splash. Other people were still shocked. What was that? Nami, Chopper and even Momonosuke asked with a trembling voice. Sanji, Law and Brook just kept standing there, speaking nothing. They just ponder over the power of that attack. Things like punches or even sword attacks are mostly avoidable if someone is fast enough, but this attack. Even if someone is attacked by punches, kicks or swords, there is a possibility of healing back. Like Zoro did after Mihawk attacked him. Yes, Mihawk held back but it was an injury nonetheless. And Zoro heal. But this attack. Not even the body will left. All this time you were hiding that. You also are a swordsman. Why didn't you tell us before? Nami almost shouted upon seeing how strong Kirito was. Why did they let this guy go out there himself? They could have stayed with him, at least they didn't have to worry about getting attacked by enemies. I said before didn't I am only showcasing attacks which are safe to showcase, Kirito replied as he rolled his shoulders like he was getting ready to fight. Then he looks towards the upcoming Doflamingo. Doflamingo stopped there. After seeing that attack from Kirito, he didn't want to directly go after Kirito before knowing how strong he was and what kind of powers he had. The blonde boy has already shown powers regarding space and wind by now. Even a great swordsman. His haki was strong enough to cut his strings. Honestly, Doflamingo now wasn't sure whether he could beat the man. He by no means thinks he is weak, and he most likely can beat Kirito. But Kirito is alone there. No. Law is there and that is another blonde boy who kicked him. He on the other hand currently was alone. Kirito not knowing what Doflamingo was thinking, took out his swords to start fighting with him, only to sense something new yet again coming towards them. Looking up he caught the sight of red dots getting bigger in the sky. Meteor Law mutters, he saw this happening before. He was aware of what this was. Not even 1/5 of the size of what Madara brought down. Kirito compared it with Madara and honestly he internally just rolled his eyes. He really has to stop comparing everything to the likes of Hashirama Senju, Kagaya and Madara. Kirito ponders why Fujitora is doing this even after they make a deal. But stop thinking about it as the meteor almost came close to them. Leave it to me. Kirito was about to use his sword skill again but before that, he heard Law saying this. With that said Law immediately used his devil fruit power and makes the entire Sunny teleport from that position. Zoop. And the next second, the meteor hit the sea causing huge chaos. Both Doflamingo and Fujitora, who just come, saw this with helplessness. Oh, you teleported the entire ship. Interesting, Kirito muttered. He wondered how much chakra will he need to teleport a ship like Sunny, like Law did with his Hiraishin. He can certainly do it but that will cost a lot of chakra for him, he again certainly not lacking chakra but still saving chakra and not wasting on these things is more wise. What now? Doflamingo will target us now. Kirito asked Law. This entire thing was Law's plan from the beginning so that makes sense that he asked him. Law didn't directly answer. Only after thinking about it for a while did he open his mouth. We will take down Doflamingo. Straw Hat most likely will agree and I believe that you think the same. Law asked, looking at Kirito. There are 3 people who are making decisions currently in this alliance. Kirito, Law and Luffy. So he only addresses Kirito and none other. Agree, I also just happened to promise a princess that for today I will be her knight in shiny armor. Can't go back on my own now can I? Kirito shrugged. He would have gone after Doflamingo either way. Never needed the help of an alliance in the first place, but then going with him just helps out. Chapter 283. The 1,000 Sunnies sailed away as the crew still on edge after their narrow escape from Fujitora and Doflamingo. Just when they thought that they are out of troubled waters, something else happened. A cannonball hit very close to Sunny. It's a ship from Big Mom's crew. Nami shouted, her voice filled with urgency. The rest of the crew sprang into action, each preparing for a potential battle. Law, still recovering from the earlier fight, stood at the helm with Kirito. We can't afford to fight them, Nami said, her tone frantic. If we attack, Big Mom will come after us herself. We have already offended an emperor enough, we can't afford to make another one mad at us. Kirito nodded in agreement, his face serious. He wasn't afraid of fighting an emperor but why call for trouble when one can just avoid it? He wasn't here to piss all the big shots he can get his hands onto. We need a plan. We can't leave the Sunny unprotected, but we also can't engage them directly. Sanji proposed an idea. What if we distract them? Lead them away from the Sunny while the others head to the next island? And leave behind others, Luffy, Frankie, Robin and others, what about them? Chopper asked. But others didn't care, they didn't worry about those heavy hitters, they can find their way back to them. Law nodded. Kirito and I can stay behind. We'll handle the delay that Big Mom pirate ship and meet up with you all on the next island after defeating Doflamingo. Nami looked worried but nodded. That could work. The next island is Zo. Well, if not anything, then I can teleport everyone to you. Just keep this on you. Kirito said as he gave back the kunai he originally gave to Nami. Thanks. The crew quickly set their plan into motion. Nami steered Sunny towards the next island, her hands steady on the wheel despite the anxiety gnawing at her. Chopper and Brook stood guard, ready to defend if necessary. Sanji prepared a small boat for Law and Kirito, who would stay behind to distract the enemy. Well, that mostly was unimportant. Both could teleport after all. As the Big Mom ship drew closer, Kirito and Law leapt into their boat, rowing swiftly towards the approaching threat. The Sunny veered off in the opposite direction, its sails catching the wind as it sped away. Here they come, Law muttered, his eyes fixed on the massive ship looming ahead. Kirito gripped his sword. Honestly, he started to like the sword at this point. Wonder whether Zoro will give this to me. Stay sharp. We just need to buy them enough time. Law commented on the side, which Kirito just waved his hand to dismiss. Who are you? A booming voice demanded from the deck of the Big Mom ship. State your business. Law stood tall, his voice calm and clear. We're here to negotiate. The pirate sneered. Negotiate? With us? Kirito stepped forward, his haki radiating a powerful aura. Yes. Let's talk. Kirito said as he smiled and took out Shursui and slashed through the air with lightning speed, while Law's room's ability disoriented their enemies, causing chaos and confusion. Back on the Sunny, Nami glanced over her shoulder, worry etched across her face. I hope they're okay. You kidding me? Didn't you see what Kirito did to that ship? If you have to worry about anyone, then worry about Luffy. Brook said. Why oh ho 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 ho. Sanji too added after taking a smoke in. They'll be fine. Kirito and Law are strong. We need to focus on getting to the next island safely. Momonosuke, watching the scene unfold, clenched his fists. Kirito-san is a shinobi. There is no way that he can be defeated this easily. The Sunny sailed on while Kirito and Law continued to fend off the Big Mom pirates. It was much easier than they even expected it. No one particularly strong was in the boat of Big Mom pirate. As the battle raged on, it became clear that Kirito and Law were buying Sunny time it needed. The Big Mom pirates, frustrated by the unexpected resistance, found themselves unable to pursue the escaping ship. But ultimately they couldn't do anything. Later both Kirito and Law went back to Dressrosa City. So, you do what you want and I will gather information from my own end. Go find Luffy and rest of the Straw Hats and I will by then take care of those underlings of Doflamingo who might cause trouble for us later on. Kirito said, and even before he get a reply, Kirito teleported away, not even letting him say anything. Sigh. Chapter 284. After Kirito left, Law decided to go after Doflamingo himself, determined to end the tyrant's reign once and for all. His eyes fell on Giala, one of Doflamingo's officers, whom Nami and the others had captured earlier. Law decided she would make the perfect bait. Even after Kirito told him to gather the rest of the Straw Hat before starting the fight. Law went to fight the Doflamingo alone. Using his powers, he transported himself and Giala to the outskirts of Dressrosa. It wasn't long before Doflamingo showed up, his ever-present smirk plastered across his face. Using observation haki, it was easy to track him down. You really think using Giala as bait would work on me? Doflamingo taunted, strings already forming around his fingers. I'll take any advantage I can get, Law replied, his sword at the ready. Oh, then where is that blonde man who came to save you earlier? You will certainly need him if you're really thinking about taking me down. You are not thinking that you can beat me alone now, do you? Doflamingo had his ever-present smirk on his face. Law didn't even bother replying to this. The battle began fiercely. Law's room ability sliced through the air, cutting everything within its range. Doflamingo countered with his strings, the deadly threads weaving through the battlefield. Despite his best efforts, Law found himself outmatched. Doflamingo's control over his strings was precise and deadly, and he used them to devastating effect. The fight, which began on the outskirts of the city, gradually moved inward as Law was forced to retreat under Doflamingo's relentless assault. Buildings crumbled and debris flew as their clash escalated. By the time they reached the city proper, Law was exhausted and running out of options. Doflamingo stood over him, laughing. You should have known better than to challenge me alone, Law. At that moment, Kinemon and Zoro happened upon the scene. They had been searching for Zoro's stolen sword and had decided to pull Luffy from the tournament before continuing their search. Seeing Law in dire straits, they immediately jumped into action. Oi! Doflamingo! Zoro shouted, drawing one of his remaining swords. Kinemon brandished his katana, ready to fight. We'll never stand by and watch you kill Laudano. Doflamingo sneered. More pests. Fine, I'll take care of all of you. Zoro and Kinemon charged, but their attack was interrupted by a sudden, intense pressure. Fujitora appeared, his gravity abilities weighing them down. Doflamingo is still a warlord, Fujitora said, his blind eyes seemingly seeing through them. I can't let you interfere. Zoro struggled against the overwhelming force, his muscles straining. Damn it, old man. Get out of our way. Fujitora's gravity pushed Zoro to the ground, but the swordsman refused to give up. With sheer willpower, he forced himself to his feet, but that wasn't just enough though he was still able to use his sword slash on Fujiroda to lift his gravity. Kinemon tried to flank Fujitora, but the Admiral's control over gravity was too much. He manipulated the battlefield, making it nearly impossible to get close. Despite the odds, Zoro managed to engage Fujitora directly. Their swords clashed, the force of their blows creating shockwaves. Zoro's strength and tenacity surprised Fujitora, who hadn't expected such resistance. You're strong, Fujitora acknowledged, increasing the gravity. But not strong enough. Zoro gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. This, first my sword and now this. Meanwhile, Doflamingo turned his attention back to Law, who was struggling to stand. With a flick of his fingers, Doflamingo sent a wave of strings towards him, binding him tightly. It's over, Law, Doflamingo said, preparing to finish him off. Your rebellion ends here, the Admiral declared, raising his sword. Okay, so you are saying that as long as that little girl over there faints, all those toys will return back to being living breathing humans? Kirito asked with a little suspicion on his face. Kirito, after leaving Law back then, immediately teleported to Robin, on whom he left his seal before. Of course, she doesn't know. He had no idea what was going on outside in the city at all. He came here because Law told him both Robin and Usopp were with him, but after both Doflamingo and Fujitora attacked him, he lost them. He just came to check on them. Though he doesn't believe that they will be in much trouble, being the members of the main cast, they too have some sort of plot armor after all. But he came nonetheless. And he was happy that he did that. Upon getting here he learned that he was currently in a home of the dwarves of living in Dressrosa. He just ignored their entire backstory and only focused on important things. That being that those small people knew where Sugar was. Kirito knew that there was something going on as he couldn't find any information on Sugar before. The reason is that she hardly stays out of the hidden location. It's basically the factory which they originally were looking for. The reason why he or others couldn't find the place was because it wasn't here out in the open. It was built underground under the hill on which the Dressrosa castle was built. Kirito smirked internally at this. Of course, for time immemorial, if you want to hide something, living or not, then putting it down the earth is the best option. Kirito was actually surprised how these little guys even knew about this information, so upon knowing that those little guys with Robin and Usopp were going to attack Sugar, Kirito just tagged along. Those little people had dug a tunnel so that they could enter that factory. Upon knowing that Sugar was actually a small girl, Kirito was taken aback though. So, all we need to do is to make her faint, Kirito asked again. Yes, we can use this super spicy ball. Before one of those small men explained the entire plan, Kirito just rolled his eyes and walked out of hiding. Hey, what are you doing? Usopp and others snap when seeing Kirito revealing their location to others. Sugar and Treble, who were doing their daily work to turn people into toys, were stunned when they saw Kirito walking up to them. What is that idiot is doing? Usopp complains. Robin didn't say anything. There was something telling her that Kirito had this covered. Kirito by now has shown enough wits and power for them to truth him with this. Who are you? Treble asked, but Kirito didn't even bother listening. He closed his eyes and got ready. Just make her faint, he says, Kirito grumble. And when his eyes open again, a terrible corrosion appears. The earth felt like shaking for others, and slowly all the people Kirito targeting started to drop down like flies. Sugar too had her eyes rolled back up and just fell to the ground. Only Treble was able to stand there, but he too was shaking. This, Treble stutters. Conqueror's Haki. Robin's eyes widen. Usopp and others were gobsmacked. Chapter 285. Doflamingo tightened his strings around Law, a sadistic grin on his face. This is where it ends, Law, he said, preparing to finish him off. But suddenly, a strange sensation washed over the city. The toys that had once filled the streets of Dressrosa began to transform back into humans, their expressions a mixture of confusion and relief. Doflamingo's grin faltered as he looked around, stunned. What the hell? He muttered, realizing that something must have happened to Sugar. Anger boiled inside Doflamingo, but before he could react further, a figure burst out of the Colosseum, drawing everyone's attention. It was Luffy, his face set with determination. He had left the tournament after seeing his brother, Sabo, who he thought was dead for many years. Sabo had revealed that he was alive and a member of the Revolutionary Army, and he had taken Luffy's place in the tournament to retrieve Ace's fire fruit. Doflamingo! Luffy shouted, his voice echoing through the streets. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed. Straw Hat! He growled. Luffy landed in front of him, his fists clenched. You're going down, Doflamingo. I won't let you hurt my friends anymore. With that, the battle began. Luffy launched himself at Doflamingo with a barrage of punches, each one infused with haki. Doflamingo countered with his string attacks, using them to block and parry Luffy's strikes. The air was filled with the sounds of their clashing attacks, each blow sending shockwaves through the city. Luffy pushed himself to his limits, using his Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd forms to increase his speed and power. He landed several powerful hits on Doflamingo, but the warlord's resilience and skill with his string fruit kept him on equal footing. Now I know why others make so much fuss about you, Doflamingo admitted, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. But it's not enough. This was also the time when he used his birdcage technique, in which he covered the entire island with strings all around, cutting the very island itself. Luffy grits his teeth and steps back, preparing for his next move. Then I'll just have to use this. He activated Gear 4th, his body inflating as he coated himself in haki. In this form, he was a powerhouse of speed and strength, and he launched himself at Doflamingo with renewed vigor. His attacks were faster and more powerful, forcing Doflamingo on the defensive. Gomu Gomu no Kong Gun! Luffy roared, his fist crashing into Doflamingo with incredible force. Doflamingo was sent flying, crashing into a building. But even as he stood, battered and bruised, a twisted smile spread across his face. Impressive, Straw Hat. But I've got a trick of my own. He raised his hands, and the ground beneath them began to change. White thread spread out from Doflamingo, enveloping the area and transforming the landscape into a deadly field of razor-sharp strings. His devil fruit powers had awakened. Luffy's eyes widened as he saw the transformation. What the? Doflamingo's laughter echoed through the city. Welcome to my world, Straw Hat. This is the true power of the string fruit. The awakened strings gave Doflamingo a significant advantage. He manipulated them with ease, creating massive structures and launching deadly attacks from all directions. Luffy struggled to keep up, his Gear 4th form giving him the speed and power to fight back, but the overwhelming number of strings made it difficult to land a decisive blow. Doflamingo took advantage of the terrain, using his strings to move rapidly and strike from unexpected angles. He ensnared Luffy with a web of strings, tightening them around his limbs to restrict his movement. You're finished, Straw Hat. Doflamingo declared, tightening the strings further. Luffy roared in defiance, his haki-infused muscles straining against the bindings. With a tremendous effort, he broke free, his eyes burning with determination. I'm not done yet. Luffy shouted, launching himself at Doflamingo once more. The two clashed again, their powers shaking the very foundations of Dressrosa. Luffy's Gear 4th attacks were relentless, but Doflamingo's control over his awakened strings allowed him to counter almost every move. As the fierce battle between Luffy and Doflamingo raged on, the chaos spread throughout Dressrosa. The prisoners and tournament warriors, realizing they were trapped inside the deadly birdcage, took up arms against Doflamingo's pirates. Their fighting spirit ignited a wave of resistance as they joined forces with the Straw Hats and their allies, each battling to stop the birdcage's relentless advance. Among the chaos, Pika, one of Doflamingo's top executives, transformed into a massive stone giant. His towering form loomed over the city, wreaking havoc with every step. Buildings crumbled under his weight, and his massive stone fists smashed anything in their path. Zoro seeing this gritted his teeth and turned to Pika, wanting to cut him. Zoro faced Pika head-on, his determination evident in his eyes. He drew two of his swords, Wado Ikemanji and Sandai Kitetsu, and launched a series of powerful attacks. However, Pika's sheer size and the density of his stone form made it difficult for Zoro to land a decisive blow. Every strike he landed seemed to barely scratch the surface of the stone giant. Damn it, if only I have sure sway, Zoro muttered, his frustration growing as he dodged another massive swing from Pika. Pika's laughter echoed through the battlefield. Die! Pika said with his extremely high voice, making Zoro laugh even though he was losing. Zoro gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. He knew he needed more power, but without his third sword, Shusui, his attacks lacked the force needed to take down Pika. But that was when suddenly a voice came. Need a hand, Zoro? Kirito asked. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Positioned to draw a very familiar sword on his waist. Unsheath, Kirito said and drew the sword. Suddenly the area was covered with a powerful sword intent. Even Zoro was taken aback at this point. His eyes widened after seeing the dark blue sword slash running at Pika with so much power that it almost bent the space. Kirito didn't hold back on that attack. Stacking up his haki, sage mode, swordsmanship and even chakra-infused power. With the help of his senses, he was able to sense Pika's real location in that huge stone statue. Zush! The sword attack passed and Pika's entire body was diagonally cut into two. Zoro's eyes widened in surprise. Kirito! How did you? He was surprised. No time for explanations, Kirito interrupted, tossing Shusui to Zoro. That guy is not dead yet, I just hurt him really hard. Sorry but need to get going. Handle that guy okay? I will talk later. Kirito said as he tossed the sword to the stunned Zoro who was looking at him with an expression like he was Mihawk himself, and then Kirito ran from there. Leaving Zoro and a badly hurt Pika behind. Pika roared in pain and fury, his massive form staggering. Zoro just shook his head, making sure that he talked with Kirito later on. He just took out Shusui and got ready to fight in his usual three-sword style. Zoro prepared for his final attack, channeling all his strength and haki into his blades. Three-sword style onigiri. Doflamingo seized an opportunity, creating a massive string construct and launching it at Luffy. The attack struck with incredible force, sending Luffy crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise, his body battered and bruised. It's over, Straw Hat, Doflamingo said, walking towards him with a confident stride. You put up a good fight, but you're out of your league. Luffy clenched his fists, his breath ragged but his spirit unbroken. I won't give up. But before that Luffy was out cold. His haki was exhausted and he was unconscious. He needed 10 minutes to recover. But Doflamingo was right there. Even Law was beaten up to the point that he can't do anything. Why oh, wait. I am here. I am here. It's my turn now. No fair, you guys started without me. Kirito ran in and shouted. Chapter 286. Finally, Kirito came face to face against Doflamingo. He didn't immediately attack or anything. First, he looks around. Besides the healthy dose of destruction, blood and gore, Kirito found both Luffy and Law lying there. Luffy was completely unconscious while Law was struggling to stand up. TCH, I told you to wait and gather others. Damn worst generation. Kirito muttered under his breath and sighed. Ah, so you are finally here. The ninja. Fujitora told me about you. I don't remember seeing any bounty on your head before. So tell me. Why work with Law and Straw Hat here? Doflamingo asked with his usual smirk plastered on his face. He was looking tired but not at all worried. Maybe awakening his fruit gave him that confidence. I help them and they will return the favor by helping me find this one person I am looking for, Kirito said calmly. That's it. If that's all you needed, then why not join by Don Quixote pirates? Doflamingo sends the offer. Thanks, but no thanks. Firstly, I am no pirate, nor do I intend to stay here in the sea once I find her. Second, and more importantly, I don't like how you do things around here. Even we ninja kill and fight, but slavery to this point is not in our code of conduct. So, sorry but you are going down. Kirito was still calm but Doflamingo saw markings appear around Kirito's eyes. Black pigmentation and suddenly his haki felt like roaring at him. I see, too bad then. I have to kill such an impressive person like you. Doflamingo still had a smile on his face while saying this, but in the very next second, he vanished from his place. Appear right next to Kirito and kick out. Kirito didn't even flinch, he lifted his hand and with haki covering his hand blocked the attack effortlessly. Haha, you are strong. But I still don't get it. What kind of devil fruit do you have? You can teleport, use fire and that wind. This doesn't add up with any devil fruit. Doflamingo tries to ask with sheer amusement. Kirito didn't bother to answer. Why waste time on a dead man? With his left hand, he punches out at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's observation haki warned him to move out. But with Kirito's speed and how close both of them were, it was impossible for him to dodge that point-blank attack. He could only block. He shouldn't have considered that Kirito stacks up Sage Mode Haki Chakra-infused punches. Boom. Doflamingo heard his bones snapping even after he had haki covering his hand. His hand bent in an uneven direction before he himself was sent back flying towards a wall, plastering in it. Knew it. The combination of stacking these three techniques is insane. Maybe even better than swordsmanship. Though it tires me out fast. A technique which can even break Madara's Susanoo when he was almost at his peak. Kirito mutters as he vanishes from his place. Unfortunately for poor Doflamingo, he chose close combat fighting without even knowing what Kirito is capable of. The moment his attack connects, Kirito places his Hirashi seal on him, marking him and dooming him outright. Doflamingo wasn't even sure what happened. 1 second he was blocking an attack and next, he was plastered on the wall, coughing blood, and his left hand which he blocked Kirito's punch was broken and twisted in a bad way. A little groggy, he tries to get out of the wall only for a familiar figure to appear right in front of him. His eyes widen, he is observing Kirito's movements but doesn't even notice Kirito moving. Well, that's because Kirito actually teleported. And unlike Law's room ability, problem hiding where Kirito is about to teleport either. Making another punch, Kirito got ready after coming right in front of Doflamingo. Doflamingo's eyes went wide like saucers and he immediately used his remaining hand to use his fruit ability. Strings coming out from everywhere to stop Kirito. Kirito already saw this happening with his own observation and dodged the only attack Doflamingo could have sent his way in this small time frame before punching him again right in the face. Making him blast right through the wall and sending him flying across half of the city. Law saw this with wide eyes. He knew that Kirito was strong but this strong. Now he started to ponder what would happen to them if they couldn't find this one person Kirito was looking for. Good thing he is on our side. Law muttered under his breath before seeing Kirito vanishing again from his face. Before even Doflamingo ends his flying journey, Kirito appears right in front of him, not giving him time at all. This was where Kirito shone the most. Speed. This time he didn't use the punch, that cost too much hockey for him to be comfortable using. And honestly, he didn't need it either. 2 punches were enough to break one of Doflamingo's arm and make him blood from his head to the point that can't even think properly and his head too was spinning by this point. I wonder whose fist is better, this combination of mine or Garp. I might test it out one day if I get a chance. Kirito though. He wanted to use this fist of his more, this combination was very powerful. But its only problem is that when he stack all this power up, both his chakra and hockey consumption skyrockets. Not to mention the pressure it put on him to control all this power. So he didn't use the punch anymore. Making a wind-style Rasengan ready. He appears right in front of Doflamingo. Doflamingo didn't even have time to regain his balance before he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. There was something drilling in his stomach. As soon as the Rasen Shuriken connected, he pushes down the still-flying Shichibukai, sending him and the Rasengan Shuriken at the ground before the giant dun of spinning chakra reappears. With his observation, Hockey Kirito also noticed that the attack hit right. The huge dome was even bigger than what Kirito shown earlier. The moment Law and others saw this they felt a kind of danger in them that they want to make distance. Law just gulped seeing this, he knew what kind of attack that was. If it hit Doflamingo then even his armament hockey can't save him this time. Kirito waited until the attack died down. Upon seeing what was felt of Doflamingo he just sighed. Though I love this crazy attack the aftermath is usually not something I like. Kirito mutters as he also notices the strings set around the island also came out on their own. Good. Chapter 287. As the dust settled from the intense battle, Kirito found himself standing over the lifeless body of Doflamingo. It was much easier than he though but again he was not weak. Just hardly uses his full power. He also knows that although Doflamingo is strong in his own right nothing compares to the real strength of this world. The likes of Emperor or even someone like Mihawk. Beating someone like Mihawk wouldn't be this easy at all for him. Even KCM might be not enough. People of Dressrosa began to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the birdcage was removed from above their heads. This also made others realize that Doflamingo was defeated, starting a round of cheers all around the place. However, the relief was short-lived as Kirito sensed a powerful presence approaching. He turned to see Fujitora walking towards him with his sword in hand. The atmosphere grew tense. Kirito narrowed his eyes, he actually wanted to fight someone strong but technically that would be problematic for him so he wished the situation wouldn't come to that. They decided not to cause each other trouble before, but if Fujitora looked for a fight then Kirito would not hold back this time. Fujitora stopped a few paces away, his expression unreadable behind his blindfold. Fujitora looked like he was thinking something before opening his mouth. You are stronger than I anticipated, you were not just holding back then. More like just playing around. And though I shouldn't say this you have saved many people today, people, who even our marine was too bound to protect. Kirito remained silent. But, Fujitora continued, before we engage in another pointless clash, I must ask you, what is it that you seek? Why have you come here? Kirito hesitated for a moment, then decided to speak. I'm searching for someone. A person named Asuna. My goal is to find her and bring her back to where she belongs. I have no interest in the affairs of pirates or marines. Kirito has said this before to Fujitora, but maybe because he was in his joking tone last time, the admiral didn't believe in him. So he remained serious this time. Fujitora after listening ponders something before only asking this. You have no desire for power or conquest? Kirito shook his head. None. Not even plan to stay here in the sea after I find her. Fujitora pondered this for a moment. He was thoughtful about whether he should act against Kirito or not. Kirito has not done anything against the Navy yet. Making him an enemy of the Navy was the last thing he wanted to do. Especially after seeing how strong Kirito was. Killing Doflamingo this easily. The admiral could sense the tremendous power emanating from the young ninja. He'd rather not give another troublesome enemy to the Navy to worry about. I see, Fujitora finally said. If that is truly your goal, then there is no need for us to fight. Your actions have already brought justice to Dressrosa by eliminating Doflamingo. Kirito relaxed slightly, though he remained cautious. So, you won't try to stop me? Fujitora sheathed his sword, a gesture of peace. No, I will not. But because of what you have done, there is no way you will not have a bounty on your head now. Kirito nodded. Well, can't say that I am surprised. Wasn't expecting anything else. Anyway, if you are gonna do it anyway, then make sure at least you put a good photo in my bounty and give a good Alice name to me as well. Kirito just shrugged. Fujitora turned to leave but paused. And one more thing. What do you think about joining Marines? No thanks. With that, Fujitora walked away. The tension in the air dissipated. Kirito watched the admiral's retreating figure, grateful for the unexpected understanding. With Doflamingo's reign of terror finally ended, Dressrosa began to heal. The citizens rejoiced, hailing the Straw Hat Pirates, Trafalgar Law, and especially Kirito as heroes. Festivities filled the streets, and the once troubled kingdom was alive with hope and celebration. Luffy, however, was less than thrilled. He pouted, crossing his arms as he sat amidst the cheering crowd. I was supposed to be the one to beat Doflamingo, he grumbled, glaring at Kirito. Kirito just rolled his eyes. If so, then get strong enough that others don't have to save your sorry ass again. Luffy muttered something under his breath but eventually broke into a grin. I will get strong. The strongest. And then I will become the king of the pirate. Luffy shouted. I will be Hokage. Kirito heard this sentence in his mind and smirked. Idiots both of them, and yet they remained fan favorites. Meanwhile, Zoro was pestering Kirito, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Show me your swordsmanship, Kirito. Let's spar. I want to see how strong you really are. Kirito sighed, shaking his head. And what about the sword? I told you I can because I don't have a good enough sword to use my full power. I might get you, but then how will you fight? You need all three, right? Ignoring Zoro's protests, Kirito made his way through the crowd. Suddenly, he was pulled into a tight embrace. Viola, her eyes filled with gratitude, hugged him tightly and then kissed him on the cheek. The crowd erupted in cheers and whistles. Thank you, Kirito, for saving our kingdom, Viola said, her voice full of emotion. You've done more for us than we could ever repay. Kirito smiled and gently patted her back. Hey now, once I give my word then I never go back on it. That's my nindo. And remember your end of the deal as well. I didn't do this for free, you know. As the crowd's attention shifted back to the celebrations, Kirito turned to Viola. So, have you heard anything about a girl named Asuna? Viola's expression grew thoughtful. I'm afraid I haven't, but I know someone who might have some information. She led him through the bustling streets to a quieter corner where a young woman with pink hair stood. This is Rebecca, Viola introduced. She's the princess of the kingdom, my niece. She might know something about the person you are looking for. Kirito saw Rebecca with pink hair and suddenly remembered Sakura. Princess in hiding, my foot, if that kind of princess appears in Konoha then we might be 6 feet under already. Kirito jokes to himself. But then he suddenly remembers Tsunade and Deadpan. Well, not like we didn't face something similar. Rebecca stepped forward, a thoughtful look on her face. I've never heard of anyone named Asuna, she began, causing Kirito's heart to sink. But 2 years ago, a kunoichi did come to Dressrosa. She fought in the Colosseum. Kirito's eyes widened. A kunoichi? What was her name? Rebecca thought for a moment. She never told her name, but rather she was gone by a title. She was very skilled and won several matches before disappearing. Title, what was the title? Kirito asked with impatience. She was gone by the name of the no-name girl, Rebecca said. Kirito's heart skipped a beat. No-name girl, that's Asuna, I used to tease her with that name. Damn, out of all the things she ended up using that, seems like she liked it after all. Rebecca nodded. She didn't stay long, but she left an impression. She had red hairs and violet eyes. Yup, that's her. Where'd she go? Chapter 288. As the Straw Hats, Law, and Kirito prepared to depart from Dressrosa, the entire kingdom gathered to see them off. The citizens of Dressrosa lined the harbor, cheering and waving. Thank you, Straw Hat Pirates, Laws, and to you, Kirito. Their voice was loud and was making enough noise to make those poor birds scared to fly closer to the land. Though Kirito himself never liked noise until it was caused by himself, he also has to say that this was far better than the first time he came here. Earlier Dressrosa was good, but it was lacking this soul which he can feel now. Luffy stood at the ship's rail, grinning broadly and waving back. Take care, everyone. We'll be back someday. Viola stepped forward, her eyes meeting Kirito's. Thank you for everything, Kirito. It is only because of you that the people of Dressrosa are now free and smiling, she said, her voice calm, but there was sincerity in her words, making Kirito remember the same kind of things he felt when helping Uzushiogakure or the Land of Snow all those years ago. You'll always have a place here in Dressrosa. Kirito nodded, a small smile on his face. No need to be formal here, princess. I did what I did because I wanted to, there was nothing else about it. You also make it up to me by giving me a hint of where Asuna could be. Previously I was planning on going to Big Mom at Cake Island to find information about Asuna, but thanks to you and Rebecca, I now don't have to do that. I will directly be moving towards Wano. Kirito said as he learned that Asuna came here to Dressrosa 2 years ago. Obviously, she too was looking for a way back, and while here she learned about the Wano country. The only place where ninja live. So of course she will, out of desperation, go there. Kirito now finally had an idea of where he wanted to go. Rebecca approached next, holding a bouquet of flowers. For luck on your journey, she said, handing them to Kirito. And I hope you find your girlfriend soon. Ah, I never said that she is my girlfriend. Hehe, anyone could tell by the smile on your face. That face you made, it's impossible to make if you are not in love with her. Ah, is this that infamous girl's womanly instincts? Quite terrifying. Kirito accepted the flowers with a forced smile. Thank you. Hope you fix everything with your father, and I hope Dressrosa from now on will grow. Kirito smiled and finally went on board Bartolomeo's ship. As the ship began to pull away from the dock, the cheers grew louder. Kinemon, Kirito, Luffy, Zoro, Robin, Usopp and Law were ready to depart with Bartolomeo's ship towards the next island. Kirito, Zoro, Luffy, Robin, Usopp, Frankie, Law and Bartolomeo pirates, as they were traveling with Bartolomeo pirates, were greeted by an astonishing sight. What they thought was an island turned out to be a colossal elephant, its massive legs reaching down into the ocean. Damn, this might be even bigger than that turtle in Naruto world. Kirito was truly shocked this time seeing Zenesha. Whoa! That's one huge elephant. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. Robin had her big beautiful eyes shining already. Maybe it was an instinct of an archaeologist, but she just knew that there was something up there which she just had to know. So this is Zoe. Usopp's jaw dropped. An entire city on an elephant? How is that even possible? Frankie grinned, his mechanical arm gleaming in the sunlight. Now that's super. Bartolomeo looked in amazement. This is incredible. I can't believe we're seeing this with you guys. Now how do we climb this elephant? Asked Bartolomeo. Kurozumi Kanjuro, who aboard the ship later after leaving the Dressrosa, hearing this said to leave this to him. And then he took out his giant brush from his black and drew a rising dragon at the deck of the ship. And then came out a not-so-dragon-looking creature from the deck of the ship. They planned to sit at his back and the dragon climbed at the elephant. Kirito seeing this, just deadpan. So while others sat at the back of the dragon and started climbing the elephant, Kirito just walked straight with his chakra attached to Zenesha's leg. Hey, how are you walking like that? Others shouted seeing Kirito walking nonchalantly. I am a shinobi, remember. Kirito just rolled his eyes and he ran forward leaving others behind. TCH, if only I have that power. Kirito sprinted ahead of the others, despite having the ability to teleport to Nami, who had one of his Hiraishin kunai, he wanted to experience the journey to Zoe firsthand. The sheer magnitude and mystery of the place intrigued him. Reaching the top, Kirito found the city gate which led to a forest first before the city itself, why he has no idea but whatever. Seeing the forest, there was a smile on his face. It almost felt like home there for a second. Konoha is surrounded by forest, so this just felt like home for a second. And maybe that's why Kirito is so easily able to cross the forest at a very fast speed. Hopping on top of the tree now is second nature to any shinobi of Konoha. Naturally, Kirito is no different. What should have been a bustling city was now a scene of devastation. Buildings lay in ruins, and the air was thick with the remnants of smoke and ash. He walked cautiously through the desolate streets. Why can't I go somewhere and find that place in a completely intact and good position? What with my luck with finding wars, dictators and destruction everywhere I go? Kirito curses under his breath. Using his senses he tried to find any survivor there but there was no one. He wouldn't lie that he was now a little worried about Nami and others, but upon remembering that Sanji was with them, he didn't directly teleport to her. For the time being, I should check out in the forest itself. Seeing this destruction, it's natural that the civilians would run inside the forest if the city was under attack, which seems to be the case. This seems like happened recently, like not more than a week ago. Nami and others should have also gone with civilians. Kirito thought as he turned back and made his way inside the forest to find others. The reason he didn't want to directly to go Nami is because it's possible that there are threats in the place. And if that is the case, it is better to warn those idiots who are climbing up onto the back of the dragon before finding Nami. And before that, I gotta see whether the place safe or not. As he ventured into the dense forest, his senses heightened. Suddenly, a blur of movement caught his eye. It might be hard to navigate in the forest for others but not for Kirito. He immediately noticed the figure, even if it was only for a brief moment. The figure came to light. A rabbit-like girl lunged at him, her speed astonishing. Kirito dodged, avoiding her attacks without countering. "Wait!" he called out, trying to communicate. "I am not here to hunt bunnies, I mean I'm not your enemy." She didn't respond, her attacks relentless. Kirito continued to evade her, though she was fast, but Kirito was untouchable when it came to speed. As long as it was not Kizaru, Kirito didn't want to hurt her though. His eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing the agility and ferocity of his opponent. Before he could react, another figure emerged, a man with the features of both a lion and a human. This one was larger and more imposing, and his attacks crackled with the power of lightning. Since when is lightning release because so easy? Kirito's eyes widened as he blocked a powerful punch, feeling the electric current surge through his body. Actually, he did that just to test how strong the lightning was. It didn't look much strong, but it was strong. No way close to Chidori level, but strong nonetheless. "Why are you attacking me?" Kirito asked. The lightning kind of made him serious. "Now you are making me angry." Kirito didn't want to harm them, but now he was getting mad. The lion man growled, launching another attack infused with lightning. Kirito deflected it, still holding back. He could see the confusion and anger in their eyes, but there was something else, a deep-seated fear and desperation. "Fuck, alright. Seems like I need to give them a reason to stop." Kirito grumbles as he makes a fist and with insane speed delivers a punch right at the jugular of the demi-human. Using a little chakra-infused strength. Making the demi-human drag back with all the air left his lungs. "I don't want to fight you," Kirito said firmly, his voice carrying an edge of resolve. "But that doesn't mean I won't if you push me." The rabbit girl and lion man paused, momentarily thrown off by Kirito's words and actions. The brief respite allowed Kirito to study them more closely. Their attacks weren't just wild, they were coordinated, purposeful, and filled with a strange mix of lightning and physical prowess. Definitely they are sentient and can think for themselves. "Tell me what happened here. Why is Zou in ruins?" Kirito, upon seeing they were no longer attacking, just asked, though he was ready to deliver a little more ass-kicking if so needed. The rabbit girl hesitated, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. The lion man, however, remained tense, his muscles coiled for another strike. It was clear they were wary, not just of Kirito but of something far more sinister. "Seems like this conversation gonna take some time." Kirito just rolled his eyes and huffed. Chapter 289. It took some time, but eventually, Kirito managed to convince the demi-humans that he wasn't an enemy. His sincerity and calm demeanor helped to lower their defenses, though he kept beating their asses until they are actually ready to listen to them or go to the diplomatic path. They cautiously agreed to take him to their village. As they led him through the dense forest, Kirito marveled at the unique blend of natural beauty and devastation around him. This was also a city, but they created it hidden in the forest. Unlike the one which was in open and got destroyed. Almost felt like he was back in Konoha for a second time. Maybe he is a little homesick. He was away from home for quite a bit. First that entire war against Obito, Madara and Kagaya, and then this. Upon reaching the village, Kirito was relieved to see familiar faces. Nami, Chopper, and Momonosuke were there, helping the villagers rebuild. The village was filled with people who looked like a mix between humans and animals, each possessing distinct animal traits. Garchu, suddenly a beautiful beast woman came to Kirito and said while rubbing her cheek with him. Strange way to greet, but I'll take it. Nami. Kirito called out, rushing toward her. Kirito. You made it. Naomi exclaimed, running to meet him. Are you okay? Did they attack you? Where are the others? What happens in Dressrosa? She asked multiple questions. Everyone fine, we took care of Doflamingo, others are here and coming, and yes, I was attacked, Kirito replied, glancing around at the recovering villagers. What happened here? Nami's expression turned somber. It was Jack the Drought, Kaido's nakama. He attacked Zo and nearly destroyed everything. The poison he used was devastating. Jack, I've heard of him. One of Kaido's top commanders. Law explains that there are 3 generals in Kaido's army. Jack is one of them. But why suddenly attack here? Kirito pondered. Yes, Nami nodded. We've been doing our best to help the mink tribe recover. Chopper with the help of Caesar came out with a cure for the poison. He's been amazing. Kirito looked over to see Chopper busily treating the injured. The small reindeer doctor was moving from one patient to another, his face a mix of determination and exhaustion. Chopper. Kirito called, walking over. How's it going? Chopper looked up and smiled. Kirito. You are here, great. Can you show me a jutsu? Chopper replied immediately. Ah well, he seems alright to me. Kirito rolled his eyes. Great job, Chopper. Keep working hard. As they talked, Kirito noticed a change in Nami's expression. She seemed worried and distracted. After a little observation around his place, Kirito noticed something and asked. Where is Sanji? Kirito asked. Sanji, Nami's attention was caught by that name. Kirito saw her hesitating before talking, but after she saw Kirito looking at her with no particular expression, she spoke. He left Zo. Something happened with Capone Beach. Left? Why? Why would he leave? And where? Nami sighed, clearly troubled. It's a long story. Capone Beach showed up, and there was a confrontation. I rather explain in detail when others are also here, but in short, Sanji got a message from his family, the Vinsmokes. They're forcing him into a marriage with Big Mom's daughter. Or at least that is what we heard from that lion man in a pink suit. Kirito's eyes widen. Holy shit, that's a twist in the story, Oda. But now that I think about it, there is always something or some kind of information given about the members of Straw Hat's pirates here or there. Zoro and Sanji might be the only ones with no info. But still, it doesn't make sense. Why so suddenly? Kirito pondered. Sanji didn't want to go, at least I don't think that he did, but he had no choice, I am sure that is the case. We need to find him and bring him back. Well, I am in, wouldn't mind some action if needed. But let's wait until your captain is here. Nami smiled, though it was tinged with sadness. Yes. The Straw Hats with Law and Kinemon group finally arrived at Zo, reuniting with the crew members who had been there earlier. The mood was somber as they took in the devastation caused by Jack's previous attack. They practically thought the same thing as Kirito did, but a little less troublesome after the mink tribe learned that those coming are with Nami and Chopper. As they gathered in the heart of the village, Nami, Chopper, and the others filled them in on what had transpired. Jack's attack was brutal, Nami explained. He poisoned the entire village. Chopper has been working non-stop to heal everyone. Chopper nodded, looking tired but resolute. We managed to save many, but the damage was severe. Luffy covered his face with his hat, sending a universal sign that shit gonna get serious. We'll make Jack pay for this. But first, we need to save Sanji. Ah, so this expression might not be for Jack but rather for Vinsmoke or Big Mom. Anyway, nothing to do with me, I am not going to Cake Island anyway. I rather go to Wano alone from here if I have to. Kirito thought. Just as they were about to finalize their plans to leave for Big Mom's territory, a sudden tremor shook the island. Everyone looked around in alarm. What's happening? Brook exclaimed, holding on to his hat. Damn, this is not even a real island, how is the earthquake is affecting his place? Kirito was honestly confused. The ground shook violently, and in the distance, they heard the sounds of cannon fire and explosions. Kirito, already on high alert, prepared to teleport down to the sea and confront whoever was causing the disturbance. He might be the only person there besides Law who can do that. In fact, he already had one seal place at Sunny which was parked at the feet of Zenesha. It's Jack. Pedro shouted. He's attacking Zenesha's legs. Before Kirito could act, a deep, ancient voice resonated through the air. Luffy and Momonosuke both froze, their eyes wide. "Zunisha is talking to me," Momonosuke said, bewildered. "He's saying he's in pain." Momonosuke, tears in his eyes, listened intently. "He says he's been carrying the world's burden for centuries. He's asking for permission to fight back." Kirito, ready to dive into the sea and take on Jack himself, paused. "What the fuck that's supposed to mean?" With a deep breath, Momonosuke shouted, "Jack has Tgthegood." There was a moment of silence, and then the enormous elephant let out a deafening roar. The sea around them churned as Zunisha lifted one massive leg, water cascading off it in torrents. And though it wasn't possible for them to see what really happened with Jack after that, the tremor stopped after that. Zunisha's attack was terrifying. The ocean erupted as Jack's fleet was obliterated, ships splintering into pieces and sinking beneath the waves. Jack, thrown from the wreckage, could only watch in horror as his armada was decimated. The Straw Hats, along with the Mink tribe, cheered as the threat was neutralized in one swift, powerful move. Kirito, standing at the edge of the village, nodded in approval. "That's one way to deal with a problem. Almost reminds me of an angry fox I know of." Luffy grinned, clapping Momonosuke on the back. "Good job, Momo. You saved everyone." But that wasn't the end at all. After that, a new problem arose. Another tremble. "It's Zunisha, he is injured." Someone shouted. "Sigh, of course, he is. This will take more time, causing further delay." "Just my luck." Kirito just sighed. "Don't worry, I will take care of it. I know healing jutsu. Leave it to my clones." Kirito said as he made 10 clones who immediately started to run down from the elephant's leg to heal Zunisha's leg. People at Zoa upon seeing this were stunned. "Just keep the planning going. Let's get out of here as soon as possible." Chapter 290. As the aftermath of Jack's attack settled, Kinemon gathered everyone around. His expression was serious, and everyone sensed that he had something important to reveal. Kirito from the very beginning knew that these characters who suddenly started to travel with straw hats were important. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here at all. "Everyone, I have something to confess," Kinemon began, his voice steady but solemn. "I am not Momonosuke's father." "What?" "Knew it, that Oda surely cooked something. Let me guess, some sort of important figure and then asked to save their country and from some sort of tyrant or much more. That's how the story here usually goes, right?" Kirito thought, with already knowing this gonna end. "Momonosuke is the son of Kazuki Oden, the next daimyo of Wano." "Nailed it." There was a collective gasp from the Straw Hats and their allies. Luffy blinked in surprise, while Zoro and the others exchanged glances. Momonosuke stood by, a determined look on his face, showing a maturity beyond his years. Kirito just hoped that whatever this was, had something to do with Wano. If not, then it bye-bye Zo, bye-bye Straw Hats and bye-bye pirates. Kinemon continued, "We need to find the last member of our group, Reizo. He's the reason Jack attacked Zo." "What?" When they finally located Reizo, it was a surprise to everyone. The samurai they had been searching for turned out to be a ninja and not the imposing figure they had imagined. Reizo was stout, with a round face and an almost comical appearance. He didn't exude the power or presence one might expect. All the Straw Hats and even Momonosuke and a few of the Mink tribe look at Reizo and then back to Kirito. Comparing them and internally thinking that Kirito is far better, at least when it comes to looks. But more than that, Kirito is powerful. He kills Doflamingo. Just no one can do that. Kirito himself, after seeing the completely disproportional person in front of him, just pursed his lips tightly together. I really have no idea why Oda likes creating characters like this. This man Reizo's head was at least the same size as the rest of the body. How the hell is that even practical? Especially or a ninja. But somehow it works. Why? Because this is One Piece and Oda finds it funny. Sigh. Kirito just kept his quiet. It wasn't worth saying anything right now. He knew that. Luffy, being Luffy, immediately pointed out with his childish way, "Hey, Reizo, you're a ninja, but Kirito looks way cooler." Bang. "Idiot, don't say that." Nami hit chided as her invisible haki was able to hit the future emperor of the sea. How? No one knows. Or maybe she is not a normal person and has a certain connecting with a certain something which Oda will only explain by the end. Possible. Reizo scratched his head sheepishly. I may not look impressive, but I assure you, I am skilled in the art of ninjutsu. Kirito gave a small, reassuring nod. Appearances aren't everything. Skills matter most. With Reizo now part of their group, the Straw Hats, Heart Pirates, and members of the mink tribe gathered to plan their next moves. They knew they had two critical missions ahead of them. Pedro, Carrot, and the other minks joined the meeting, bringing their insights and experiences. "We need to split into two teams," Law said, taking the lead in outlining their strategy. Luffy immediately jumped in. "I'll lead the team to save Sanji." "Fine, not like anyone else gonna steal the possible from you. He is your cook." Law rolled his eyes. "I will go with you." "And me." "Me too, and me and me." Nami, Chopper, Brook, Pedro and lastly even Carrot said respectively. Pedro nodded, his face serious. "Big Mom's territory is dangerous. But I have been there before, I can help you. Not to mention, not many people know where the Poneglyph is in the Cake Island." Chopper, although nervous, was resolute. "We'll save Sanji no matter what." Meanwhile, Kirito, standing beside Zoro, Robin, and Usopp, was ready for the second mission. "Our team will go to Wano. We need to gather allies and prepare for the battle to liberate the country from Kaido's rule." Zoro grinned. "I'm ready. Better than attending that cook's wedding. We need to locate Kazuki Oden's allies and rally them for the fight. Wano's liberation will be a massive undertaking. But don't forget our main goal. Our main goal is to bring down Kaido." Pedro looked at Kirito. "You're impressive, Kirito Dano. With your skills, we'll have a better chance." Kirito, humble but confident, replied, "We'll do whatever it takes to succeed. I also have a reason to go to Wano." Kirito said as he thought of Asuna. The teams were set. Luffy's group would head to Cake Island to rescue Sanji from Big Mom's clutches. Kirito's group would make their way to Wano, ready to gather allies and prepare for the coming battle against Kaido. Luffy's team took Sunny while Kirito and others took other ship. Luffy, always the spirited one, gave a thumbs up. "Let's save Sanji and take down Kaido." Zoro smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "We'll handle whatever comes our way." With the final preparations made, the Straw Hats, Heart Pirates, and their allies set off on their respective missions. The journey to Whole Cake Island and Wano would be fraught with danger, but their resolve was unwavering. As they sailed away from Zou, the memories of their time there and the bonds they had formed stayed with them. The adventures that lay ahead would test their limits, but together, they knew they could overcome anything. Chapter 291. Kirito and the second team finally reached the shores of Wano, only to be greeted by an imposing sight, a giant mountain with waterfalls cascading down its sides. The only way to reach Wano was to ascend these treacherous falls. "That's Wano. How the hell are we supposed to get up there?" "We need to attach our ship to a giant koi fish and let it pull us up the waterfall," Law explained, pointing to the massive fish swimming in the waters below. "Great, who come up with such an indigenous idea?" Kirito's eyes twitch. Frankie quickly rigged up a harness, and with some effort, they secured the ship to one of the giant koi. The fish struggled at first, but then began the climb, pulling the thousand Sunny up the powerful waterfall. As they ascended, the crew held on tight, the spray of the water soaking them. Kirito stood at the bow, eyes fixed on the top. "Hold on, everyone. We're almost there." The ship creaked and groaned, but the koi pulled them steadily upwards. Finally, with one last surge, they broke through the waterfall and reached the calm waters at the top, gazing in awe at the breathtaking sight of Wano spread out before them. As the Kirito and his team enter the land of Wano, there the ship is suddenly caught in a powerful whirlpool. The force of the water was too much, and the crew was separated, each member being thrown in different directions. Kirito found himself struggling against the current before blacking out. "Damn, why do things like this always happen to me? Why can't this be a simple journey where I get the girl, and have a good time with her before sending her home?" Kirito complained. As Kirito awoke, he was lying on a desolate shore, the sun beginning to set. He shook off the dizziness and stood up, taking in his surroundings. The landscape was bleak, with ruins and debris scattered everywhere. It was obvious that many ships just like there have crashed here, all thanks to that whirlpool. In the distance, he could see what was left of a city, now a ghostly shell of its former self. Just my damn luck. Kirito cursed, and upon not seeing anyone he just shook his head and moved on. He wasn't worried about them, all of them were strong. But he has to find them one way or another. He made his way into the destroyed city. What else he could do anyways? Currently he can't sense anyone, and this mostly because his own sense are not working right, will take some time to settle down. As he wandered through the ruins, he heard a faint humming. Following the sound, he soon spotted a little girl, no more than 8 years old, sifting through the rubble. Her clothes were tattered, and she looked extremely malnourished. Kirito hid, not wanting to scare the girl. It was clear that the girl was looking for something. He also looked around to see if there are more people around here, but he couldn't find any. Narrowing his eyes, trying to sense whether this was a trap, but he couldn't sense anyone, so he just sighed. Kirito approached her slowly, not wanting to startle her. "Hey there," he said softly, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. "My name is Kirito. What's yours?" The girl glanced up at him with wide, wary eyes, clutching to a small kunai in her hands. It was strange to see anyone seeing kunai in their hands, but when Kirito looked at the kunai it looked very familiar. Like home, they make same kind in elemental nations. She didn't respond immediately, her body tense with fear. "No loli-con, but she is pretty cute." Kirito smiled, though he saw how skinny the girl was, and frowned a little. "It's okay," Kirito continued, kneeling down to her level. "I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to help. No more like I am the one who need help, So kid, mid telling me your name, promise I won't bite." The girl hesitated, then whispered, "Oh Otama." Kirito offered her a gentle smile. "Otama, it's nice to meet you. Are you looking for something?" Otama nodded slowly, still clutching the wooden figure. "I'm looking for food and water," she said, her voice barely audible. "Why did I even ask? Just look at her, of course she is looking for something to eat." Kirito just mentally kicked himself. "I have some food in my pack," he said, carefully reaching into his bag and pulling out a small ration. "Here, want some?" Kirito took out a scroll, first making Otama confused, but when suddenly with a puff of smoke appeared food, she was surprised. There was a glint in her eyes after seeing this, as most people will consider this as magic in this world. Otama's eyes widened at the sight of the food, but she still seemed to be more amazed at the sudden emergence of the food itself. Otama seems hesitated before speaking. "Why are you helping me?" she asked, suspicion evident in her voice. Kirito looked at her seriously. "Because I wants to. Is there any more reason needed? There is also the fact that I need your help as well. Won't worry, I am not looking for anything hard, just need some information, anything you know about this place," Kirito said with a smile on his face. Slowly, Otama reached out and took the food, her wariness slowly giving way to gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. "You're welcome," Kirito replied. "Do you know what happened here? Why is everything destroyed?" Otama's expression grew sad. "The Kaido's people did it. They destroyed everything and took all the food. Everyone is scared." Kirito nodded, understanding that Oda-sensei seems to like writing people suffering. "I see." Kirito only said that. Otama suddenly thought something as she dug into the food Kirito gave to her and said, "Big brother, there is a place up in the hills. It's hidden. I live there, wants to come with me?" "All right," Kirito said, standing up and offering her his hand. "Let's go together." Otama hesitated for a moment, then took his hand, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. As they made their way towards the hills, Kirito silently vowed to protect this young girl and find his friends, no matter what challenges lay ahead. Not sure why, but suddenly he felt like he was looking at both him and his brother. Their childhood too was not that great. Even getting something to eat was hard, like Otama here. Chapter 292. As they walked toward the hills, Kirito gently encouraged Otama to share what she knew about the current state of Wano. With a deep breath, Otama began to explain the dire situation. "Everything changed when Kaido and Orochi took over," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "Kaido is a powerful pirate, and he allied with Kurazumi Orochi, who became the shogun of Wano. Orochi was supposed to protect the country, but he betrayed us." Kirito listened intently, trying to understand the political structure of this place. "What happened to the people?" Otama's eyes filled with sadness. "Orochi and Kaido's men are ruthless. They force us to work in their factories and mines, polluting the land and water. The air is thick with smoke, and the rivers are filled with toxins. The soil is poisoned, so crops won't grow properly. There's barely any food, and what little we have is often taken by Orochi's soldiers." She paused for a moment, clutching Kirito's hand tighter. "Many people are starving. They call it the Great Famine. Orochi uses fear to control everyone, and anyone who speaks out or resists is punished harshly." "I see. What about Kaido? Where does he fit into all of this?" "Kaido is the one truly in control," Otama continued. "His beast pirates. They enforce Orochi's rule and ensure that no one can challenge their power. Kaido himself is terrifying. People say he's invincible and that he can't be defeated. His presence alone keeps everyone in line." She took a deep breath before continuing. "Kaido also has factories that produce weapons and other dangerous things. These factories pollute the environment even more, making it hard for people to live. The water we drink is poisoned, and many have fallen ill because of it." Kirito nodded, absorbing the grim reality of Wano. "And what about the resistance? Is there anyone fighting back?" Otoma's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Yes, there are still people who believe in the Kazuki family and are secretly planning to overthrow Orochi and Kaido. They call themselves the Kazuki Alliance. They hope to restore peace and prosperity to Wano, but it's difficult. As they walked and talked, Otoma's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. There's also someone I really admire in that group, she said. A sister ninja. I want to be just like her when I grow up. An enchanting Kunoichi. Kirito's curiosity was piqued. A sister ninja? Tell me more about her. Otoma nodded enthusiastically. She was amazing. She had beautiful red hair and these violet eyes that looked so fierce. She was strong and brave, and she fought off some of Orochi's men to protect us. I met her about 2 years ago. Kirito's heart skipped a beat. Red hair, violet eyes, a fierce demeanor, it sounded exactly like Asuna. This sister ninja, did she have a name? Otoma thought for a moment. She never told me her name, but she was very strong, super strong, and she could do magic just like you, big brother. She told me to be brave and to never give up hope. Magic, you mean how I bring out food? Kirito asked with anticipation, and when he got a nod from the little girl he knew that he had made it. Finally, Kirito said with a satisfied smile on his face. Do you know where she went? Kirito asked, trying to keep his voice steady despite his racing heart. Otoma shook her head, a bit of sadness returning to her expression. She said she was going after the daimyo. She wanted to confront Orochi and stop the suffering. But I haven't seen her since then. Kirito clenched his fists, suddenly having a bad feeling. This after all happened 2 years before. Thank you, Otoma. You've helped me more than you know. Otoma looked up at him with wide eyes. Do you know her? Kirito nodded. I think I do. She's someone very important to me, and I've been looking for her for a long time. Otoma's face brightened with hope. Then you'll find her, Kirito. I believe, big brother. Kirito smiled at the little girl, grateful for her faith in him. I will. And when I do, we'll help make things right in Wano. As they continued their journey, Kirito's mind raced with thoughts of Asuna. She was here, in Wano, and she was fighting against Orochi and Kaido. Why? What caused her to do something like that? Well, there were so many questions, but he knew that only finding her could give him all the answers. Signing, Kirito just kept up with Otoma until they reached the place she wanted to take him. The place was a rundown home. In fact, they were in a destroyed and abundant village. To him, it didn't look like this was taken old, so people definitely lived here because it was attacked and destroyed, as of course everything Otoma said herself. The real origin of the problem was none other than both Kaido and Orochi, the daimyo of the place. Thanks to Otoma now he has a little perspective of the political structure of this place, which was surprisingly like Naruto world, minus the ninja village. Apparent Orochi, the current shogun of the place, wasn't the real shogun. This is the same guy which Kinemon talked about before. After the death of Kazuki Oden, Orochi with the help of Kaido and his men took over the position of shogun. Now when I think about it, it's not hard at all to take care of that Orochi by myself. That guy will also know where Asuna will be. But if I do that, then that will alert Kaido and his man. This will further create problems for both Luffy and Law. Kirito was thoughtful. He wanted to just rush at the Shogun castle and kick his ass, but after considering the situation he didn't do that. Right now I rather just gather information as much as possible. Find those idiots, especially Zoro. And lastly, if possible, acquire myself a good sword. Though Punch and Rasengan are strong, they are way too exhausting on my chakra. If I can get my hands on a sword like Shisui, then that would be a lottery. Kirito nodded as Otoma and others finally made it inside the rundown house and sat down. Big brother, do you want to eat something? I have rice. The girl said with a smile on her face. Rice left? She herself was starving. How the rice came? Kirito wondered, but whatever the case he knew that he couldn't get anything from the poor girl. If anything, she would be taking out her emergency reserves. Sign, why Oda always like this kind of setting? In this regard, I at least prefer Naruto world. Strong are fine here in One Piece, but common people really do suffer a lot. He slowly waved his hand to ask the girl to come over to him. Blinking her big eyes, the girl did so, only to get a poke on her forehead. Keep that food for yourself. It's important for a little kid like you to eat more. And when it comes to food, leave it to me. I will bring food. Kirito said as he took out some crackers he bought in Dressrosa and handed over to Otoma. Those are some snacks. Eat those until I bring something good for you later. Kirito smiled as started making a plan before heading out. Now that he has promised the girl, then he will bring food for her. Chapter 293. Kirito didn't talk with Otoma for long. he needed information about this land more than just what he had gotten from the mouth of a child. Getting out of the destroyed villain, which he soon found, was situated at the far end shore of Wano, he made his way towards the main city. According to Otama, Wano is divided into 6 different states, namely Kuri at the very west, where he was, Kibi at the north, Udon in the western south, Ringo at the east, Hakamai at the southeast and lastly the flower capital at the center. To get any information about the current political condition of the place, well anything more than what he got from Otama's mouth, he has to go to the closest town from his current place. As said, he was in Kuri, to be exact, the southern part of Kuri, only a little away from Amagasa village. At first, he was planning on visiting that village, but Otama said that Amagasa village is also suffering from abject poverty and more than anything, a lack of food. This changes his objective from the nearby village to a little further away town of Bakura. As he moved out of the dense forest, he finally came across of the vast landscape of the entire Wano. Kuri was mostly prospering when it came to habitation and plant life. But others were not that good. Kirito, while doing his shinobi run towards the town of Bakuro, also saw the 2 attack land from Kuri, Yuban and Kibi. Both places are almost ruined pieces of land in Wano at this point. It wasn't hard for Kirito to see why. Udon was completely covered with factories and prisons. That was the most deserted place in here. Kibi on the other hand was a little better, at least there was some habitation, but the problem of poverty and lack of food existed there. As Kirito went on further, he saw many animals and even a river. Meaning technically the problem regarding food and water wasn't a problem in here before. Even without any help from the shogun of the Wano, people from Udon, Kibi and Kuri could have survived by just depending on these natural resources. Until Kaido came here and erected factories, making everything polluted. Now nothing is consumable, not even air, for too long. Sighing, Kirito just shook his head and kept on running towards Bakura town. As Kirito finally reached the Bakura town, he finally comes across the traditional Japanese setting he was looking forward to seeing. This feels like home, Kirito said with a little smile. He saw women wearing kimonos, and men with a strange hairstyle carrying a sword with them. And lastly, almost completely naked fat people. 1 minute, are they sumo wrestlers? So not that much like home. Kirito thought as he entered the place. Of course, he turns into a typical samurai to enter the place. He didn't want to enter there with his real face for everyone to see. The place was quite beautiful, but Kirito right now just didn't have the luxury of sightseeing. He was here only for 2 things. One is to get as much as information he can get on Wano, and the second, acquire both eatable food and drinkable water for the residents of Amisaga village and of course also for Otama. After wondering a little, he entered into a tavern in his disguise. After going around a little, he knew that the money used here in Wano was different than that used outside the world, making things a tad bit difficult for him. Of course, the reason he had to wander around the town that much had to do with this: he snatched money from wealthy-looking people. As he sat beside a drunken man, he asked the owner for a drink as he started to talk, doing his ninja info-gathering skill into action. By the time Kirito was done gathering information, he turned toward the base of a certain man who pretty much controlled this place. My name is Hold'em. Hold'em pretty much handled everything here, meaning this guy was either a subordinate of Orochi himself or he was in the army of the beasts. Kirito highly doubt that he is a nakama in beast pirates, that is way too high profile. And yes, the beast army is just that, an army of people with beast powers, but they do not fall as the main members of the beast pirates. Those are different. As Kirito found the place he was looking for, he immediately came across the man he was searching for. He is a big man who walks around topless with a big fat stomach on show for everyone. But Kirito hardly doubted anyone cared about that. The most bizarre thing about him was there was a lion's head where his crotch was, well, a little away from that, but still. What in the hell? Oda, Kirito at this point has just given up on seeing anything seamline in this anime world. Alright, now think. Should I take him out here, or should I try to use him? As long as it come to both food and water, that's not an issue. I can just sneak in and seal it away as long as I know where they kept the ration. But letting this man go will be a issue. Stealing from him while not taking him out will later bring trouble to the villagers of Amagasa and Otama. But if I kill him, there is a possibility that this will alert Orochi. Guess I have to first find out how important his position really is. Namely, who he work under and whether his absence would cause any big trouble. Kirito thought as he nodded and started to make a plan. Chapter 294. Kirito lingered around in Bakugo town for that night, though he had some understanding of what was going on with both Kaido and Orochi by now, but incomplete information wasn't enough. Especially when he was planning to beat an emperor and overthrow the currently ruling party. Okay, let's see what I got. Kaido literally has no other participation in the maintenance of the land because of his factory and other things related to it. The only other things which he handles directly or indirectly are the military side, which of course he does. At this point, there is not even a point to mention that. But when it comes to everything else, it is mostly under the control of Orochi. So as long as I don't directly make a move on Orochi, there is a very slim chance that anyone from Kaido's side will interfere with me or others. And when it comes to taking down Orochi, well, that can be done easily as long as I infiltrate his castle. Just has to be quiet and quick about it. But is that really what I should do? That bastard dying just like that would do the trick but won't accomplish all the goals I have. It might be a path for Momonosuke to come to power, followed by the fight with Kaido and his pirate members. But there is just one other element in this entire situation. It's the people. Without the proper support of the people of Wano, no matter how popular the name of Kazuki is, becoming shogun for a child like Momonosuke will be hard. Borderline is not possible when it comes to gaining both trust and full control of the Wano. If the country takeover has to work, then Momonosuke has to be a core part of the dismissal of both Orochi and Kaido. No matter how small of a role he plays, he has to show himself. When it comes to fighting Orochi head-on, well, the man himself is not that strong, anyone decent enough can fight him, and he doesn't have many competent people under him either. The only way he currently ruling over Wano is basically because Kaido has his back. Got it. After taking down some of his key pawns from the shadows, I can just infiltrate his castle and kidnap him. That should delay the news of him being attacked reaching Kaido, giving us enough time to host a public execution. Okay. That will do. Kirito stood on top of a tree while looking over the Bakugo town and making a basic plan to act on. A very important and good habit he developed over the years, this at least gives him a sense of understanding where he is going and what he wants to do, what actions to take, and more than anything, he gets to track his progress. Okay, as far as I am concerned, dealing with Orochi is just a side dish. The course is of course Kaido and his army. No matter how strong I am, alone even I can't take them down. Good thing that I am not, though I have to wait until Luffy comes back with the rest of his crew. With Luffy, Law, and all their nakama with the people of Wano. This should be enough to handle most of Kaido's men. Of course, the real problem was never them. It's Kaido himself who is the problem here. Putting him on the same level as Madara wouldn't be wrong here. Anime is one thing, but how strong he really is needs to be checked before I go against him. And maybe the most important question out of all. I could beat Madara with even KCM2 and Haki. The reason is that I could actually hurt him. And Haki was affecting his chakra as long as I delivered a good hit. Kaido is different. He doesn't possess that kind of hacks like Madara do. But where he lacks in hacks, he more than enough makes it in terms of defense. While traveling here, let alone in the entire Wano, it's very common for people can find supporters of Kazuki Oden. It wasn't hard for him, and with enough booze, they talked like they were telling their own story about fighting with Kaido and delivering a wound on an emperor of a sea, whose mark Kaido still leaves with. So now I have a scale to compare to. But the problem still remains, I don't think normal chakra attacks are gonna be enough. I mostly have the power to beat the guy, but it has to be concentrated, so bigger Rasengan are all out. Even if that works somehow, I first have to master my Conqueror's Haki intervene. It still costs me too much stamina and chakra to use that. Fighting someone like Kaido will definitely last for long enough. Only being able to use it 4 to 5 times ain't gonna cut it. And while I am at it, I better also learn internal destruction with my armament. The basic plan though remains very similar to what was used against Orochi. First, take out his strongest generals when they are alone. And then the final battle to beat and kill the guy. And while all this is happening, I also have to find that troublesome girl who God only knows hiding where is in this country. Kirito thought and sighed. That was the time he noticed that the guards who were guarding the warehouse chants, signaling that it's his time to move. The new guards won't change shifts for another few hours. So Kirito can just go ahead and take care of them before stealing the rations. Now one will notice for another 6 to 8 hours, so that a complete clean escape for him. And all thanks to one technique in his arsenal which no one will notice. Sealing techniques. Chapter 295. After getting the needed information and the rations, Kirito got out of Bakugo town. But not before silently getting into Holdem's room and making him disappear. He honestly wanted Holdem to keep handling the Bakura town for a little while longer, just in case someone even worse replaced him, but it was evident that Holdem would go after the ration and eventually find news that suddenly people in Amagasa village getting enough to eat and pure clean water. From then on, Kirito made his way back to Otoma's place. Though this time was just a simple Hiraition teleport as he had a marker there. Otoma, I am here. Are you sleeping? Kirito said as he entered the battered ruined home, but that was when he suddenly felt someone around him. And this person was way too big to be Otoma. In a fraction of a second, Kirito reacted as that person attacked him, almost jumping from on top of him. Kirito quickly did a replacement with a log, thanks to this place being a forest, it was easy. Kirito didn't directly attack as he didn't sense any particular danger from the man. What he came across was a man, no correction. A giant man who was almost twice as tall as Kirito, wearing traditional Japanese clothes while wearing a red mask with a long nose on it. He didn't even give a second look at the strange proportion of the man standing there anymore. He just accepted this being one-piece world and left it there. "Who are you? Why are you looking for that girl?" The man shouted, asking like Kirito was some sort of kidnapper. But Kirito kept his calm and he asked. "I think I should be the one asking that question. Where is the girl?" Kirito asked with a little cold tone. He didn't see this person earlier here, now it's possible that this person is from Amagasa village, but he can't say for sure. "Why are you looking for the girl?" The man asked again. "Nothing particular, why you are here. And who are you exactly? What business do you have with Otama?" asked Kirito with a little narrowed eyes. While he was asking this, he was also going through his senses to find the exact position of Otama. Soon he found the girl's location inside the house, sleeping. At least she is safe. Considering that this man was here for longer than that means either he knew the girl and didn't attack the girl or he was waiting for him, which is highly unlikely. Why would he ask who I am like that before otherwise? Thinking about it, Kirito slightly reduced his tense atmosphere and asked. "What are you thinking? Answer me why you are going after the girl or even know her?" asked the man. His sound was grumpy and low, like an old man. "Well, I can't say I particularly know her. Just met her this morning. Learn many things about this place from her. I went to Bakugo town, promising her that I would bring something for her and the village." Kirito chooses a little less violent way. For the time being, there is a possibility that the man knows the girl. Sigh. It took some time before Kirito fully explained his situation to the man, whose name he later found to be Tenguyama Hitetsu. And the old man who took care of Otama for all this time, learning further about this country from him. "Anyways, I promised the girl that I will bring both food and water for her and the villagers of Amagasa. Here, let me store it here. Doing it in the village could be dangerous. I stole this from Bakura town under those corrupt officials' hands. They surely gonna search for this, so it's better that we store it inside the forest rather than in the village itself." Kirito said, making Tenguyama Hitetsu confused what Kirito was saying. He didn't see the blonde boy carrying anything, let alone both food and water enough for the entire village. But Kirito, knowing what he was thinking, didn't bother to explain, just walk out of the house to find an open space. Taking out the scroll, he placed his hand on the scroll and then suddenly a puff of smoke happened. Hitetsu's eyes widened though when the smoke disappeared. Seeing an entire mountain of food and a tub of fresh water in which maybe the entire population of Amagasa village could swim in. "What? What is this sorcery?" the old man shouted in disbelief. All right, let's keep the ideal amazement looks and gasp for later. We have to find a good place to store these things. Can't leave them here in the open now, can we?" Kirito said as he also formed a hand sign to make clones. Further surprising the old man. He put them in work to dig a hole to store the food and then put the right seals inside the hole to keep the food from rotting. Man, I love seals. I could of course can leave the food in the scroll, but then only I will be able to take them out. That and water both. That won't do, so tonight I have to fix that problem before tomorrow I finally go to look after Law and others. It's enough low time to start the plan. Before Luffy comes back, Orochi should be gone. And I have to completely master both Conqueror's Entanglement and Beion mode. Chapter 296. That night, Kirito's clone works hard to dig a hole to store both the drinkable water and food he stores. Digging was the easy part though, with 100 clones working, it was done very quickly. Though he wouldn't have to go through all that trouble if he knew some Earth-style jutsus. But what was truly time-consuming was putting seals in that storage area in the first place. Once he was done, he pondered whether he just stay there, waiting for Otama to wake up, or just leave. It's not like he will be going for a long time anyway. The old man can give the gift he prepared for the girl on his behalf. Not only that, even handled how to distribute food and water among the villagers and everything related to that. So he left after that, moving towards his next goal. Finding those lost crewmates. Why they have not come after looking for him in all this time? What the hell is wrong with them? Kirito complained, a little grumpy, but he just sighed. So he, after pondering a little, directly teleported from his place to the Hiration marker he given to Law. Currently, that guy was the only one who had a Hiration marker on him. Yo old man, give some food once that girl wakes up. I am a man of my word, it will be a shame if after all this trouble I went through, she doesn't get something good to eat. And while you are at it, also handle how you gonna distribute all that food and water among the villagers. Also, remember not to directly tell anyone where the food or water is or it came from. Do the distribution yourself. Kirito said, and even reminding the man not to do something stupid. From then on, he just outright vanished from his place, leaving the old samurai gawking at his place, though he by now had seen enough ninjutsu to not completely get stunned at the sudden move. Kirito finds himself in Udon, a section of Wano in the south of Wano. This place was no better than Kuri. In fact, it was even worse. At least Kuri had a settlement and people living in it. But here, nothing. Though upon reaching there he, of course, didn't know that. And it's not like he actually appears in front of law making his frowning face like he was expecting it to happen. He was a few meters underwater right now. Oh shit. Making Rasengan in his hands, he immediately uses them as thrusters to imitate Iron Man underwater and get out of it quickly. Bwah. Huff. Shit. Kirito cursed as he saw the kunai in his hand, which was the reason he teleported under the water. I have to quickly get used to sensing in this world. Kirito cursed as he stood up, walking on water and moving towards the closest seashore. Kirito didn't believe that anyone from that crew would drown by just this much, so the only outcome was that Law lost the kunai in that whirlpool. Sigh. Reaching the shore, he found that the place was completely abandoned. The first idea was to get into a high position to find where he was and where could Law and others could have gone. But then he ditched that idea and decided to search for the shore itself for any traces left behind them. He didn't find any. Don't tell me they didn't come here at all. Whirlpools send the kunai alone this far from where they have really gone. Kirito thought with a little irritation on his face. Man, only if we had a better boat. People at Zhao really need to make sturdier boats. He complained internally and decided. There is still a chance that they are here in Udon. If so, then it would be counterproductive to leave here only to search for them somewhere else. Now that I am here anyways, I'd rather just go ahead and search for them here. Kirito sighed and went ahead. The place itself was pretty deserted. Kirito looked around only to find no vegetation or the sign of people around. He knew that this place mostly contained industries, factories, and the prison for the Kaido army. Prison, huh? Suddenly his eyes shone. I should give a visit there. With the shitty luck of the protagonists for attracting trouble, I don't doubt at all that they were taken to prison immediately after coming here. Even if not, I still wanted to go there once. After all, if Asuna went after Orochi back when she was here, and considering that she wasn't killed or ran away, they would most likely will bring her here. His mind decided, Kirito just nodded internally and decided to infiltrate the prison excavation camp. If not anything, he can use those prisoners against both Kaido and Orochi. There was nothing to lose. Chapter 297. Kirito found himself in front of the giant prison door. Entering the place wasn't as hard as he first anticipated it. Though soon he realized why. The reason the security here was so light had something to do with the condition of the prisoners themselves. Even if someone can escape, which would be hard for sure but not impossible, they will feel way before they get out of here. The prisoners were skinny and weak. It was apparent that this prisoner intentionally had not been given anything to eat for a long time, making them grow weak, and even only those who get food who work in construction. It didn't take a long time for Kirito to navigate around the prison. His first motive was to find either the crew or Asuna in here. Unfortunately, he didn't find anyone here. Sigh. By the time his last clone's memories came back to him, he was left with only disappointment. Let alone cells, his clones even gather information about anyone like Asuna or the crew from other prisoners. If before he was considering that they were not here, then now he was sure about it. But now the question was where? If only he has a seal on any of them. But that was the problem, he didn't. He had one on Luffy, one on Sunny, and of whom he secretly put one on Robin's clothes, but he long disregarded that. Guess she ended up suspecting something. Kirito frowned, but that was when his eyes suddenly shot up. 1 minute, I have one on Zoro as well. Yup. Put on him the moment I came, just in case after knowing his reputation. Now I don't think that Zoro will be with others thanks to his particular talents besides swordsmanship, but being able to find one is better than not finding anyone. Kirito smirked and got ready to send Zoro out to teleport to him. But before that, he does that, he suddenly stops. 1 minute. Now that I know that I can find Zoro anytime I want to, I shouldn't act rashly. With all the information I got from the clones, one was particularly useful. Kirito internally. Apparently, this place has been run by none other than Queen, and no, she ain't no attractive MILF or anything, hell, she is not even a she but a he. Queen is none other than one of the 3 disasters in Kaido's army. This person's authority is just under Kaido and is quite powerful. Putting the confusing name aside, Kirito started forming an idea. It's a good chance to take down one of the generals from Kaido's army. Shouldn't be that hard. Though he is not here currently, that gives me enough time to set up a trap for the man. Not to mention the place is almost perfect to secretly make Queen vanish. Taking down a disaster is good and all, but if that brings Kaido breathing down fire on our door, then it's a suicide. No. In others' eyes, I have to make the Queen go disappear. No one should know what happened to him or where he went. Kirito mumbled to himself before suddenly remembering a crucial thing. Vivre card. This was one thing which would cause him trouble. Definitely, all the members, especially someone as important as the Queen, and another disaster would definitely leave their Vivre card behind. This little card will not only track the location of a person but will also tell burn away if a person dies, indicating that the person has died. If Kirito ended up killing Queen, then surely Kaido would know what happened. And if he even kidnaps Queen, then they could come after him. Thinking, Kirito started to plan, thinking about how he could use this particular thing for him. Like using Queen's location as a trap for those who are looking after him. Or maybe he can take his time, and make a way to trick that so-called Vivre card with some kind of trick. Ultimately, Kirito decided to not kill Queen directly. He will ambush him and then take him to a place where he can ambush those who will go looking after him. Alright, I have to make a place there I can fight that guy and imprison him. Possibly somewhere far away from Wano. Good thing I leave a marker back in Punk Hazard. That place should do it. I am pretty sure that Kaido himself is not gonna go after Queen himself. So as long as it's not Kaido, the next best person would be another disaster. Jack has already dealt with Senesha back in Zao, at least I hope that is the case. If I kidnapped Queen, then the person who would most likely come after him would be King. I just have to make sure that Queen Vivre's card is not burning. Meaning I can't leave him hurt or injured for long there. As long as how to take Queen to Punk Hazards or make a prison there to hold him and look after him. He can leave that to Hiration and to his clones. Okay, that should mostly do. Now I just have to wait here until that man comes here. And while I am at it, let me put myself into training both Conqueror's Haki and other things I needed to beat Kaido. Kirito mutters as he plans to get inside the prison, but this time as a prisoner. While he is here, not only he will train but he will also gather those prisoners and create his own small army to go against Kaido. Chapter 298. Ah. Kirito internally wanted to curse, as he felt pain in his bruised body. To enter the place, he infiltrated the place and got caught intentionally. Of course, those bloody guards didn't just put him behind bars without beating him. The first thing I'm gonna do after getting out is to got those bastards. But honestly, I should have come up with a better idea than this. Kirito sighed as he looked around only to find nothing but darkness. Unfortunately, there wasn't any jutsu developed to see in darkness, at least he didn't remember there being any, just one to enhance night vision, but that too doesn't work that well. If only he had a jujitsu right now, almost every one of those gives enhanced vision to the user. Grumbling a little, he used his senses to find his surroundings, only to find that he wasn't alone. There was one man there with him. A man who was injured, but his aura remained strong. No doubt that this man was strong. He even had haki. "Who are you?" asked the man with a heavy grumpy voice. Though the voice itself was low and grumpy, but Kirito was sure that the man himself was quite young. Maybe in his 20s. Namikaze Kirito. "What about you?" Kirito didn't bother hiding his real name. It's not like he is famous or anything. If only he knew. After saying this though, no answer come though. Making Kirito twitched his eyes a little, but he didn't bother saying anything more, at least not until he sensed that the man was injured and smelled blood. "You need some help." "I can heal." Kirito offer. He has to start recruiting people from somewhere, so why not now from now? "I don't need anyone's help," came the defiance voice answer, and that was followed by silence. Kirito had another twitch in his eyes and just sighed. "Leave it, start with someone less crazy and more intelligent being here." Kirito just muttered under his breath as he waited for the morning. He fully expected not to get anything to eat for some time, so before coming here he put all of his things in a seal on his body while also sealing enough food just in case. "Food? Hey, I got food with me. Answer some of my questions and I will give it to you," Kirito said, giving one last chance at talking with the annoying man and gathering some information about this place from the man. Though he knew much by observation and talking with other prisoners, that wasn't enough time. "Give me food first." Kirito didn't say anything and just took out something from his seal, just enough to know that he had food, and threw it towards the man. And he sensed that man caught it masterfully even after this was dark and he was injured. Sure enough, he is no normal person. "You only have this much?" "Oh, I got enough, but talk first. How about starting with telling me your name?" Kirito asked. No sound came for some time before the man replied. "Kid." Eustace Kid. When Kirito enters the prison, and bad idea by the way, he wasn't planning on getting another member of the worst generation. Kid, at Kirito, didn't even realize who this person was only until he actually talked with the guy. This was the same guy who Luffy met in Sabaody Archipelago. But that was ages ago, so of course he didn't remember him. Not to mention, it wasn't like Kid himself was a very important character in the anime. The entire night he spent gathering information from the guy in exchange for food from him. Kirito had it enough anyway, so it doesn't matter. Apparently, while Luffy and his crew were training and later on went to fight the likes of Doflamingo, the Kid himself was taking daring moves like attacking Shanks of all people. What in the world was the man thinking? Shanks. Kirito just sighed, after hearing this. But again he has to give it to the man, even after losing one hand against the redhead, he still had both motivation and sheer insanity to challenge another emperor, and thus he came here. To test his mettle with Kaido. Again, what was he thinking? Anyways, this is a good thing as long as that madman actually helps us overthrow Kaido. By the talk, he sounds like someone who has enough problems with the Kaido to turn into a part-time dragon slayer if given the right reason. This with his pirate group included, I have to say things might really turn out better than I anticipated. Kirito mutters as today he was let out to work with other prisoners. Thus he started working on finding every single possible person he could in this prison to get himself the army he was looking for. And he wasn't alone in this. Around 100 clones of his transform into a prisoner who no one knows about currently were doing the same. And this was how he found a particular old man who attracted his attention. Haki. Yup, his sense was working better and better as time goes, and now he suddenly found this one old man who had Haki. A hidden master, Kirito mused, he wasn't expecting to find someone strong here, at least not beside Kid. But hey, he will take it. This old man's name is Hyagoro. He is a chibi-looking grandpa with a bald head and some patches of blue hair, even his eyebrows were blue. He was wearing a scuba diver kind of glasses. Thanks for giving me this. I have no idea how to express my gratitude, said the old man with a little tears coming to his eyes. Here the prisoners have to work hard and do get something to eat. They technically get a ticket which they can exchange for food later on. Kirito found this a really good way to attract some people. Giving these tickets to this old man was the same. He wasn't sure whether this man can fight any longer or not, but his Haki is strong. He can sense it. So he decided to invest in him a little. Maybe he can get something in return. Chapter 299. So what do you say, not bad right, Kirito said as he took a sip of a drink he stole from the jailers. Of course, he was talking with Kid right now, and of course, he wasn't the reason Kirito, he was a clone. He had more important things to do, like making a prison and trap ready for the queen to fight him and for those who come look after him in punk hazards. But that was too pretty much handled by his clones, as he himself was currently training in punk hazards. It turns out that old man Hyagoro was a strong man in his time. So Kirito started asking for some training from him. Though even he had no idea about Conqueror's entanglements, he did learn quite a lot about armament emission and internal destruction from him. So you are telling me that both Straw Hat and Trafalgar are here in Wano, planning to fight with Kaido? Kid repeats with a little grunt. Yup, and I am in the plan as well. Wondering whether you want to get back at Kaido? Kirito asked with a little smile on his face. To this Kid only narrowed his eyes. Pondering something. You yourself are imprisoned here, what is the point of saying that to me? Kid asked as he grunted. Oh come on, where do you do things I get this sake from? I can get out of here any time I wish to. I am only here to recruit people from the prison. Kaido's army is huge and it will have as many people as we can have to handle that beast army of his. Law is already in Wano with some members of Straw Hat, and Luffy himself will be coming here soon. Think about it. I don't think you want to let those two take the lead on beating an emperor, right? I learned from both that you are a pretty competitive guy. Kirito said, already seeing the redhead Magneto falling for his plan. But he felt that there was still something which was stopping the man from accepting his proposal. Fine, I'm in. But remember that I don't take orders from any of you. The Kid said with much loud voice. Cool, no need to take any orders. Just get ready to fight when necessary. Kirito smiled. And before that, I will have to do something. There is a man I have to find. Kid said. Fine. It's not up to me what you do. As long as you join the fight against Kaido, I have no issues at all. Kirito smiled as things finally looked like it was working out. Each clone engaged different groups of prisoners, their demeanor light and casual, yet their mission critical. In one corner of the camp, Kirito leaned against a rock, his face smeared with dirt. Hey, did you learn about what happened to Bakugo Town recently? He started a joke, eliciting a few chuckles from the weary prisoners around him. One prisoner, a burly man with a grim expression, grunted. "What's the point of jokes, stranger? We're stuck here breaking rocks." Kirito's smile faded slightly, his tone turning more serious. "True, but have you ever wondered why we're stuck here? It's not just bad luck." Another prisoner, a young woman, looked up, her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" Kirito straightened, his voice carrying a mix of humor and urgency. "Think about it. The whole country is suffering. The lands are polluted, the food is scarce, and people are treated like dirt. Just because of those two tyrants." In another section of the camp, one of Kirito's clones mimicked his sentiment. "Kaido sits in his fancy castle while we rot here. Orochi lives in luxury while our families starve. Doesn't that make your blood boil?" A wiry old prisoner nodded slowly. "Yeah, it does. But what can we do? We're just prisoners." Kirito shook his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Yeah right, what can we do about it anyways? It's not like there is someone with a plan to liberate Wano." Another clone, working near a group of elderly prisoners, cracked a smile. "And besides, do you really want to keep listening to my terrible jokes forever? Imagine a life where you're free to hear good jokes, not just mine." The prisoners laughed, the sound more genuine this time. The idea of fighting back was taking root, slowly but surely. "Seriously though," Kirito continued, his tone earnest. "We have a chance to change things. To fight for our families, for Wano. Though you might not be interested, I got a plan." One by one, the prisoners began to nod, the spark of rebellion igniting in their eyes. The young woman from before stood up, her voice strong. "I'm with you. Let's take back our country." The burly man, previously skeptical, cracked his knuckles. "Count me in. It's time we showed Kaido and Orochi what we're made of." Kirito grinned, "That's the spirit." And time like this kept on passing, Kirito kept on working to rile up the prisoners while also training under Hyuguro. Both him and Kid went into beast mode when it comes to training until finally the man Kirito was waiting for came. Queen. Time to activate the plan. Chapter 300. Finally, Queen was back, and with this, Kirito was ready to initiate his plan. The idea itself was simple enough, he just had to wait until he was alone and then teleport with him to Punk Hazards. And the best way to do that is when he goes to eat his favorite curry, Ashiroko. That is when he most likely will be alone. Well, not particularly, but all Kirito has to do is to replace his clones with people who might be around him. And that is exactly what he did. After spotting all the important people who pretty much take orders from the Queen directly, he secretly took care of them in shadows and changed them with his clones. Though not everyone. Queen's right-hand man was still left just in case the Queen didn't find anything out. The second step was of course to rig the food with enough poison and alcohol that even Biju would have stomach ache. Let alone Queen. The plan was already set in motion. Kirito had to take Queen out of there with his oration, though others didn't know how he gonna do that. He never said this to others. While this happens, both Hyagoro and Kid fight after the already reduced number of guards thanks to Kirito secretly taking them out. Lastly, they were already motivated to fight against Kaido and Rebel. Given enough food, they now weren't that weak anymore. And more than anything, who wants to waste their life in prison anyway? Kirito was turned into one of the Queen's men while seeing the Queen eating and drinking. He waited and set up his clones in the right position to start the mission. Soon Queen was swaying left to right, and Kirito made extra sure that he put enough alcohol to put the entire country to sleep for weeks. There was no way that Queen won't feel it. And that is exactly when Kirito acted. All of his clones acted at the same time. He immediately appears near Queen and touches him. He was already in sage mode. He needed that to teleport the Queen that long distance. And the next second he was gone. Kirito, with a determined look, grabbed Queen by the collar. In a flash of light, they vanished from Wano and reappeared in Punk Hazard. The transition was instantaneous, disorienting Queen momentarily. Before he could regain his bearings, Kirito forcefully plunged him into a specially prepared pool of seawater. His reaction was nowhere close to Kirito's, not to mention he was already dull with alcohol and rigged food. Queen's eyes widened in shock as the seawater sapped his strength, neutralizing his devil fruit powers. He flailed helplessly, his massive form thrashing but unable to muster the power to escape. "Welcome to Punk Hazard," Kirito said with a smirk. "Not so powerful now, are you?" Kirito's clones, who had been lying in wait, sprang into action. They moved with precision and speed, their movements coordinated and efficient. Several clones dived into the pool, securing Queen with specially designed restraints. Others surrounded the area, ensuring there was no chance of escape. The only reason he went through all this trouble and didn't just throw a raisin shuriken at the bastard was because one, he wanted him alive, and second, he wanted him here far away from Wano. Queen struggled, but the combined strength of Kirito and his clones was too much. Damn you! He roared, but his voice was weak, the seawater continuing to drain his strength. Kirito stood at the edge of the pool, watching as his clones expertly secured Queen. Good work, guys, make sure you put those seals before he comes out of the water. Remember not to kill him. Don't let him drown, and lastly put those sea stone shackles on him, he said, his tone cold. Beside that though, almost everything goes. The clones hauled Queen out of the pool, his massive body bound tightly with sea stone-infused handcuffs. Finding even one of his size was hard. Queen's usual bravado was gone, replaced by a sullen silence as he realized the gravity of his situation. Kirito approached, his eyes steely. You're going to tell us everything we need to know about Kaido's operations. And if you even think about resisting, well, he gestured to the pool. We have plenty more seawater where that came from. Queen glared but remained silent, knowing he had no leverage here. Though still having a hard time understanding what was going on thanks to him being high. And lastly, we even prepared a special room for you, Kirito said as his clone especially decided an underwater jail for Queen. He will be fully submerged in water, and only have a limited supply of oxygen. And of course no food for some time. Man, that was way too easy than I anticipated. Kirito mutters as he smirks. While this was happening, the plan from Kid's side were also going just right. He escaped with those prisoners perfectly. Chapter 301. Kirito, after securely imprisoning Queen in the special underwater jail he created in Punk Hazard, leaned against the edge of the pool, deep in thought. The battle against Kaido was far from over, and there were many more challenges ahead. He knew he needed to regroup with Law and some of the Straw Hats who had accompanied him to Wano, but another concern tugged at his mind. Zoro. He muttered to himself with a little irritation. He had placed a Hiraition mark on Zoro's sword, Shisui in Dressrosa, to keep track of him. That is how he knew that Zoro was lost. It's not even a question. Deciding to prioritize finding Zoro, Kirito performed the teleport to him first, instantly transporting himself to Shisui's location. Upon arrival, Kirito found himself in a deserted part of Wano, surrounded by tall grass and a few scattered trees. Shisui lay on the ground, but Zoro was nowhere to be seen. Seriously, Zoro, Kirito sighed, picking up the sword. How do you keep losing this thing? Kirito honestly wanted to know this. He scanned the area, looking for any signs of a struggle or a trail that might lead him to Zoro. The surrounding area was eerily quiet, with no immediate clues as to where Zoro had gone. Kirito held Shisui, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the blade. Seems like the blade is frustrated with that moss head as well. He spoke to the sword as if it could understand him. But then suddenly he said. I see you found Shisui, Kirito said as he felt a presence behind him, his voice calm but firm. May I ask where you found it? It's just that I rather know his owner personally. The samurai narrowed his eyes. I am Gyukumaru, the guardian of these weapons. And Shisui is a national treasure of Wano, I can't let you take it. Kirito sighed, knowing this wouldn't be resolved without a fight. Alright then. Let's do this. I just kick a disaster's ass, wouldn't mind a little desert after that. Without warning, Gyukumaru charged at Kirito, swinging a massive blade with incredible force. Kirito dodged nimbly, drawing his own swords to counter. The clash of metal echoed through the misty forest as the two warriors exchanged blows. Gyukumaru was strong and skilled, but Kirito's speed and agility gave him the upper hand. Gyukumaru swung a heavy axe, aiming for Kirito's head. Kirito ducked and countered with a swift slash, aiming for Gyukumaru's leg. The samurai blocked with a quick movement, then retaliated with a series of powerful strikes. Kirito parried each blow with precision, pretty much playing with the samurai as he wanted to know how even Zoro got his sword to him. You're good, Gyukumaru admitted, panting slightly. But I can't let you take Shisui. Kirito smirked, just had a knowing smile on his face. Well, if so, then you just have to stop me, can you do it though? With a burst of speed, Kirito closed the distance between them, delivering a rapid series of strikes that left Gyukumaru struggling to keep up. Finally, with a well-timed maneuver, Kirito disarmed Gyukumaru, sending his weapon flying across the clearing. Gyukumaru fell to one knee, breathing heavily. You are indeed strong. Kirito sheathed his swords and approached Gyukumaru, extending a hand. I don't want to hurt you. I just need information. Where's the green-haired man you stole this sword from, or do I have to kill you? Gyukumaru looked up, contemplating something before finally opening his mouth. After a moment, he sighed and took Kirito's hand, accepting his help to stand. Zoro the swordsman you seek was here. I challenge him to a fight and get the sword. He went further into the mountains, pursuing a group of bandits. Zoro lost, I doubt that. Must be something due to with the plot messing with him. Kirito nodded. "K, I will let you go then, though remember that next time I will not." Gyukimaru looked at Shisui, then back at Kirito. "I will come back, even if it kills me. That is the national treasure of Wano. There is no way that I will let an outsider have that." Kirito picked up Shisui, feeling its weight and power. He secured it at his side, nodding to Gyukimaru. "Fine, not like my headache anyway. We'll just leave it to Zoro." With that, Kirito turned and headed deeper into the mountains, his mind set on finding Zoro. "Honestly, if you were not Zoro's sword, then I would have taken you for myself." Chapter 302. No matter what Kirito did, there was no finding Zoro there. He spent much time finding the man, but apparently, he wasn't there anymore. Maybe I should have just waited with that samurai. Zoro surely would have come to take back Shisui. Sigh, too late for that. Kirito muttered to him and only walked along. There was nothing he could do right now, only just plan what he planned to do next. Zoro winced slightly as Kazuki Hiyori carefully bandaged his wounds. The small room they were in was dimly lit, the only light coming from a small lantern in the corner. Hiyori's hands moved deftly, wrapping the cloth around his injuries with practiced ease. "Thank you," Zoro said gruffly, trying to mask the pain. Hiyori looked up at him, her eyes filled with gratitude and concern. "It's the least I can do. You saved me from Orochi's men. I don't know how to thank you properly." Zoro shook his head. "It's nothing. I just did what needed to be done." He paused, remembering the fierce battle. "But in the process, I lost one of my swords." Hiyori's eyes widened in surprise. "You lost one of your swords? Which one?" "Shisui," Zoro replied, a hint of regret in his voice. "It was taken from me during the fight." Hiyori finished bandaging his last wound and sat back, deep in thought. After this follows her surprise and a little deny, but ultimately she believes Zoro. Maybe part of the reason she got a crush on the moss head. After a moment, she stood up and walked to a small chest in the corner of the room. She opened it and carefully lifted out a beautifully crafted sword. "This is Enma," she said, returning to Zoro's side. "It belonged to my father, Kazuki Oden. It is a powerful sword, and I believe you are worthy of wielding it." Zoro looked at the sword in awe. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from it. "Are you sure?" he asked, hesitant to take such a precious heirloom. Hiyori nodded firmly. "You saved my life and have proven yourself to be a true warrior. Enma deserves to be wielded by someone who can bring out its true potential. My father would want it to be in the hands of a swordsman like you. In return, I just ask that you return Shisui back to the land of Wano." Zoro reached out and took Enma, feeling its weight and the incredible power it held. He could sense that it was a sword that required great skill and strength to master. "Fine, as long as I get a good sword, I don't particularly mind." Hiyori smiled, her eyes glistening with emotion. "I have no doubt you will. Please, use it to help us free Wano from Orochi and Kaido's tyranny." Zoro stood up, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. He secured Enma at his side and gave Hiyori a determined look. "I will. And I promise, I'll get Shisui back too." Did he know that that ain't happening anymore? With Enma now in his possession, Zoro felt ready to face the challenges ahead. Kirito, after finally not finding Zoro anywhere, just gave up. He had more important things to do, like going to the flower capital and starting his plan against Orochi. Not having a marker set there already, he has to run there himself. Not to mention, he was sure that after all the places he had checked out, Law and Straw Hats are definitely there. He found the place beautiful. Truly worth saying that the capital of Wano. The entire place is colorful with a much richer and finer tone than other places in Wano. Kirito for the first time felt that this place was something he could really live and settle into. Strange considering that this entire world is not something he likes to settle into, period. It's dangerous, even more so than the Naruto world. But that was not the point here. He liked the place. The first thing which came to his attention was the beautiful and cozy-looking castle built at the top of a strange curved tree. After a momentary appearance, his usual serious look returns. He remembers that the target he was going after was in that castle. "I am sure that I can find Straw Hats here, but I rather not meet them before taking care of Orochi. But a little change in plan. I will be replacing the guy with a clone." Chapter 303. Kirito activated his stealth mode. His presence became almost invisible, a particular jutsu he learned from Jiraiya, blending seamlessly with the shadows. He moved quickly and silently through the streets, avoiding guards and civilians alike. His ninja training came in handy as he slipped past the city's defenses without raising any alarms. Though he is usually the loud type who just blasts his way in, right now he has to be discreet. The reason is that it was about to kidnap Orochi and replace him with his clone. So can't make noise and let others know his presence in this particular mission. Reaching the outer walls of the Shogun's mansion, Kirito paused, assessing the situation. The mansion was heavily guarded, but he had a plan. He scaled the wall with ease, his movements fluid and precise. Once inside, he found himself in a beautifully manicured garden. He crouched low, moving from one shadow to the next, his senses on high alert. Though normal people can't see him either, but he rather stay low for any haki user. Kirito knew he needed information about Orochi's top subordinates first, as taking them down was more important before going after Orochi himself, and of course, he would replace them with his clone as well. He made his way to a side building where he suspected the mansion's records were kept. Slipping inside through an open window, to gather the information, he just simply turned himself a worker and asked around. These were Orochi's highest-ranking officials, Fukuro Kuju, the head of the Oniwabanshu Kayashiro, the ruthless Yakuza boss, and several others. Took more time than he wanted it to take, like an entire day, but now with the information he needed in hand, he set out to take them down one by one. He started with Fukuro Kuju, who was in his quarters. Kirito moved like a ghost, incapacitating the ninja leader with a swift, silent strike. He then placed a clone in Fukuro Kuju's place to ensure no one suspected anything. Next, he targeted Kayashiro, who was in a meeting with other Yakuza bosses. Kirito waited until the meeting was over and Kayashiro was alone. In a swift, well-coordinated attack, he subdued Kayashiro and replaced him with another clone. The process was repeated for the rest of Orochi's key men, each one taken down and replaced without raising any alarms. Finally, it was time to deal with Orochi himself. Kirito made his way to the central building of the mansion. He navigated through the lavish halls, avoiding patrols and security measures with ease. As he approached Orochi's chambers, he heard voices coming from inside. Kirito paused, pressing himself against the wall near the door. That sure is a familiar voice. He listened carefully and recognized one of the voices as Kenjuro's. The conversation was anything but boring. "I've provided you with all the information about the rebellion, Orochi-sama," Kenjuro said, his voice dripping with false loyalty. "They trust me completely. They have no idea I'm your spy." Kirito's eyes widened, as even he wasn't expecting people would play spy and ninja in this world, at least most don't. Kenjuro, one of Kinemon's trusted allies, was a traitor. Orochi laughed, his voice full of malice. "Excellent work, Kenjuro. With your help, we'll crush the rebellion before it even starts. The last member of Kazuki clan, let end it. Well, seems like I was at the right place in a very wrong time. It's gonna be fun." With a burst of speed, Kirito entered the room, his blade at the ready. Orochi barely had time to react before Kirito was upon him. He knocked Orochi unconscious with a precise strike and quickly replaced him with a clone. As Kirito tied up the real Orochi, he thought about the implications of Kenjuro's betrayal. And Kenjuro himself, well, Kirito clone took care of him. This information would change everything. He needed to get back to his allies and warn them. Teleporting the unconscious Orochi and Kenjuro, Kirito got out of the mansion, avoiding detection with the help of his clones. Once outside, he made his way back to a safe location where he could contact his team. It's finally time to contact them anyways. Now that this is done, only handling Kaido is left. Once I give this to the crew, I need to get back into my training. Kirito muttered. Kirito felt a surge of satisfaction. The mission had been a success, but the real battle was just beginning. With Orochi in their hands and Kenjuro's treachery revealed, they had a fighting chance to liberate Wano. But first, he needed to regroup with his friends and plan their next move. Chapter 304. Kirito navigated through the dense forests and rocky terrain of Wano, tracking down where the rest of his crew and allies were hiding. It took him more time to locate those bastards than he is willing to agree. But his clones come up for him and finally tracks them down. He reached a secluded area where Law, Robin, Usopp, Frankie, Momonosuke, Kinemon, Reizo, and other members of Law's crew were gathered. As he approached, the group noticed him and immediately stood up, expressions of surprise and relief on their faces. "Kirito!" Usopp shouted, waving enthusiastically. "Finally, you're here," Law said, crossing his arms but showing a faint smile. Robin greeted him with a warm smile, "Welcome back, Kirito." Frankie gave a loud cheer, "Super. You made it." Momonosuke and Kinemon were visibly relieved. Reizo bowed slightly, showing his respect. "Ninja and all. Good to see all of you," Kirito said, smiling. "It took some time, but finally I found you all. Wouldn't have taken this long if only someone else would have looked for me." Kirito said this while smiling, but he glared at Law when saying this. They all settled down, sitting around a makeshift campfire. Not our fault that you are the only one who doesn't have a Viva card. Law state, making Kirito further irritated. So were you just looking for all of us all this time? Seeing the irritated Kirito, Robin tactfully changed the subject. Sighing, Kirito began to recount his recent adventures. I've been busy. First off, I managed to liberate Bakugo town. It turns out that there is a small village called Amagasa at the edge of Kuri where I was washed when I first came here, and a little girl saved me from that village. Her own condition wasn't much better, including the entire village, as there was not to eat or drink. Animals, plants and even waste were contaminated by the population by all those Kaido's factories. Stole some from Bakugo town under Kaido's and Orochi's men's noses. Then I visited Udon. Considering how close the place it is to where I was washed into, there was a possibility that you guys might be there, but didn't find a thing, and that was when I learned there is a prison there. I thought you guys got arrested or something, but that wasn't the case. But I ended up getting inside anyway. Kirito said, making others raise their eyebrows. Why? Usopp was the one who asked this, not understanding why Kirito did that. Freed the prisoners there, and they're all eager to help us fight against Kaido. Among them, I found Eustace Kid. Everyone at this had a big "oh" in their mouth, like impressed. Only Law remember that last name though. What that guy is doing here? In prison no less. He wondered but didn't ask and just said. That's great news, Law said, nodding approvingly. And those prisoners will be a huge boost to our forces, Robin added. Kirito continued, but that's not all. I recently infiltrated Orochi's mansion. Managed to kidnap him and replace him with one of my clones. The group was stunned. You did what? Usopp exclaimed, eyes wide. Seriously? Frankie added, that's incredible. What, are you telling the truth, Kirito Dano? Kinemon at this was almost agitated. That Momonosuke, hearing this, only stood there dumbfounded. Kirito nodded, yep, the current Orochi in the mansion is my clone. I also found out that Kanjuro is a spy. He's been feeding information to Orochi. Kinemon's face darkened with anger. What, Kirito Dano, do you understand what you are saying? I know it's hard to believe, but I got proof. Caught the man red-handed at the crime scene. Later I will take you to meet him and Orochi. Ask the man himself. You will know. Kirito knew that they wouldn't believe, so they didn't bother convincing them. He rather just let the truth come out through Orochi's and Kanjuro's mouths. Reizo clenched his fists. I can't believe he betrayed us. Kirito took a deep breath. Okay, there are more things to talk about. True or lie, you guys will know once I bring you all to talk with him. For now, focus. I'm planning a public execution for Orochi. We need to make a statement, show the people of Wano that we're serious about taking down Kaido and Orochi's regime. There was a moment of silence as everyone absorbed the information. 1 minute, the plan was to wait until Straw Hat came here. Law asked, breaking the silence. Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. In fact, the best idea to initiate the plan, as it is most likely that Kaido will attack when he goes after Orochi this opening. Having him here is better. We'll gather our forces and prepare for the execution. It's going to be a public event, and we'll need to be ready for any retaliation from Kaido's forces. And the person who will do this will be none other than the future shogun of Wano. Kazuki Momonosuke. This will establish your upcoming rule here nicely. Kirito explained. This made everyone pause. They were only pondering just how much Kirito planned after coming here. Frankie nodded. We'll need to ensure the area is secure and that we can protect the civilians. Robin added, and we need to be prepared for any attacks from Kaido's men. They won't take this lightly. Momonosuke, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. I will do it. If we show the people that Orochi is no longer in power, we can restore Wano. Kinemon agreed, indeed. This could rally the people to our cause. Kirito smiled, exactly. That's why it's important that we do this right. We'll need everyone's help to make sure it goes smoothly. They spent the next few hours discussing the details of the plan. Everyone contributed their ideas and strategies, working together to ensure they covered all bases. Thanks, Kirito. For everything you've done, Momonosuke later came to him and said quietly. Kirito smiled, don't worry, I promise I'll help, right? So I will help. Chapter 305. Kirito knew that the upcoming battle with Kaido would be one of the toughest he'd ever face. Determined to be fully prepared, he decided to undergo a strict training regime to master his Conqueror's Haki infusion and perfect his Beion mode. He maybe roughly had a week before Luffy and the others arrived in Wano, so every moment counted. He secluded himself in a remote part of Wano, far from prying eyes. The area was rugged, with towering cliffs and dense forests, providing the perfect environment for intense training. Each day began before dawn, with Kirito focusing first on his physical conditioning. He ran through the forest, navigating the uneven terrain with ease, enhancing his stamina and agility. By mid-morning, he shifted his focus to Haki training. He stood at the edge of a cliff, the wind howling around him, and concentrated on his conqueror's Haki. Kirito knew that merely possessing this powerful Haki wasn't enough. He needed to control it, to infuse it into his attack seamlessly. More than anything, he has to use both infusion and internal destruction at the same time while using a sword, and on top of that maintain Baryon mode. He visualized his energy, channeling it through his body and into his sword. With each swing, he aimed to infuse his Haki, turning the blade into a weapon capable of cutting through the toughest defenses. The afternoons were dedicated to mastering Baryon mode. This transformation required immense concentration and energy. The last time he did so just before he had help from Sage of Sixth Path. Now he has to do that alone. Kirito meditated, focusing on drawing out the power within him and then using the same method Kurama used in the anime, fusion of power. Though talking about it is much easier than doing. As the sun blazed overhead, he felt the energy surge through his body, transforming him. In this mode, his speed and strength were enhanced dramatically, but he needed to maintain control. He practiced rapid movements, striking at imaginary opponents with precision and power, honing his ability to sustain the transformation for longer periods. Evenings were spent sparring with his clones. These matches were intense, pushing Kirito to his limits. Each clone mirrored his skills, forcing him to adapt and improve. The clashes echoed through the forest, each strike infused with Conqueror's Haki, each movement a testament to his growing mastery. The sparring sessions not only improved his combat skills but also helped him gauge the duration he could maintain Baryon mode without exhausting himself. As the week progressed, Kirito felt a noticeable improvement. His Conqueror's Haki infusion became more fluid, but when it came to Baryon mode, well, that was an issue. The physical and mental toll was immense when doing it, just sustaining SSJ3 for Goku. Not at all practical, but Kirito had no other chance, not to mention the worst part about using Baryon mode was that he completely burned away his chakra. Even Nine-Tails' chakra gets burned away like crazy. At best, he can handle Baryon mode for 5 minutes if he is in his powerful and capacity, which is not going to be the case. If so, he would use Baryon mode in the first place, so it mostly that he will mostly get a minute or two with it at best, before all of his Nine-Tailed chakra runs out. One good thing here is that his Nine-Tailed chakra was different than his own, meaning he himself would not be affected when using Baryon mode besides the difficulty of using it in the first place. Kurama literally died because of this, so it's a good thing. And maybe the best part is that unlike what happened with Naruto, Nine-Tailed chakra now regenerate inside him automatically, which means he will soon gonna regenerate that chakra, alas way too slow, but he will, and that was the best part. And that's why Kirito wasn't actually entering into Baryon mode but just rather practicing how to infuse his chakra to activate Baryon mode. He looked at Shisui in his hand and just internally nodded. Zoro ain't getting this back. Luffy, Nami, Sanji, Chopper, and Brook arrived in Wano, their ship docking with a sense of urgency. They were greeted by the rest of the Straw Hats, Law, and the Heart Pirates, who had gathered for a final discussion before the planned execution of Orochi. As everyone assembled, Kirito stepped forward to update the newcomers on everything that had happened in Wano. Kirito just cut out all the nonsense of the Straw Hats from the get-go and immediately came to the point. Luffy, everyone, I've been busy here, Kirito began. First, liberated Bakugo town and freed prisoners who are now ready to fight against Kaido's forces. That last two ain't that important. If anyone needs more info, just ask Robin or Law. What I want we dragged you all here to listen to is that I also infiltrated Orochi's mansion and kidnapped him, replacing him with one of my clones. Finally, I uncovered Kanjuro's betrayal's been spying for Orochi all along. Copper eyes widened with surprise. Whoa, Kirito. You've done all that? Nami shook her head in amazement. That's incredible. You've done so much in such a short time. Sanji lit a cigarette, looking impressed. No kidding. You're a one-man army. Okay, amazement and praises later. Focus, you all need to know the plan. Kirito immediately shouted, making others quiet. But before he could say anything, Kirito felt someone coming. Zoro arrived, looking a bit out of the place, almost like a samurai. Sorry, I'm late. I was really hard to find you guys. That last comment made everyone twitch their eyes, none more than Kirito. And I also met someone pretty important. He wasn't alone, Kazuki Hiyori was with him. This caused quite some time to even explain who the hell that woman was. But Kinemon thankfully came thought to identify her. When Hiyori learned about everything Kirito had accomplished, her eyes lit up. Kirito-san, you've done so much for Wano. I can't thank you enough. What, were they listening from outside? How the girl know that? Kirito honestly wanted to ask, but for the sake of saving his brain cells and time, he just let it be. Kirito nodded, humbly accepting her gratitude. We're all working together to free Wano. Speaking of which, we need to discuss the execution of Orochi. Luffy punched his fist into his palm. Let's do it. We're ready. Hiyori stepped forward, her expression serious. I want to be there for the execution. Orochi has caused so much pain to my family and my people. I need to see it end. Kirito looked at her and nodded. Sure, knock yourself out. I don't care. With everyone gathered and the plan set, Kirito explained the details to the newly arrived Straw Hats. We'll execute Orochi publicly to show the people of Wano that his tyranny is over. This will also serve as a rallying cry for everyone to rise up against Kaido. Nami glanced at Luffy. Luffy Baka, stop picking on your nose and listen to Kirito. Sanji added, just tell me whose ass I have to kick. TCH, this guy acting cool again. Definitely because Hiyori is here. Luffy grinned confidently. We'll take down Kaido together. But before that, can I get something to eat? I am starving. Zoro, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. Oi Kirito, did you know anything about Shisui? Really that what you care the most? Nope, no idea. Now that you ask me, I see you got a new sword. What happened to the black one? Lost. Okay. Chapter 306. The public execution of Orochi finally took place in the central square of the flower capital. People of Wano, secretly contacted and informed, gathered in large numbers to witness the event. The atmosphere was tense but filled with hope and anticipation. Orochi, bound and kneeling, pleaded desperately for his life. Please, spare me. I can change, I swear. But his cries fell on deaf ears. The people of Wano had suffered too much under his rule. Just as the execution was about to proceed, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Orochi's loyalists, realizing the Orochi in the castle was a fake, launched a desperate attempt to save him. However, Kirito had anticipated this move. Hidden in the shadows, he quickly and efficiently took down the attackers before they could cause any real disruption. The people only saw the loyalists fall, but were confused how. There was another figure hidden in all this crowd who saw this and suddenly her eyes narrowed. But even she couldn't see everything what happened at that speed. It was just like a flash. With the threat neutralized, Momonosuke stepped forward, holding the executioner's blade. His hands trembled, but his resolve was firm. I am Kazuki Momonosuke, son of Kazuki Oden and the future shogun of Wano. He declared as everyone shouted and cheered. For Wano, he whispered, and with a swift motion, he executed Orochi. The tyrant's head fell, and the crowd erupted into cheers. For the first time in years, they felt the possibility of freedom. But the celebration was short-lived. A sense of dread loomed over the crowd as two massive figures appeared. Big Mom and Kaido had arrived, their presence alone causing panic and chaos. The crowd began to scatter, screaming in terror. Big Mom's booming voice echoed across the square. Star Hat. Come out. Kaido transformed into his dragon form, his eyes burning with fury. Come you punk, where is Queen? As the two titans prepared to attack, Kirito's sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar figure with red hair in the chaos. What the hell is Big Mom doing here? Kirito almost cursed after seeing that. Luffy you idiot, the fuck you did in Cake Island. Kirito wanted to shout but right now wasn't the time. It's strange out under all this chaos, the moment he saw that figure, he found his serenity. It was a figure of a girl, wearing red clothes with red hair and violet eyes, trying to save Hiyori from the ensuing pandemonium. Kirito had no idea why or what but he just kept on staring as if time slowed down for him. It was the exact thing he was here for. Under all that chaos as people ran around Kirito just stood still to observe the person in front of him. But Kaido's fire breath was aimed directly at her. More like at that directly but she was under the range of that attack. Kirito sensed tingles like no other. Making all of them stand up as his calm state turns upside down. Seeing so many people in Kaido's line of sight, Kirito gritted his teeth and golden light appeared around him. This was the power which he hardly used after coming here. But now he finally has to. Without hesitation, Kirito dashed out of the shadows as his entire body was covered with an ethereal golden light, making him really look like a golden flash. His heart pounding. As Kaido's fiery attack closed, he himself burst out with unimaginable power. Kirito appeared in a flash, grabbing her just in time. But there were more people where he just couldn't leave them all behind. So instead of teleporting from there, he let all that power in his body to release. The entire flower capital suddenly was drained in a golden light as Kaido's fire was overshadowed by the golden light and a figure appeared in it. Soon towering tails appear in the middle of the flower capital, the golden tails enlighten the entire capital as a giant fox standing were come to life. This was Kirito using his 9-tail mode in KCM2. Asuna also considers herself a goner, but then suddenly she found herself in an embrace so much longed for, it almost felt like a lifetime. Even without seeing the person's face, or sensing his chakra, she could tell who this person was. Kirito. Kirito smiled, still holding her. Next time, please don't come to see me off. This just made her pause on her pace, a beautiful smile appear on her face. She was currently inside Kurama body made out of chakra while it was shielding all those other people behind it from Kaido's attack. Everyone seeing Tiz was dumbfounded. Even Kaido and Big Mom. All they could see a giant golden 9-tailed fox in front of them. Chapter 307. The battlefield was a chaotic symphony of clashing swords, powerful devil fruits, and overwhelming haki. Amidst this turmoil, the titanic showdown between Kirito and Kaido was the centerpiece. Kirito, in his Kurama Chakra Mode 2 KCM2, stood opposite the drunken, towering dragon form of Kaido, each preparing for an epic battle. Kaido, swaying slightly with his inebriation, roared, "You think you can defeat me, brat?" He unleashed a torrent of blazing fire from his mouth, aiming to incinerate Kirito where he stood. Though Kaido said that he was interested in knowing what Kirito could do, to him Kirito's power comes from a devil fruit much like him. And he wanted to see how powerful it was. He rather brings Kirito under him if possible. Kirito, faster than lightning, dodged the attack with ease, leaving a trail of golden light in his wake. Man, I can't fight with all those people around, he thought as he made clones clear-filled irritation, his voice calm but with a sharp edge. With Kurama's chakra enveloping him, he was a blur of motion, launching himself at Kaido with incredible speed. Kaido swung his massive tail, attempting to swat Kirito out of the sky, but Kirito deftly maneuvered around it, countering with a Rasengan powered by Kurama's chakra. The attack landed on Kaido's scales, causing the mighty dragon to roar in pain but not inflicting significant damage. Kaido's defenses were formidable, even against such a powerful technique. While Kirito had the advantage in speed and agility, Kaido's sheer brute strength and durability made him a troublesome opponent. The two clashed repeatedly, with Kirito darting around Kaido, landing blow after blow, while Kaido retaliated with powerful swings of his claws and bursts of fire. Despite the intensity of the battle, Kirito kept his composure, his mind focused on exploiting any opening in Kaido's defenses. Elsewhere on the battlefield, other intense fights were unfolding. Zoro was engaged in a fierce duel with King, their swords sparking as they clashed. Luffy, Law, and Kid combined their efforts against Big Mom, each using their unique abilities to press the Yonko. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries, explosions, and the clash of metal. Back at the main fight, Kirito decided it was time to step up his game. Channeling more of Kurama's chakra, he formed a massive tailed beast bomb, hurling it at Kaido with tremendous force. The explosion was deafening, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. When the dust settled, Kaido emerged, battered but still standing. His dragon form had taken significant damage but it was healing already. Man, this is frustrating. Kirito grinned, wiping a trickle of sweat from his brow. You're tough, I'll give you that. Kaido snorted, his voice echoing like thunder. I actually felt that, interesting. He ascended into the sky. From above, he rained down fire and lightning, turning the battlefield into a hellscape. Kirito dodged and weaved through the onslaught, faster even when using Kurama's chakra to enhance his speed, he launched himself into the air, meeting Kaido head-on. The two clashed mid-air, Kirito's chakra-imbued punches and kicks meeting Kaido's ferocious attacks. As the fight progressed, Kirito began to sense that no matter how powerful his attacks were, nothing was working Kaido. His earlier expectation was right. He can't damage the guy directly from the skin, let alone a wide-area attack like Rasengan. He needed something much more focused. And thus Kirito removed his Kurama form and shinked down. Only had KCM2 but he also added Sage Mode and Haki to the mix for the next attack. Suddenly Shursui appeared in his hand as he got ready to deliver an attack. Kaido was still in his dragon form and couldn't understand what Kirito was doing until a powerful sword attack came right at him. Kaido roared in pain but Kirito wasn't done, he followed that with more attacks, channeling all his chakra into a focused devastating attacks. With a massive burst of Haki covering his sword, he unleashed a combination of Conqueror and Armament Haki sword strikes, each blow infused with Kurama's immense power. The battlefield fell silent as Kaido, wounded and exhausted, reverted to his human form, collapsing to one knee. Conqueror's infusion, he roars. In this sea, only Haki is the strong, only because there exists one particular move with Conqueror's Haki which makes someone the strongest. Conqueror's infusion. And now this brat in front of him just did that. Even this is not enough, Kirito said, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. Man, I really don't want to bull Baryon mode into this if not necessary. That will not only will be my last card but after using that, it will strangle me and Asuna in this place for another 2 or months until all the 9-tailed chakra recovers. Kaido, beaten but not defeated yet roared. You're strong boy, come join me. With both of us, we can rule the world. On the other hand, other fights were taking place. Zoro and King's duel raged on, while Luffy, Law, and Kid continued their desperate struggle against Big Mom. The fate of Wano and its people hung in the balance, and the warriors of the Straw Hats and their allies knew that their victory here not only defined their fate but also the destiny of this entire country. Chapter 308. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos and power, but the focus was on the titanic struggle between Kirito and Kaido. Kirito used most of his usual attacks but none of them worked on Kaido, not like he wasn't expecting that but it was still frustrating, he knew he had to use it now. His breath was heavy, and he could feel Kurama's chakra coursing through him, but it wasn't enough. Kaido's drunken form, though battered, remained resilient. Kirito closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself. Well, I knew that it would come down to this. Let's give it everything I got. With a deep breath, Kirito activated Baryon mode. His form erupted in a blinding light, Kurama's chakra merging with his own life force to create an aura of raw, unfiltered power. His hair glowed with an intense golden light, and his eyes shone with a fierce determination. The transformation was a sight to behold, a spectacle of pure energy and power. Kaido, sensing the immense shift in Kirito's energy, roared, "What is this?" His dragon form recoiled, the ground beneath them trembling under the weight of their combined power. But Baryon mode doesn't work stand-alone, he needs the defenses of Sage mode and a 100 healing mark to pull it off. Making this his final attempt to end the fight. Kirito, now in Baryon mode, moved with unimaginable speed. Each step he took seemed to bend reality around him. He darted around Kaido, landing devastating blows that even the mighty dragon struggled to counter. The sheer intensity of Kirito's attacks began to take its toll on Kaido, who could no longer keep up with the barrage. I am sure that the next attack is something you remember well, Kirito declared, his voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. He raised his sword, which now glowed with a celestial light, infused with Kurama's power and his own unyielding will. Kaido, bloodied and enraged, unleashed a final, desperate attack. He conjured a massive ball of fire and lightning, hurling it towards Kirito with all his remaining strength. I won't be defeated by you. He roared. Kirito stood firm, his eyes locked on Kaido. This is the end, he whispered. Divine departure. With a swift and decisive motion, Kirito unleashed his ultimate attack. The divine departure sword strike cut through the air, a beam of pure, concentrated energy that sliced through Kaido's attack as if it were nothing. The sheer force of the attack was like a tidal wave, crashing into Kaido with unparalleled power. Kaido's dragon form was torn asunder by the divine departure, the energy ripping through his defenses and striking at his very core. The battlefield was illuminated by the brilliance of the attack, a moment of pure, unadulterated power. Kaido's roar of pain echoed through the land, the sound of a defeated titan. When the light finally faded, Kaido lay on the ground, his massive form reverting to his human shape. He was battered, broken, and utterly defeated. Kirito, still in Baryon mode, stood over him, his sword lowered but his eyes blazing with triumph. Kaido coughed, blood dripping from his lips. This he replies, his voice weak. Is defeat, I know. But that was also the final big of chakra remaining in Kirito. Because no matter how much he tries, performing Baryon mode without the help of Kurama or Sage of Six Path is really hard. Kaido's body was cut, but more than that, it was due to Conqueror's haki and internal damage that Kaido lost. He started to fall, directly to the lava-filled place of Wano. Kirito too felt but he didn't care, because unlike Kaido, he had someone to stop him. And just in time, he saw red hairs in front of his eyes, just moments before he completely lost his consciousness. Zoro was locked in a fierce duel with King, while Luffy, Law, and Kid fought relentlessly against Big Mom. The fate of Wano hung in the balance, but the defeat of Kaido was a significant turning point. Kirito's allies, witnessing the incredible display of power, felt a surge of hope. The sight of their comrade defeating one of the most formidable opponents gave them the strength to continue their own fights. While this fight was happening, on the other side, Luffy, Law and Kid were harassing Big Mom to the point that she almost lost. But after the defeat of Kaido, she didn't plan to continue fighting. Maybe knowing that no matter what, she will lose. After all, maybe not from this brat's here then from those who will come here after hearing about Kaido's defeat. Chapter 309. The once war-torn land of Wano was now a scene of jubilation. The news of Kaido's defeat spread like wildfire, igniting a wave of celebration that swept through every village and town. The people, who had suffered under Kaido's tyrannical rule, could finally breathe a sigh of relief and let their joy pour out. In the flower capital, the heart of Wano, the streets were filled with dancing, music, and laughter. People gathered in colorful kimonos, their faces beaming with happiness. Lanterns were strung up, casting a warm, festive glow over the bustling crowds. Stalls were set up, offering delicious food and drinks, and children ran around playing games, their laughter echoing through the air. The Straw Hat Pirates, along with their allies, were at the center of the celebration. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hats, was surrounded by admiring citizens who cheered his name. Despite the exhaustion from the intense battles, Luffy's wide grin never wavered. He basked in the glory of their hard-fought victory, enjoying the warmth and gratitude of the people. Zoro, still nursing wounds from his battle with King, leaned against a wall, sipping sake with a rare smile on his face. Nearby, Sanji was busy in an impromptu kitchen, cooking up a storm to feed the hungry revelers. The delicious aromas wafting from his pots and pans drew crowds of people eager to taste the food prepared by the legendary cook. Nami, Robin, and Frankie mingled with the crowd, each enjoying the celebration in their own way. Nami marveled at the beauty of the decorations and the joy on the people's faces, while Robin quietly absorbed the historical significance of the moment. Frankie was in his element, entertaining children with his inventions and feats of strength. Law, ever the stoic, allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation. He leaned against a pillar, watching the festivities with a small smile. The weight of their victory was evident on his face, but so was the relief. He knew that this was a turning point for Wano and that their efforts had truly made a difference. Amidst the celebration, Kirito stood slightly apart, reflecting on the journey that had brought them here. He had poured everything into defeating Kaido, and now, seeing the people of Wano celebrating their newfound freedom, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Though I personally like this journey of sea, please don't get lost again like that, Kirito said to the girl standing beside him. Hey, it's not my fault, that stupid seal just sent me here. Asuna shouted. They both finally had some time for themselves after all the war ended. Kirito finally knew what happened. Back when Kirito went to his time from Yuzu, Asuna ended up getting connected to the array when she entered to kiss him. This all started back then. Phew. At least it's over now. Kazuki Hiyori, dressed in a beautiful kimono, took to a makeshift stage to address the crowd. Her voice rang clear and strong, carrying over the noise of the celebration. People of Wano, today we celebrate not just the defeat of Kaido but the rebirth of our land. We owe our thanks to these brave warriors who fought for our freedom. Let us honor them and look forward to a future of peace and prosperity. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices blending into a powerful chorus of gratitude and hope. As the night wore on, the celebration only grew more lively. Fireworks lit up the sky, painting it with vibrant colors and filling the air with the sound of joyous explosions. As the festivities continued, Kirito found himself surrounded by friends and allies. They toasted to their victory, their laughter and camaraderie a testament to the bonds they had forged in the fires of battle. Kirito raised his cup, his voice filled with emotion. To Wano, to our friends, and to the future. We fought hard, and we won. Let's make sure this peace lasts forever. Kirito had to stay here for a time until his chakra recovered, but that is good as well. After all, he needed some time with Asuna. But after that they immediately had to leave. Chapter 310. Kirito stood with Asuna as he saw a blonde girl sitting in front of a grave, with his own name written on it. What, you getting cold feet now? Asuna asked with clear amusement on her face. No, just pondering what will kill me first. Ashina back in Yuzu because I brought you here directly, the Hokage because I didn't tell them that I was alive all this time. Or Ino. Kirito sigh. Man, how come even at the ending I can't seem to find peace? Kirito almost cursed. Just get going already. Or you want me to do that for you? Asuna asked. No. I will do it. Kirito immediately replied and turned to Ino who was standing quite far away staring at his own grave. Sigh. Ninja have no peace, no matter what era. Kirito muttered and finally jumped out. Fine then, whatever it is, let fucking do this. The end.